Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Immortal Assassin? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The guard's body lands on the floor with a thud, blood spurting from his neck as Subject 715 runs. He turns a corner and there are guns trained on him. Automatics that sound loudly as their users shoot. He doesn't stop. He runs at his attackers while they rest their fingers on the triggers. A bullet hits him on his left shoulder, his right leg, his side. One grazes his cheek. He still doesn't stop. He runs faster, low to the ground. He springs up, moving his 6-inch knife into the underside of one's chin. He drops his hands and sweeps the legs out from one to the left. They yelp as they hit the floor and he lands a downward kick on their throat, using his right hand for balance on the floor. He stands up as they choke on themselves, their esophagus swelling up and cutting off their airflow. The other two have stopped shooting. They look to their fallen comrades, then back to him and his blood-stained clothes. They take aim. He pulls his right arm back, knife in hand, and throws it at the one on the right before they can shoot. The blade buries deep into his left eye, coming out on the other side of his head. His buddy watches in horror as he crumples to the floor. He lays his eyes on 715 and shakily brings up his gun. He sets it off. Multiple bullets plunge into the boy's stomach and chest, but as they go in, they come back out just as fast. His wounds heal over and over again as each projectile rips through his flesh. He grits his teeth and runs forward. The man screams as he ducks under the gun and grabs his shirt. He swings himself around and onto the man's shoulders. 715 places each of his hands on the man's head, his left on top, right hand under his chin. And he snaps his neck. The dead guard sways on his feet and 715 jumps off of him as he falls forward. He walks over to his friend and takes his knife from his eye socket with a wet shing. He takes a second to catch his breath. The cling-cling of the bullets fill his ears as they fall from his body and onto the floor. He looks down at his t-shirt and pants. Formerly white but now painted a deep red that's splattered everywhere. The blood sticks the cloth to his body and it's dripping at the hem. He can see the bullet wounds heal themselves through the holes in his clothes. He takes one of the guns from the dead men and loads it up on ammo. When he's all patched up, he starts running again. The slap of his bare feet on the white tile sounds distant compared to the rushing sound in his ears. He's out of breath as his anxiety runs high. I'm so close to freedom. So close. The alarm started blaring as soon as he killed the guard at his door. The guard had pulled the lever that alerted the facility of 7-15's attempt at escape with his dying breath. Since then he's had to face at least 10 other people as he twisted and turned through the white halls. I should have made his death faster instead of watching him bleed out. The cameras have been tracking his progression this whole time. There, just up ahead, is the exit. The door that'll lead him outside. To freedom. But it's never that easy. 30 feet away from his ticket out of there and he stops. He's breathing heavily as his eyes snap up to the catwalk, gun aimed and ready for its trigger to be pulled. He's in a large room, the hallway he just came from behind him and the door to a new life just ahead. Above him there are about 50 guards. All with loaded guns and grenades and flashbangs and tear gas and just about every other weapon man has made. All to stop him. From behind him he hears footsteps. Loud and commanding. Familiar sounding. He whips his head around and his breath hitches. Walking towards him is the man of his nightmares. The one he's running from. The professor. The man in question stops 10 feet from where he stands, back drawn up high with his hands clasped behind his back. He looks down his nose at 715 while he takes in his appearance. Instinctively, he stands straighter. His joints go rigid as muscle memory takes over and he stands at attention under this man's scrutiny. It makes him want to kill him. The professor smiles slightly at the action. The skin around his black eyes crinkle and there's a glint off of his glasses. Subject 715, just what do you think you are doing? He inquires, head tilting slightly. The action sends a chill down his spine. The professor only ever does that when he's mad. Mad enough to drop 715 into a vat of acid. To light him on fire and watch as the flesh melts off his bones. To implant tiny explosives into his joints and set them off one by one. Mad enough to lock him in the punishment room where it's pitch black. Where he has no choice but to fall deeper into his own insanity. No food. No water. Nothing. Despite this, he doesn't waver. He keeps his expression impassive as he bores into his eyes. I'm leaving. The professor laughs and a fresh wave of fear washes over him. The sound is deep and it cuts into his bones, deeper than a knife ever can. He looks at 715 dead on. Smile gone and all amusement left from his eyes. Really? And who said you could do that? Dark threat laces the man's voice and 7-15's throat contracts. No one. But I'm leaving. He forces out. No, he replies, dead serious, you're not. He raises his hand and the echo of guns ping sounds through the room. 715 looks up and sees everyone's scopes trained on him. There are hands on pins as they get ready to drop the bombs on him. He counts at least 3 bazookas and 5 flamethrowers. He looks back at the professor who still has his hand raised. The professor looks back at him with mirthless eyes. You have one chance to stand down, 7-1, one chance to drop your weapons, to come to me and stop this foolishness. Maybe then will your punishment for this rebelliousness be light. He stiffens. He spares another glance at everyone surrounding him from above, trying to formulate some kind of plan. He can't beat all these men. All he has is his knife and one gun with no reloads and blood-stained clothes. Not even his quirk can help when all these firearms go off on him. He wouldn't be able to regenerate fast enough. And so he does what the professor tells him to. What goes against everything he's worked for. He lets the gun and his knife fall to the floor with a loud clatter. His legs take him forward, one slow step at a time. His head is yelling at him to stop, to turn around and make a run for it. Maybe he'd make it to the door without too much damage. His blood is rushing through his ears and his heart is beating 1,000,000 times per second. His vision blocks out everything else but the professor. It's just 715 and this man's other arm reaching out to him, his left still raised in the air. He looks around once again, their weapons follow his progression until he's just an arm's length away from the professor. He looks at his outstretched arm apprehensively. The professor nods encouragingly. He reaches his hand out slowly, his fingers reach his palm and he holds his breath. Then he does the impossible. He reaches past the professor's hand and grabs onto his wrist. He yanks the professor forward and brings his arm around and behind him. 715 slips his secret knife from its sheath under his shorts pant leg and brings it to his throat. Everyone gets ready to shoot. Their bodies are tense and the professor goes rigid in his grasp. Don't fire. He yells, pressing the blade into the man's neck. Or the professor dies. He tries to cover up his fear with the malice in his voice. They all hesitate at the sight of the professor's blood trickling down his neck. 715 stays in that position for a few seconds, letting his message sink in. If they make any attempt to stop him, he will gladly slit this man's throat. He backs away slowly, bringing the professor with him as he backtracks to the exit. Finally, his back hits the door. He takes a deep breath and hopes that he makes it. He shoves the professor to the floor in front of him and grabs the steel handle behind him. Shoot him! The professor yells at the men and every gun goes off simultaneously. 715 yanks the door open as hundreds of bullets pierce his back. He twists around and throws his knife in the professor's direction. It lodges itself into his left shoulder and he cries out in pain. 715 turns back and runs into the night, praying that it hit his heart. He runs and runs and runs and runs and runs. The bullets in his body leave a trail behind him as they're forced out. His breath is short. His throat hurts. His heart is beating too fast and every thud of his feet hitting the concrete sound like gunshots being fired at him. He makes sharp turns into alleys and runs through streets at random. He only stops long enough to rip the small bulge on his wrist off with his teeth. He spits the tracker out into his hand and hides it in the ear of an unsuspecting alley cat. It runs off when he lets it go and he runs towards the opposite direction. 5 more minutes of running passes and he skids to a halt at a sewer in the middle of an empty street. He takes the lid off and drops into the manhole, sliding the metal cover back on before he jumps down into the darkness. There's a splash as his feet hit the sewage below. He ignores the smell and the feel of feces between his toes as he runs in the direction of the flowing stream. After a mile he stops. He lets himself catch his breath and slow his heart rate while he listens for noise coming from above. Any signs that the professor sent his men after him. That 715 has been caught and it was all for nothing. That the only thing that awaits him is months of pain and torture for what he's done. But there's nothing. He listens with bated breath for 20 minutes as he strains his ears for the thuds of boots or the sounds of tires screeching on the asphalt. He waits some more and finally decides to continue onward. There's a dim light at the end of the sewer's tunnel and he creeps toward it quietly. He doesn't want to make any noise in case of someone being out there. The professor's men or not, no one would take kindly to a kid covered in blood and exiting a sewer. He walks out into a sort of river in this small ravine that's about 20 feet deep and covered in grass. He looks around and sees that the tunnel he exited from is placed under a bridge. There are 2 sidewalks at the top of either side of the stream with lampposts lighting them. There are buildings all around him. Shops and apartments with their shutters locked down and their curtains drawn. He walks farther into the stream and away from the sewer tunnel until the water runs clear. He washes the browning blood from his body and clothes and tries to get the stench of PSS and sheet out of his skin and hair. After he's as clean as he can get, he drinks as much water he can fill himself with. After a bit of resting, he walks out of the stream and onto the sidewalk where he speeds to the nearest train station. He doesn't have money and the trains don't run this late, but he can still follow the tracks to someplace far away. He chooses a direction at random and starts walking. He doesn't stop for as long as he can take. Then he finds a safe spot to lay beside the track and he sleeps. He only allows himself 5 hours before he gets back up and continues his trek into another city. Another life, away from all the pain he's had to endure. All the bloodshed and the fear. As the sun peaks up over the horizon, he pauses. He watches with wonder as it makes its slow ascent upwards into the sky. It sprays colors onto the clouds and changes the sky from an inky purple into a beautiful blue. He's seen the sunrise a rare few times on missions, but never like this. Never as a main focus. Never as a way of showing that he's free. Finally, he gets off the tracks and wanders into the trees surrounding the area to look for something to eat. He walks for 10 minutes and finally comes across a little river with small bushes of different berries at its edge. He examines the fruits, differentiating between the ones good to eat and the ones that could kill him. He picks a good amount and eats his fill. He sips water from his hands and splashes some on his face to refresh himself. Then he's off again. He finds the train tracks and follows them from a safe distance. Then he hears a blaring horn. He looks behind him and sees a train barreling its way in his direction. As soon as the head car passes him, he sprints for it. He takes a giant leap towards one of the cars and grabs onto a gap in the metal. The momentum of the train throws his body to the side, but he holds on. He can feel his shoulders pop as they dislocate and his fingers break with the force of the wind trying to shove him off. After he heals, he gets his bearings and slowly moves his body so that he's vertical to the floor again. He inches himself to the wide space that connects the train cars together and sits down with his feet on the car in front of him. He's holding onto the side so he doesn't fall off and he lets himself breathe. A laugh bubbles out of him as he processes the events of the last 24 hours. Never in his life would he have thought that he'd actually get out of that place. Not since he was sold by his parents for being quirkless. Not since the professor started his experiments and gave him his power. Not since he started sending him on assassination missions to kill off those who opposed him. Not ever. And yet here he is. On a train to who knows where as the scenery rushes past him. With the sun hanging high above him and the wind rushing through his hair. For the rest of the ride he relishes the thought. Lets it fill his senses as he lets the sound of the rushing wind wash over him. When he notices the train slowing down, he crawls to its underside and hangs there until it comes to a complete stop. He hears the doors slide open and the people step off and he follows suit. He quickly tucks himself into the crowd, between these 2 tall men that don't notice him. They block people from seeing him and his tattered clothes and bare feet. He walks with them and out onto the street where there are a few people milling about, then they separate and he darts into an alley. He hides himself in its shadows and looks around, trying to find anything to change his appearance. He turns his head upward and finds that there are 2 pairs of shoes and clothes drying on a wire just above him. He backs up and takes a running start at the brick wall. He jumps and runs up the side of the building with ease before grabbing onto the bars of the little fire escape. He doesn't haul himself up until he's sure that no one from inside can see him. Once on top, he looks at his options. He finds a plain charcoal gray shirt that fits him a bit loosely and chooses to wear the black knee-length shorts that are hung up next to it. He grabs plain black socks that go up mid-calf and tugs them on. He looks down at the shoes and frown. Neither are his size. One is 2 sizes smaller than his foot and the other is way too big. He is forced to go with the smaller option, which is a white pair of shoes with pink soles and laces. Judging from the other clothes on the wire, all consisting of muted colors in big sizes and pastels with cartoonish images on them in small ones, he's rating a father and daughter. Though he can't find it in himself to care too much because they must have a bunch of other clothes and shoes inside. And he needs this more at the moment. He jumps down onto the concrete, balling up his old clothes and burying them into a dumpster where no one can find them. His feet feel cramped in the small size of the shoes as he walks out onto the sidewalk again. He wanders around for a bit and takes in as much as he can. He memorizes the streets and the shops and restaurants that could be useful for getting things in the future. As he walks, he finds that he's in the city Muzutafu from a mall named after it. The name seems familiar. He can't place it, but it feels like he should know it. Eventually, he comes across an abandoned warehouse. He breaks a window and swiftly climbs through it. Inside, there's machinery and conveyor belts that have all rusted over from disuse. He walks further inside and finds a door labeled "Office" and lets himself in. The room isn't super big, about medium-sized, and it's been cleared of everything except for the rectangular wooden desk at the back. He walks around the room and decides that this is where he'll stay. There's a large window on the left that stretches from one wall to the other that's covered in grime. He can vaguely see outside and he's sure that he could barely be seen from inside. He doesn't want people snooping if they see him walking around this place. He goes back into the main room and avoids stepping on animal excrements as he explores. From the looks of it, it used to be a warehouse that can food. There are boxes with empty tin cans filling them and others with different labels naming the foods. He finds a big pile that is filled with cans that actually have stuff in them. He marvels at his luck and opens one labeled with an image of alphabet soup on it. He eats the whole thing in no time at all. The only meal he's had since his escape is those berries he found on his way there. Now, he won't have to worry about food for a while. He counts the cans he has and finds that there are about 100 of them. That's 50 days of not having to worry about food if he has 2 meals a day. 100 if he decides to limit himself to 1 can, eating it all throughout the day in attempts to save it. After shaking the last dregs of the lukewarm meal into his mouth, he goes back outside and continues to scope around the area. He spends the whole day fanning out in a 10-mile radius around the warehouse and he finds some mildly interesting places. He comes across a beach that's overflowing with garbage that burns his nose, though there's something else about it too. He finds a middle school and an elementary school not far from each other. The names sound vaguely familiar for some unknown reason. He also finds another warehouse named Hatsum Industries, where they manufacture support items and weapons for heroes. That could come in handy. As he roams the city, he finds himself in front of a high school. It's huge and overpowering in the way that it's closed off from the public. It's named UA. And then it all hits him. The reason why the city was so familiar. Why the middle and elementary school rang a bell. Why that beach sparked something within him. Subject 715 used to live here. This was his birthplace. Where he grew up till the age of 5. Where he went to school. Where he was going to go to school. Where his dreams were crushed. Where he was bullied. Abused. Where he was sold. Where his life ended. It's UA High School that brought it all rushing back. Even if he forgot everything that happened before he left, he could never forget his dream that fabricated his very being. The one of being a hero. But that was impossible now. Even if he has a quirk of sorts, and even if he's been trained. It's all for the wrong reason. He's killed people. Heroes don't kill. And that's all he knows how to do. The only thing he's been trained on for city last 10 or so years was how to sneak quietly under the cover of night. How to enter a home without setting off alarms or alerting the ones inside. How to finish someone off silently in their sleep. How to poison someone. How to torture. All he knows is ways to dislocate and break his joints and limbs at command without so much as a flinch. Ways to gather information from all kinds of sources. Ways to steal. Ways to survive on especially hard missions. He knows how to fight and win every time. With a shaky breath, he rips his eyes off of what he had wanted to be his future so long ago. He memorizes the layout of the entire area just in case he's found and needs to leave fast. By the time the sun starts to set, he heads back to his makeshift home. He climbs back in through the window and decides that he'll have to find some bolt cutters to cut off the lock and chains on the door. He goes into the office and lays down underneath the desk where he listens to the late-night cars passing by and the scurrying of the rats that live in the building's walls. But what do I do now? Do I just live out my days living in a rundown warehouse and stealing to get by? Do I continue to be on the run until my heart stops? Maybe he can find a new identity and get a nondescript job as an accountant. Then he would never be found. But he needs something more. He doesn't want the rest of his life to be the same boring crap. He hates repetitiveness. But what else is there? His mind wanders back to earlier when he was exploring the area. When he came across UA High and all the feelings it brought forth. All the desire. He knows he can't want that, he won't let himself want that. But maybe he can pursue something similar. Maybe he can help people with the skills he's been forced to learn. Not quite a hero, but not at all a villain. Then it's decided. He'll become someone that helps people with his learned stealth. His knowledge in weapons and poisons. His abilities in fighting and finding information. He'll be a vigilante. Though, not really, because my quirk isn't actually a quirk. It's just the product of an experiment the professor put him through as soon as he had his hands on him. He still remembers all the pain that the procedure ensued. All the needles, the scalpels, the clamps, the heart monitor, the cold table, the bright lights, the professor's eyes as he looked down at him, Stop. I need to stop. The first lesson he learned in the facility was to not let your emotions get the best of you. A good killer carries out a mission efficiently and without distraction. The best killers don't feel anything. They don't let themselves experience human emotion because that would be a hindrance to their work. So he shuts it all off. His heartbeat slows as he forces himself to calm down. He won't let himself feel what he's feeling. He won't let himself think what he's thinking. He won't turn soft just because he's escaped. So he lets his thoughts turn to other things. Things of the past. Like, what were his parents' names? The names of his bullies? His doctors? What about his teachers? His friends? Did he have friends? What's my name? For as long as he can remember, he's been called nothing but Subject 715. His life as whoever he was ended all those years ago as soon as the cash was exchanged between the professor and his parents. Maybe he can find it in some database, right? Unless the professor wiped his existence from the face of the earth. He wouldn't put it above him to be able to do that. It doesn't matter anyway. There's no one that he has left in his life that can call him by his name, whatever it is. He turns over on his side and tries to think of the things he'll need in order to start his new life as a less-than hero but not at all a villain. First, he'll need weapons. His fists can only get him so far after all. He'll also need some gear that'll help him out. He can go with things similar to what he'd wear on his missions. Dark clothing to blend in. Breathable and easy to move in. Steel-toed boots and fingerless gloves inlaid with metal on the knuckles for harder hits. A hood and a mask would also be ideal. He doesn't want any chance of the wrong people recognizing him. He'd carry around multiple knives of varying sizes all over his body. He'd have holsters containing guns with silencers just in case someone tries to get away. Different poisons is also something he's worked with often, whether it be for information purposes or just to kill with no struggle. After thinking a bit more, he finally fell asleep. He decided on just the place to get his clothes and his gear. Hatsum Industries is about to gain a new recurring customer. Subject 715 wakes himself up at 1 in the morning the following day. late enough that no one would be out and early enough that no one would be going to work yet. He walks out into the chilly early morning air with the clothes he borrowed yesterday. His feet already have blisters from spending the day before in those tiny shoes, but just as they come in they're healed over again. 715 takes alley after alley until he reaches his destination 6 miles from the warehouse. He hasn't come across anyone. No civilians, no villains, just the usual stray digging through garbage. That's when he senses it. His hairs stand on end and a feeling in the pit of his stomach takes place in the usual way they do when he's being watched. He doesn't waver, however, otherwise he'd appear suspicious. They can't know he knows they're there, watching him. That'll ruin the effect of surprise when he attacks. He walks away from the direction he was originally going in, using the streets he'd memorized the evening prior to lead the enemy on a meaningless walk through the city. Is it the professor's men? Have they found me already? It's barely been a day. Maybe he planted another tracker somewhere on my body that I didn't know of. But then why didn't they catch me when I stopped for a break in the sewer? Or when I let myself fall asleep on the train tracks soon after? Whatever the reason, it seems there's only one person following 7-1, so he'll be able to dispatch them with ease. He ducks into an alley next to a rundown soup shop. The place isn't owned by anyone and it's littered with holes all over. He steps into the shadows of the building and swiftly crawls through one of the openings. He does it in a way that his pursuer can't see where he's gone. They'll be forced to come out of hiding now. He waits them out in the dark. After a few minutes of silence, they finally jump down. Their landing is completely silent, only a slight shuffle of their feet indicating that they're there at all. In the dark, he can barely discern their clothing. Black baggy clothes along with black shoes cover their body. Their hair is also of the same shade and it falls to their shoulder in slight waves. The most eye-catching thing, however, is the large white scarf that wraps around their neck. Several times. This person doesn't appear to be working for the professor. Usually, they wear the same all-black uniform with large guns strapped to their bodies. Sometimes he'd send people dressed as regular civilians to help Subject 715 on his missions. Or just to keep an eye on him. They'd carry guns with silencers in their waistbands and under their shirts and follow him from a distance. He would always pick them out but never said anything. Now, this person is not like that at all. The most colorful thing about their getup is the yellow goggles that hang around their neck. 715 sees no visible weapons on their person and they're stealthier than the professor's lackeys could ever be. So then if they're not here to take him back, then why are they following him? And who are they? Maybe there's some villain who took 715 for easy prey. They saw him walking about and decided that he'd be the perfect target for whatever their sick heart desires. He can tell that they mean business. Your average purse snatcher isn't as good at being quiet as this one is. He watches them for a minute. They circle around the alleyway, looking behind trash cans and in the shadows, trying to find where he is. They creep closer to where he's positioned on the floor, so he sinks deeper into the darkness of the shop, letting the shadows engulf him further. They shuffle to a stop right in front of where 7-15's hiding. They look around once more, grumbling in frustration before reaching into their pocket. He stiffens and is poised for action for what they're about to pull out. But it's just a phone. The light illuminates their face where he sees black, tired eyes and stubble lining his jaw. The man's eyebrows furrow at the time before giving the alley another once-over. He clicks his phone off and mutters something. Whatever, my shift is over anyway. Shift? Villains don't work in shifts. Wait, then was he not a villain at all? He could be another vigilante. But don't they work whenever they want and on their own terms? So then is he a hero? That would make sense. He could be underground. The man whips his scarf and stretches it to a holding somewhere above 715 that he can't see. The man launches himself upward and 715 can hear him land on the roof of the soup shop before he runs off into the distance. He waits a couple of seconds, making sure it's not some ruse to lure him out. Then he leaves from his hiding spot, wondering why a hero was following him at all. Well, it could be that fact that there's a teenager walking around by himself at 1 in the morning. He brushes off the event and continues to his original destination. Hatsum Industries is huge. The warehouse is 3 times the size of the one he's staying in. From what he can see, There's about 5 stories to the building and it's wide enough to match the length of about 6 buses. A company this large couldn't possibly notice if some of their products miraculously disappeared. He circles the building, trying to find himself a way in. But they lock up well. There are bolts and fingerprint recognition locks. The windows are thick, maybe 6 inches, and they're all shut with giant latches that hold firm. There are cameras everywhere, motion censored. Just the slightest bit of movement and they'll follow you until you're out of view. Only placed as far as the first floor, though. He looks around, trying to find a cat. Right on top of a brick wall. 715 sneaks up on it and grabs it. It yowls in surprise and he brings it over to the warehouse, close enough that it won't set the cameras off just yet. He crouches down and lets it go. It runs forward and just like he wanted, the cameras follow its movement. Quickly, 715 starts scaling the building to find an entrance on the roof, using the window ledges as leverages and the pipes running down the sides as hand placements. As he passes each floor, he peers into the windows and tries to see what each room contains. On the first floor are suits. There are many ranging from colorful ones that seem eccentric to ones of monochrome that are discreet. There are revealing suits and ones that cover the body completely. They all come in different sizes and have their own air to them. All of them are completely unique to themselves. He climbs more and reaches the second floor window. Here he finds different types of gear. Holsters for guns, sheaths for knives, pouches for whatever supplies you may need. There are bags, satchels, belts with attachment areas, and just about anything you could need for supplies. These products also come in an assortment of colors. There are ones that are small enough that they appear to be weightless and ones that are so big that they'd fit a giant. 715 continues his way up and peeks into the third-story window. His eyes catch on staffs, javelins, spears, and just about every long-range weapon you can think of. He sees ones that are retractable, ones that you'd hang off your back, ones that seem heavy and others that seem light. There are double-edged ones that seem amazingly lethal, though he can't imagine a hero using something like that. He could definitely use something from this room, however. He climbs further up, not caring for the breeze that blows his way and ignoring the height at which he's at. The professor beat all fear out of him that wasn't himself, after all. He reaches the 4th story and what he finds makes his stomach flip. The knives. There's so many. Long ones, short ones, thick ones, thin ones. There are swords that can crush through wood, twin size that can be used swiftly. He sees the curved blades of scimitars and the jagged edges of throwing stars. The sight of these weapons is breathtaking. He itches with the anticipation of going through this room. Finally, he reaches the 5th story and is met with his second most favorite weapons. Firearms. There are guns upon guns upon guns. Handguns, automatics, miniguns, snipers, shotguns, rifles. There are guns with silencers and guns that shoot grenades. There are also an assortment of explosives. Flashbangs, missiles, smoke bombs, bazookas, grenades, and many, many more. 715 sees flamethrowers here and there and little devices that are to go off after a set amount of time. On the far wall he can see crossbows of varying sizes. There are harpoon guns and other types of weapons that he hasn't used in a long time. He rushes to the roof, eager for the wonders that is Hatsum Industries. 715 swings himself onto the rooftop, crouching low now that he's in the open. He scans the area. In the distance, eye-catching on a vent. Perfect. He slinks over to the grate and places his hands on it. He grips the bars tight and gives it a pull, lifting with his legs as well as his arms. The metal groans and gives, letting him inside. He dips his head inside to look around the room. There are cameras in each corner and one in the middle of the ceiling. These ones are different from the ones outside though. They don't track movement, they only catch what's in their line of sight. Too easy. He looks at each camera closely, discerning the model and as a result, their range of sight. He squints into the dim light and sees that they're just your regular run-of-the-mill security cameras, only getting about 10 to 20 feet of vision. He quickly finds where their blind spot is and dangles himself from the opening. He swings his body forward and back, using the momentum to launch himself without being seen. He lands with barely any noise made and looks around the room. There's way more than what he could see from outside. Even though he'd love to have them all, he can't take much without raising suspicion. And there are many weapons that he wouldn't be able to use discreetly. The only thing 715 will be taking from this room is a silenced gun. Nothing too crazy. He doesn't need an automatic or some big gun that'll hinder his movements. No, something light that'll be easy to carry around and small enough that it can fit easily into a well enough sized bag. He looks around the room and then he sees it, the gun he's looking for. He dives under the different tables carrying various explosives to stay out of sight. 715 inches closer to his desired weapon, sticking to the shadows. Finally he makes it. The band T300 SPR is displayed against a metal wall. It's all put together with its over-the-barrel suppressor and the scope already intact. The mag is put in place too, though he doubts there's any ammo in it. After all, this is only up for show. No matter, he'll raid a hidden weapons outlet soon enough. He takes his shoes off. The colors are far too bright for him to sneak over to the sniper rifle without being seen. It's convenient that the clothes he chose are in dark colors. It makes his job easier. Though he's going to have to move fast, even though his clothes are stealth-worthy, his skin is still too light for him to effectively move without being noticed. When he's ready, he leaps over to the sniper and rolls into a crouch, ensuring that he's not in the camera's line of sight. He looks up from where he's at. Attached to the gun is a wire. Meant to go off if someone tries to steal it. But what kind of soldier for the professor would subject 715B if he couldn't disable a simple tripwire? He removes his socks and puts them over his hands. He doesn't want to leave any prints behind, lest his identity still be out there. Especially if the professor survived that knife to the heart. But he doubts it. His aim is always true. That doesn't stop the doubt from creeping in though. What if I didn't kill him? What if I was so panicked that I missed? Maybe he's in recovery and already planning my demise. I don't even know how much pain he'd bring me if I'm caught right now. He shakes his head and rids himself of these thoughts. He's literally in the middle of a heist right now. He needs to focus. So, with his sock-covered hands, he reaches up and towards the gun, removing it from where it sits. The coiled wire stretches enough that it could rest in his lap from where he's bent down. 715 grabs the attachment and starts to chew through the protective layer wrapped around the wires. After a hot minute, the wires are exposed and he's able to start working through them. He uses his teeth to bite through the red wire, not caring for the way the electricity runs through the saliva in his mouth and leaves his entire throat and the back of his head numb. He does the same to the green wire, then the blue one, and he's secured the baggage. Then he wipes off all the traces of his saliva from the wires. Once they find them cut, they'll most likely try and find any signs of DNA. After that's done, 715 leaps over back to his hiding spot under a display table and lets himself think. I can't carry the gun with me the entire time, it'll just make it harder for me to get anything. I'll just have to leave it here, then, and pick it up once I'm done grabbing everything else. With his plan in mind, he leaves the rifle behind. Across the room, he spots another vent. He army crawls over, leaving his shoes behind along with the gun, and uses the socks to cover his hands again as he pulls the metal from its hinges. Once done, he goes inside and begins his way down to the 4th floor. It's a slow process. He has to go in a number of directions before he finally finds the room he's looking for. He makes sure he memorizes the path. He took 2 lefts, a right, a left again, then 3 more rights, and then he jumps down into the new room. He repeats the process he did before with the floor above. He makes sure he lands in the camera's blind spots and he uses the tables to hide his presence. He looks around and takes in the beauty of this room. The glint of the blades in the moonlight is so breathtaking that he momentarily forgets about the reason as to why he's here in the first place. The professor had many weapons. He had 715 practice with and master the art of hundreds of blades, but he'd never shown him the storage where they were all held. He only ever given one of the knives or the guns by some guard or person helping with the professor's studies. He sincerely doubts that it's normal for a teenager to have such an obsession and such vast knowledge on the subject of deadly weapons. He shakes his head and tries to focus on the task at hand. On the far wall to his left, he sees a retractable staff that's as black as night. He moves over to where it sits on 2 hooks attached to the wall, crouching on all 4s. He does the same as he did when he stole the sniper rifle from the floor above, and soon enough, he has yet another weapon in his possession. He moves back to his original hiding place to examine the handiwork. There's a small button in the middle of the staff. 715 presses it and it elongates up to 5 feet. He sees another button that was revealed once the first one was pressed. He pushes on this one as well and his eyes widen in amazement as this beautiful contraption transforms into a double-ended scythe. He examines the blades at each end closer, finding very faint gaps where the metal collapses in on itself to fit inside the metal pole. They are very sharp, just a small amount of pressure and it has his finger dripping blood onto his pants. The red stands out against the silver of the blades. Whoever designed this must have had a specific aesthetic in mind because the colors all provide to its dark complexion. This is perfect for his work. It's most convenient for his weapons to blend in just as well as he does. 715 retracts the staff to its original form and leaves it under the table to continue his acquisition of the wonders in this room. He grabs many knives, ranging from ones that are 6 inches long to smaller ones that are only the length of his finger. He collects knives as thin as needles and knives that are as thick as the flesh around his pinky. He stops by another table and swiftly takes a dozen throwing stars with him, examining the black and gray design with interest. Throwing blades has always been a talent of his, even when the professor first had him trained for it at the age of 7. Once he returns to the cover of the table where he placed all his new possessions, he takes a moment to admire them all. He's gathered a staff which is an amazingly built double-ended scythe, 3 6-inch knives, 4 3-inch ones, 10 that are 5 inches but thin enough to stitch clothes, and 12 throwing stars. He nods in appreciation at his haul. Now, he has to continue down into the floors below. So he leaves his things behind under the table and continues on to the next vent. The layout of the vents is all the same, so he has no trouble at all finding his way down. Now, he's in the room with the spears and staffs and other long-range weapons, like swords and even a few bats. He already found something of the sort in the room above, so he just finds his way to the second floor. Here, there are no alarms to be pulled, so he loads up on sheaths and holsters. He's able to find 3 that fit his 6-inch knives and he finds these black sleeves with inbuilt sheaths inside. It's built for small knives, so he could fit the 3-inch blades and his 5-inch needles. Among others, he'll have to go for round 2 when he gets back to the knives room. 715 spots a gun strap across the room and grabs it, ensuring that it'll be the right fit for his new sniper rifle. Next to it is a utility belt that comes with 8 pouches connected to it and a gun holster on the side. He nabs 2 of the same model and plans to overlay them across his waist and hips. Once he's satisfied, he heads on into the next room, bringing 2 of his thin 5-inch knives with him, just in case he needs to break into a holding case. There are many options to browse from in terms of costumes. He avoids the ones that are colorful and steer clear of the ones that are revealing entirely. He heads into the section that seems to be dedicated to the heroes that work underground. All of the costumes on display are of colors like black or gray. There are a few that are colored in an extremely dark blue or purple, but the one that catches his eye is a mix of black with accents of a nice, deep green. The suit is in a glass case that's shut with a master lock. The pants are black and baggy, perfect for easy movement. The shoes are black combat boots, but the soles and laces are dark green. The shirt is skin tight. The compression shows every joint and muscle on the mannequin's body, but it still looks thick enough that he wouldn't freeze over on the cold nights. The utility belts should be able to fit snugly against him with this shirt. A baggy one would leave them sliding every which way. It's long-sleeved so it'll cover up his arms, and the armbands wouldn't bother him because of the convenient tightness of it all. The shirt's collar stretches up and covers the neck. Unfortunately, there is no hood to cover up his hair. That's a bit worrying because when it grows out it'll be quite memorable. That's also a reason as to why this costume in particular caught his eye. The green accents reminded him of his hair that was forcefully cropped ever since I was in the professor's possession. Letting it grow more than an inch would have been too much to handle, so might as well just shave it all off. The green in the suit is an exact replica of the shade of his hair, or of what it used to be. He vaguely remembers it curving into curls around his head, though he doesn't know if it'll still grow that way after all the damage it's gone through. There's one other piece of the whole getup that's his favorite. The mask. This, too, is that same shade of green. It covers the entire face and it's designed in a way that'll surely strike fear into Subject 7-15's enemies. There are 2 black spots with white centers that fade outwards in place where his eyes would be, but they're painted in such a way that they look like empty voids, only a small light showing through the darkness. The mouth is all vertical lines that blur together. They curve up in a slight smile with protruding teeth, fashioned like lion fangs. They're an off-white color, the gleam from the moon bringing your attention to their sharp appearance. 5 horns stick up and around the crown, tips fading from black to green. This is the one. So he takes out the needles he brought down with him and starts working at the lock. Within 5 seconds he hears the satisfying click of the locking mechanism coming undone. He pulls on the body and the shackle pops right out. He quickly strips the mannequin of the costume and puts it on himself. It's a nice fit since the waistband of the pants are adjustable and the top is a compression shirt. The mask has 2 straps that sit snugly against the back of his head in an X shape. Now all there is for him to do is retrace his steps back up to the roof, grabbing all of his newly gained items in the process. He goes up a floor and attaches the utility belts in a crisscrossed fashion, one end of each belt hanging at his waist while the other rests at his hip. He proceeds to shrug the gun strap on and across his left shoulder, leaving all his sheaths for last. He attaches 2 of his 6-inch knife sheaths to each of his thighs. He'll have to modify the pants for easy access later and leaves the 3rd one in his boot. He then tugs the sleeves on over his forearms. They're lighter than he thought they would be and he can barely feel the inbuilt holders pressing against his skin. He moves up to where he left his knives, skipping the floor with the long-range weapons. After swiftly putting his blades away and attaching his staff/scythe to his right hip, he scours the room for more to fill his armbands with. He gathers a couple more small knives and needles and heads on over to the room where he left the sniper rifle. He grabs 2 silenced handguns and slides them into the holsters on the belts. He doesn't worry about taking any explosive with him, he'll just make those himself. The professor was a scientist obviously, and so along with teaching 715 to kill, he also taught him the ways of weapon making. Specifically with chemicals. He knows the mechanics of a grenade. How to make different variations of tear gas. How a flashbang works. And how to make everyday household items into something lethal. With that in mind, he jumps up through the vent on the ceiling and places the metal grate back where it was. This whole trip only took about an hour. Hatsum Industries is going to have to up their security. He's satisfied at the haul he's brought in, and even though he can't find it in himself to care about the items stolen, he'll still be finding a way to pay for most of it in the future. After all, he's supposed to be living an honest life now. But he'll most likely have to steal even more in order to pay his debt. Now that everything is done and over with, he has to make his escape. He circles around the edge of the building and finds the brick wall from earlier. He steps back to the middle of the roof and takes a running start. 715 leaps off the side, landing feet first on top of the wall. He can feel fractures shooting up his legs from the height, but he remains unbothered. He jumps down from the brick wall and onto the floor with his already healed bones and starts taking the alleys back to his warehouse. He thinks about how often he plans on patrolling and for how long. Maybe from when it gets dark to about 1 in the morning? That way I can sleep until noon and get things done in the evening. He ponders on how it would feel to fight someone for the greater good rather than the professor's own selfish desires. How far should he go? Will some villains put up a good fight? Will there be times when he has to be more forceful in a particular situation? Ugh! His head snaps in the direction of the sound. The harsh thud of flesh hitting flesh, all too familiar in his ears. Someone's in danger. Already? He shakes his head at his odd fortune and darts off into the direction of where the sound came from. As he gets closer, he can hear more of the ordeal playing out. You think you're fucking tough? Huh. Another hit. The victim letting out a whimper of pain. The person's words are cut short. He speeds up. Shut up. Don't even think about talking right now. Or we're gonna have a much bigger problem. 715 arrives at the entrance of a certain alley. No light reaches inside and the buildings surrounding it are unoccupied at this early in the morning. He can vaguely see 2 forms farther inside. His eyes adjust quickly and catch the assailant choking the one pressed up against the wall. He can hear their strained breaths and painful wheezes. His body is on full alert now, and it's like he's on a mission again. He moves slowly and silently, keeping to the opposite wall as he maneuvers through the shadows. Neither of the two people notice his presence. He sneaks up on his prey, the attacker, and taps on their right shoulder. They flinch and turn their head towards where he was. He moves himself so he's positioned to the immediate right of the person being attacked. Their eyes widen in a panic as they see him and his mask. He brings a finger up to the mask's mouth, urging them into silence. He supposes he should be more careful with showing it off to the civilians. They might think he's the villain instead. Once the aggressor has had their fill of looking around, they turn back to the task at hand and see 7-1, it's a man. His eyes go through confusion and shock in a split second before turning to outright horror. His face contorts as mouth hangs open and his eyes go wider than should be possible. His nostrils flare as he screams. Ah! He scrambles back and trips over himself. He resorts to scooting backwards as a way to get away from 7-1, but he follows. He's whimpering. He sounds like a choked animal as he begs. No, please. Stay away. His back hits the wall and 715 can see a fresh wave of fear come over him as he realizes he's trapped. He crouches down to his level, staring at him. Tears trickle down his cheeks as bone-rattling sobs tear through him. He's trembling so much that he could cause a small earthquake. What is it that you think you're doing? That's not his voice. He didn't think the mask came with a voice changer. It makes his words sound deep. Very deep. With a slight raspiness that makes him sound inhuman. It just makes the guy cry even harder. 715 leans in closer. The man throws his hands up and turns his face to the side, squeezing his eyes tight. 715 grabs his wrists and forces them down, holding them with one hand as he uses his other to grip his jaw. He forces the man to face him, but he still holds his eyes shut. Look at me. He obeys, squinting at 715 as fresh tears blur his vision. Now answer. I was just disciplining the boy. I swear, he stutters. 715 turns his head around and takes a good look at the kid in question. He's about his age, with purple hair and heavy eye bags. He's clutching at his throat, and through the darkness, he can see the onslaught of bruises forming in the shape of a hand. And what did he do to deserve such disciplinary action? A villain. He's got a villain's quirk, you see. You're some kind of vigilante, right? He can control minds. Can't trust him one bit. He shakes his head, eyes eager to have 715 understand, to take his side. It disgusts him. You say that I'm a vigilante, but what if I, too, am a villain? His hopeful expression drops. He glances at the kid behind him and then back. He tries for a shaky smile, then tries to reason. Well, if you're recruiting, then you can have him. I'm sure you'd love to take in some like him. His words are cut short as 715 squeezes his throat. He's repulsive. So willing to shame someone for something that's out of their control, and even quicker to put them into dangerous hands. Well, isn't that familiar? He should just kill him now. But then he remembers that there's a kid watching. Even if they are the same age, that doesn't mean he should have to witness all that 715 has. You. He addresses the boy. Without turning around. He still knows 715 is talking to him though. Why, yeah? He says apprehensively. Who is this man and why is he harming you? He's the head of the house at the group home I'm from. So it's one of those situations. Would it trouble you if he were to be locked away? The kid pauses for a second, but not too long. No, he says with steel in his voice. He abuses me and all the others. He locks us in closets and doesn't let us eat or drink. He's broken some of the little kids' bones and he refuses to buy us anything. 715 can hear him swallow loudly, struggling to say what's next. He says it in barely even a whisper, but his trained ears can hear every single painful syllable. He's even raped some of us. His blood runs cold and he has to focus on not crushing his windpipe in his hand right this second. Tell me, boy. 7-15's voice is ice, Even through the mask's modification you can clearly hear his bloodlust. Would you care if I killed him? Right here? Right now? There's a pause. He ignores the man's no. He ignores its choked please. The kid behind him has gone quiet, but he can still hear the gears in his head turning as he thinks on 7-15's offer. It brings a smile to his lips. It's starting to turn blue from lack of oxygen, so he lets it go. It vomits in its own lap and shudders as it tries to take in desperate breaths. Don't listen to him, plea Herg. He sticks his fingers down its throat, silencing it. You don't get to talk. 715 tells him. He turns to look at the Shinso kid at his back. Well. His eyes widen slightly, but they glaze over as he stares at the bug. 715 just knows he's thinking of all the horrors he's had to endure while under its care, and it just enrages him further. The feeling brings him back to the professor's lessons. About how emotions are nothing but dead weight. But he always said that rage is the greatest fuel you could have when killing. You just have to know how to expend it. Finally, Shinso answers. No. I wouldn't care. And that's all the permission he needs. It screams and thrashes, but 715 holds firm. He grips its neck with the hand that's not holding it in place and he squeezes. He can feel its arteries creak and bend under his skin and finds satisfaction in the way that pain washes over it. But he's interrupted, unfortunately. Wait. Shinso, have you changed your mind? 715 inquires, his hand unrelenting as it squirms in his grasp. Aren't you a hero? Should you really be killing him? He shakes my head. I am no hero, but I am no villain either. I enact justice on my own terms and in the ways that are truly fitting. I will not let someone live if they commit heinous acts. I will use the amount of force necessary if it is just a petty crime. But I will give them what they deserve. The boy pauses at that, mulling over his words. It feels like centuries as he awaits his response. He wants to kill it, but if the true victim wishes for him to show mercy, he will. He finally answers. Don't kill him. His shoulders sag in disappointment. Do something worse. So he has some spine after all. What did you have in mind? The smile apparent in 7-15's voice. Ruin his life. Publicly humiliate him. Show to the world just how disgusting he is. Then let the police have him. If he wants to live so badly, then let him, just not as he would have before. I like this kid. All right, if that's what he wants, then as a harbinger of justice, 715 must oblige. Go home. I'll handle it. He can hear the frown in his voice as he replies, What are you gonna do? He turns to look at him. You'll surely see it on the news tomorrow. And be prepared to answer some questions. There is going to be a lot of attention on you after what I'm going to do to it. He looks at it again. It has passed out from fear or lack of oxygen. He doesn't know, but it'll make his job far easier. Okay, 715 can hear him shuffle away, but he stops. What's your name? You're a vigilante, right? He doesn't answer. He hasn't a name, nor does he have a specific title he wants to be called. He's in no way a villain, but the way he does things isn't heroic in the slightest. Being a vigilante also doesn't seem quite right. He doesn't have an actual quirk, after all. I have no name. I have no affiliation either. You may call me what you like and you may consider me as you please. Just know that all that I do is for the people. The Shinso boy just stands in silence. 715 turns his head towards him and sees that he's shocked. At what, though he doesn't know. But he seems to accept that as he turns and walks away, out of sight. Subject 715 stands and stretches. His joints pop at the movement in a satisfactory way, and he takes a second to stare at its seemingly lifeless form. He's got work to do. I return to my quarters after 4. I stretch and yawn before laying down on my side and turning in for bed. The event from only hours before still turns within my mind, and even though I still feel that spark of rage, I find solace in what I did to the bug. Oh, how I can't wait for everyone to see what I've made of it. But for now, I need to sleep. It took me 2.5 hours before I was satisfied with my work, and I want to be well rested when I see everyone's reaction. Especially the kids, Shinsu's. And so I drift off to sleep, looking forward to the hours to come. I wake to the sound of rats scurrying through the walls. I sit up, blinking blearily at the sun filtering in through the grimy window. Based on its positioning in the sky, it's about noon. I quickly dress myself in the clothes I had first gotten when I arrived and head out into the city. I take to the streets at a leisurely pace, enjoying the nice day before I get to see what I have done. Before everyone knows just how vile that roach is. I smile at the thought. Up ahead, I can see a crowd. It's large and there are multiple heroes and cops keeping them away from the scene. Everyone is shocked. They're all looking around and whispering to each other as they take in the amazing sight before them. I've got to say, I really outdid myself for my first time in this line of work. Especially with a case like this. The BSTRD from the night before is hanging against a wall. Hands bound together with rope that's tied to a ledge up above. It's been stripped naked. The words, abuser, and RPST, and dickhead have all been carved into its body in numerous places. I've taken its own blood and smeared it all over it. It's all dried up. Now, so rather than red it's more of a crusty brown that looks like actual sheet. There is also one other thing that I did. Above its head, on display, are its testicles. I sliced its junk off with one of my knives before promptly throwing it away. What a waste, and then I took its privates and stuck them to the wall above where it hangs. Its clothes lay in a crumpled heap at the floor below it. They've been covered in garbage and feces from the strays that run around at night. It's the perfect fit to describe what kind of scum it is. To its forehead is a note I tacked on with a stray safety pin I conveniently found. It states all that Shinso had told me in the morning hours, along with its name and Shinsu's so that he could give a proper statement. There are news vans parked as close as they can get. Their large cameras point up at my handiwork as they take it all in. I can vaguely hear a reporter speak as they describe the scene. I be the work of an upcoming vigilante. We have never seen anything like this in the past when dealing with these types of people, and I have to say, I am thoroughly horrified but equally impressed. I mean, just where did this person come from that they saw this as a fitting solution? It is so grotesque that we are forced to blur out the man entirely. Not even the authorities know what to do about this. And just look at the crowd. What oh look. It appears that the man in question is waking up. I look over to where it hangs. I can see its head stir as its eyes slowly creep open. It takes it a minute before it registers that it's 20 feet in the air, naked, and with an entire block of people watching it. It starts to panic. It thrashes and sways in the air as its eyes go wide and its mouth opens to say something. Though it can't, because I ripped its tongue out. I half expected it to bleed out after carving into its flesh and slightly dismembering it, but like a roach, it just didn't die. It makes incomprehensible noises as it tries to find the words that it can no longer speak. It sounds like an infant trying to get a message across to its parents. It's hilarious. And now it has to deal with all that it's done. With the knowledge that it can never live life the same way ever again. With the fact that its wish to live will surely turn into a wish to die. The heroes and cops finally seem to get their senses back in order because, soon enough, a hero is using their quirk to lower it back down to the ground where a cop is waiting for it with a blanket. I scoff at the gesture. It doesn't deserve their comfort. They should have just let it live through the embarrassment of its existence. But they don't do that. Instead, they take it to one of the police cars before shoving it inside and driving off. One of the lingering heroes says, "All right, everyone. Show's over, time to clear out." And so they do. Everyone goes their separate ways as the whole ordeal was taken care of, and so do I, albeit a little disappointed that it didn't last a little longer. As I roam the streets, I wonder how the Shinso kid is going to react to all of this. Will he be happy? Will he be able to find some sort of satisfaction and redemption in what I've done? Maybe I can't heal everything that he and those other kids have gone through, but at least I can help alleviate the pain, even if just a little bit. And so I walk on, happy with the fact that my first job as a newly formed person went well. But of course, it's never that easy. I'm out on patrol about a week after the incident. I hop from rooftop to rooftop as I'm on the lookout for any trouble. So far, it has only been petty crime, robbery, mugging, and defamation. So nothing interesting. I had tried to keep up with the case of the group home kids and Shinso, but they kept it under wraps real tightly, so I haven't found anything. Then I hear noise south of where I am. I stop in my tracks, straining my ears for another catch of the commotion. I hear grunts and the sound of fists meeting a body. From the sound of it, there are multiple people involved. They're all ganging up on someone. I don't need to hear any more, so I run across the buildings as fast as I can and get there in a matter of 3 minutes. There's a group of at least 4 men. They're all kicking at something in the center of their circle. The figure is curled into a tight ball, hands covering their head as they try to minimize the damage being done. One of the men lands a kick right into their stomach, making them sprawl out on the cement. I can see the person's face perfectly now. His face is all bruised up. Eyes puffy, lips swollen, nose bleeding. The 4 guys don't stop. They keep stomping on his gut, his legs, arms. I can see one raise his foot up to crush Shinso's face, and that's when I jump down. I land on the one about to step on Shinso. He crumples to the ground with a grunt, and he's passed out. My sudden appearance shocks everyone into freezing. They all look at me with fear lining their faces as they get a good look at my mask. Their eyes travel the length of my face and down to my weapons. The only things that are visible right now are the guns secured in my holsters and the retractable staff attached to my side. They don't even know what else I have in store for them. It's you. I look at where the raspy voice came from below me. His eyes can barely open through the swelling. I can see the shine of tear tracks running down his face as they glint in the low light of the moon. It enrages me. I walk into the center and towards where Shinso lies. The men all back up from me, not wanting to be too close. I crouch down and feel for any fractures or breaks before I scoop Shinso into my arms. He's so light. Under all the baggy clothes I can feel his joints through the fabric, the result of malnourishment and neglect. I know what it feels like to have your bones rub up against your skin, to see them through your flesh. I walk to the alley wall and set him down against it. His head lolls to the side and I have to keep him from tipping over. I need you to stay awake until I handle them, okay? It should only take me a minute. He nods or tries to. Anyway, he moves his head forward to acknowledge what I said but just ends up losing his balance and slumping over himself. I readjust him so he's leaning against the wall and a dumpster, that way he won't fall over. Where am I? His brows furrow as he looks around. You most likely have a concussion. Do what I said and awake. Okay. He gives a hum of agreement. And that's enough for me. I step up and away from his slouched figure and turn to face the ones responsible. They all flinch back as I take a step forward. They look at each other warily before nodding in some unspoken agreement and getting into fighting stances. Fighting me is almost as foolish as laying a hand on this boy. You will lose and it won't be pleasant. They turn rigid before relaxing again. One of them speaks up, "We can take you, it's 4 against 1. And besides, that kid deserves it. He made our buddy look like a bad guy in front of the public." So this is some kind of ploy to avenge that roach? Pathetic. You're after the wrong man then. They look at each other in confusion, because it was I who did that to him. So come after me if you dare, but I promise you will regret it. I don't give them time to think on my words. I shoot forward and clock one of them in the jaw. He sways and then lands face first onto the floor. The others are shocked into action and they come at me. 2 is easy to take on, especially if they're inexperienced bozos who barely know how to throw a punch. I duck under a fist aimed at my head, twisting around the person trying to hit me and elbowing him in the back. He lurches forward and I catch him by the back of his shirt. I throw him back and grab his head. I bring it down as I raise my knee, colliding the 2 with a satisfactory crunch. He falls unconscious and it's just me and the last one standing. He takes a step back, turns and runs away. I chase after him, catching up in a matter of seconds before passing him and stopping. I bring my fist back and punch him in the nose as he runs into my waiting hand. He's knocked off his feet at the sudden stop in momentum and falls on his back. Blood spills from both nostrils as he looks dazedly into the night sky. With that out of the way, I rush over to where Shinso still sits. His eyes are closed. I check his pulse and find that it's still there, however faint. I still sigh in relief and try to wake him. He stirs after a few tries and slowly opens his eyes, blinking up at me. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, trying to formulate words but failing. Finally, he speaks. "You're here." "Yes, I am here. Now, tell me, boy, what happened?" His throat bobs and his mouth works as he tries to get his words out again. "I was walking and then those guys showed up and dragged me over here. And then they started beating the crap out of me, I think." His sentences are slurred. I can see his eyes droop with the effort of trying to keep them open. It's clear what happened here. These 4 men are friends with it, so they decided to avenge it by jumping Shinso. They got him good too. I need to get him to a hospital, and fast. So I scoop him up in my arms again and carry him up a fire escape and across the rooftops in the direction of the nearest hospital. He speaks again. You know, his words are low in my ears as the rushing wind fills them, but I still pick up on its sound. The guy from my group home, he didn't even go to jail. That makes my strides stutter and my heart pick up. What the F dash? The cops tried questioning the kids at the home, but they were too scared to say anything. They wouldn't take my word for it, without any proof. I've lived there long enough that I know all about what he does, and what he'll continue to do. Shinsu's head goes limp against my chest and I speed up. The only thought in my head is of the death of that creature. I'll kill it. I'll kill it, 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 I'll kill. Stop. This voice isn't coming from the kid in my arms, but from a man to my left. It's the one from last week, who followed me when I went out to grab my gear. He's got the same black clothes and yellow goggles and giant white scarf. He's standing at the ready with the neckwear in his hands, preparing to strike. Let the kid go. I grimace. He's concussed. He needs a hospital. The man straightens at that. He squints his eyes to get a better look at Shinso. When he doesn't say anything more, I keep running. But he's unrelentless. Wait. I stop and turn to him. My frustration is apparent in my voice as I tell him off. If I don't get this kid to a hospital soon, he is going to die. So quit stopping me and let me save him. You're being a nuisance. He seems shocked at my words. But he shakes his head and says, I'll take him. I know you're not a hero. I can't just trust you with his life. He steps forward with his arms outstretched, as if to take him from me. But I am not so easily trusting. And how am I supposed to know that you are not some villain trying to steal him away? He sighs and pulls out a card. He flings it at me and I let it fall at my feet. I squint at the printing. On it reads Hero Eraserhead, and on the back has his ranking and the fact that he works underground, among some other things. I look from the card up to him. I still don't like it. I feel responsible for Shinso, especially since what happened to him is basically my fault. I just wanted to help him and the other kids, but I've only made it worse. Look, if you want, then you can come with me, just let me take him. For a couple of seconds, I just stare at him. My silence unnerves him, most likely because of my mask's appearance. He shifts on his feet uncomfortably and I finally give in. Any more waiting and Shinso will be no more. So I reluctantly hand him over to the Hero Eraserhead and we make our way to the hospital together. We finally get there and I stay in the cover of darkness while he goes inside and gets Shinso admitted. I know I should just leave. Heroes are supposed to turn vigilantes in, after all, and there's no doubt that he's going to think I am one. Not to mention the fact that I harbor a multitude of deadly weapons. But I can't leave without knowing that Shinso is okay. I want to leave my first job finished on a good note, one where everyone is happy in the end. The hero walks out. He takes a look around and sees the glow of my mask's eyes and walks over. He stops in front of me and crosses his arms. So, who exactly are you? Is the boy okay? He gives a huff and says, yes, he was admitted just fine. Now who are you? I turn to leave. I've gotten what I want to know. I think I'll come by to check on him tomorrow night, just to make sure. But I'm stopped. A hand holds firm on my wrist and I spin around. I bring the hero's arm that's holding onto me upward, pulling him towards me and landing a punch in his gut. His grip loosens and I pull free. I dart into the alley and he follows suit. He's fast, but I'm faster. He struggles to keep up and it's even harder to catch me. He eventually tries using his scarf to trip me up, but I swiftly leap over the attempt and continue on without bother. Soon enough, we've reached a dead end and I have nowhere to turn. Eraserhead is panting as he looks at me with annoyance in his eyes. I remain unbothered. My heart is only beating slightly faster than usual. The run wasn't enough for me to be tired, not by a long shot. You're a vigilante, right? Unfortunately for you, I'm going to have to turn you in. I shake my head, annoyed that everyone seems to think that I am a vigilante. You're wrong. I am no vigilante. He looks confused at that. Then are you a villa? Do not mistake me for a villain either. I am not someone who brings pain to others for my own enjoyment. All I want to do is help. Then why not become licensed? Then you wouldn't have to worry about people like me chasing after you. I am not worried about being caught by you. And my methods do not align with those of your kind. You see, heroes are much too kind to the villains who deserve to be hurt the most. There is a great difference between purse snatchers and monsters. I saved that boy from one of those monsters, and I gave that insect what it deserved, but it backfired and came back to the kid. So now I will do everything in my power to make sure that he could live his life without worry of ever being in danger because of that sick BSTRD again. Whatever it takes. The hero pauses. His mouth hangs open slightly as he processes my words. Then he swallows and asks, "You're talking about the man who was hung up last week, right? What do you plan on doing with him?" For a few seconds, I don't speak. There are a multitude of possibilities. I can break every bone in its body and leave it in its pain. I can crush its windpipe and watch as it suffocates. I can pierce its lungs and listen to the choked sounds of it drowning in its own blood. Maybe I can set it on fire. Scum of the earth is very flammable after all. Oh, what will I do to it indeed? And with that, I reach into one of my pouches and pull out a homemade smoke bomb. I throw it at the floor and a heavy fog overtakes the alley. I rush forward, my steps landing silently as I duck around Eraserhead. I'm not going to fight him, he's a hero, so he's important and needed. And I haven't learned how to pull my punches yet. I was always taught to go straight for the kill. But it seems that this man is more skilled than I thought him to be. As soon as I pass him up, I can hear footsteps following behind me, no longer bothering with being quiet. We run out of the smoke and onto the streets. He's right on my tail, so I pick up the pace, widening the gap between us. But he's unrelentless. He speeds up when I do, and no matter how sharp my turns are or how many obstacles I send his way, he still keeps up. Maybe I'll just have to be more forceful. So, disregarding my will to avoid fighting him, I stop running. I turn to face him and grab my staff. I press the button, extending it to its full length, but I don't expose the blades. My goal isn't to hurt him, just to keep him from following me. He skids to a stop and stays 10 feet from where I stand. He clutches at his scarf so he's long range and eyes me warily. Underestimate me and it'll be your demise. I shouldn't think less of him either, though. He kept up with me all this time, who knows just how much he has hidden up his sleeve. We stay like that for what seems like ages. Just staring each other down. His foot shifts and we start circling around each other. He opens his mouth. "How old are you?" The question shocks me. It's not something I was expecting to be asked, especially since my outfit gives nothing to dictate my age. When I don't answer, he asks me something else. "Who are you?" "I am whoever the people need me to be." He sighs and specifies, "I mean, what's your name?" I let out a deep breath. "I have none. But you may call me what you like." He grits his teeth and I can sense that he's about to make a move. Finally. Maybe this fight will be enough to satiate my thirst for action. He leaps up at me and I jump to meet him midair. His scarf shoots out. I twist my body to avoid being caught. My arm reaches out and I get a hold on the weapon. I land on my feet and tug him towards me. He stumbles forward and as I'm about to land one on his jaw, there's a loud bang. We both freeze. Our heads snap towards the direction of the noise. In the distance, we can see a plume of black smoke. The glow of a fire is apparent against the inky blackness of the night sky. We don't hesitate. We run as fast as we can, using the slowly growing flames as a guide to where the danger is. We arrive at the scene. I can feel the heat of the rising flames as they overtake the building. It's an apartment complex. There are some residents watching and screaming as they run out of the burning building. So far, we are the only ones here. Firefighters haven't had the chance to arrive, and there's not many heroes out at this time who specialize in this type of work. A civilian sees the two of us and runs over. "Please. You have to help. My daughter is stuck in there." She lets out a gut-wrenching sob. A second-degree burn bubbles at her cheek. She doesn't seem to notice, too high on adrenaline. There are also others that weren't able to get out in time. Eraserhead takes the lead. "I probably shouldn't talk right now, what with my appearance and voice changer." "Okay, just try and calm down, we're going to get everyone out of there." "How many are stuck?" "There should be 5 of them." The hairs on the back of my neck rise, and I turn just in time to catch the blade that would have gone straight through the woman's head. I look in the direction it came from and find a man there. He is tall and slim with black greasy hair falling across his face. He wears tattered clothes that are grimy, and he holds a replica of the knife he just threw in his hand. A cold smile that shows off his sharp teeth stretches from either side of his face. He pulls back to throw again, and I step in front of the two. When it shoots at us, I catch it once more, dropping it to the floor besides the first one. I start to think about where he's getting these because I can't see any sheaths, but then he digs his fingers inside his flesh and drags out another of the knives. So it's his quirk then. I run at the man. Behind me I can hear Eraserhead telling everyone to clear the vicinity and to get to somewhere safe. 5 feet away from the attacker, I take my staff out and swing it at him. He dodges. He makes a grab for my weapon and I let him. Once he's got a good grip on it, he pulls his arm back behind him, guiding me into the line of strike of his knife hand. The scream of the hero to watch out sounds distantly in my ears. Before the knife buries in my flesh, I take my staff with both hands and turn it up and behind the man's arm. I swiftly move myself so I'm positioned at his back and twist the staff over his shoulder, turning his arm unnaturally with it. There's a satisfying pop and he screams as his joint is dislocated. He falls to his knees. I knock him out with a crack on the back of his head and I run to where the hero is watching in surprise. I will go inside and retrieve the people who are stuck. I suspect that he is not alone, so keep watch until I return. I wait for him to nod before charging into the burning building, not giving him a chance to contradict my plan. He's needed more than I am in this world, and he can't regenerate if he's burned. So I'm the perfect man for this job. The heat of the fire hits me like a thick wave. I can feel my skin heat up and I barely notice how it stings. I spot the staircase across the room and dart towards it. I take the steps 2 at a time and stop at the first floor. I take a deep breath and yell. "If there is anyone in here, yell as loud as you can. I am here to help." But the voice changer makes my yell sound like some kind of bloodthirsty beast. I doubt anyone would call out to me this way. So I take the mask off. The smoke hits me immediately. It quickly filters through my nose and fills my lungs. I don't let it bother me though. I've been through far worse in terms of suffocation. I take in a deep breath, ignoring how the polluted air sears my throat, and bellow out once more. "Please, call out to me and I will get you out of here." Silence. Then a noise. It's faint, but my trained ears catch it. It sounds like a child. Their voice sounds small and weak. Desperate. I walk through the hall and strain my ears for another sound. I keep calling them, telling them to continue calling out to me. Finally, I reach their door. The doorknob is a bright red, so I kick the door in. I turn out of the way as a burst of flames shoots out through the doorway, trying to SCK out what little oxygen is left. I peer inside and see a small girl. She's huddled up in the corner. Her knees are to her chest and she has the collar of her nightgown up to her nose. There are tears running down her face and her eyes are red and irritated. I hurry over and pick up her trembling form. She immediately clutches to my neck and buries her face at my throat. I look around the room and see a window. I run to it and look outside. Heroes have begun to arrive along with the fire truck. They are running around and preparing everything in order to snuff out the fire. I take a step back and bunch up the girl into my arms even more, trying to make her as small as possible. I want to shield her with my body as much as I can before I do what I am about to. I lift my leg up and drive my foot through the window. The glass shatters with a loud crash and the burning hot flames rush into the cool night air. I brace myself and the girl screams. I can feel as the skin on my back blisters and melts and as my flesh is cooked through. I don't let it faze me. I won't. I've still got a job to finish. So with that in mind, I lean out of the window and get the attention of someone outside. Someone sees us and runs over. I hand the girl off to them, and as they gesture for me to follow her outside, I turn around and head up to the second floor. The woman said there were 5 people still stuck inside. That means there's just 4 more to go. I reach the second story and repeat my process of calling out to anyone who may still be inside. Here, I find 2 voices calling to me. We keep shouting at each other as I make my way down the hall. I turn to the door on my left and kick it open much like I did with the little girls. In here is a couple. They both must be in their mid-30s. They're clutching at each other, crouched against the far wall as the fire continues to creep closer and closer. A wall of flames blocks my way of getting to them, but I don't let that stop me. I take a running start and jump through it, ignoring how it clings to my clothes. I put out the fire quickly and move over to the couple. They look up at me with their red eyes and desperate faces. I look around and see that the floor surrounding the window is completely engulfed. There's no chance of escaping through there. So I look at the wall where we're at and make a decision. I beckon them to stand and back up with me. They oblige. We get as close to the wall of fire at our backs as we can, and I take out a homemade bomb. I let it fall at the foot of the wall and hold on tight to the couple. I don't want them to be blown back by the blast. In 5 seconds the bomb goes off. There's a loud boom as the wall is reduced to rubble. We hurry over to the edge and call out to the heroes and firefighters below. They all look up and see us. They quickly run to the fire truck and pull a tarp out. They hold it under us and the couple jumps down. Once I see that they are both safe, I hurry off to the 3rd floor. 3 down, 2 to go. By now the building is starting to crumble. I can hear the creak and groan of the wood and the beams as they melt and break, adding to the pressure. I quicken my pace. I yell out to anyone who might be on this floor, but no response comes. I'm worried they've passed out, so I kick down every door on this level. I search the rooms in record time and move on to the 4th floor when I find nothing. Here, it's much the same. No one calls out to me. There is just a painstaking silence that fills my ears in the worst of ways. The smoke is starting to get to me too. My breath is becoming more and more labored and my vision is going blurry. My skin feels like it's melting. I look down and see that it is melting. I can see the white of my bones being revealed in some places as I continue to brave the heat of the flames. I'm not worried about me though. Rather, I'm worried about the 2 that are still here. The 2 that don't have regenerative powers like I do, who don't have my pain tolerance. So I sprint up to the 5th floor. I scream at the top of my lungs. I'm so desperate to find these people that my throat turns raw. If I don't get them out, then it'll be as if I killed them myself. And I wouldn't be able to live with myself if that were to happen. After all that I've been through, after all the pain I've inflicted, I don't want to be forced to stand by while others suffer. Not anymore. So I scream again, belting so loud that the sound reverberates through my skull. I strain my ears, trying to catch a sliver of a noise, anything at all to indicate where they are. And I do. I can hear someone sobbing. They're calling so desperately for my help that it breaks my heart. I can hear the pain laced in their voice as they try screaming with what little breath they have. I run to the room and burst in, not caring for the way the fire melts even more of my flesh. My gaze turns downward and I can see a woman clutching something to her chest. It's a little boy, no more than 3 years old. Her hair is singed up to her ears and the flesh on her arms is warped and blackening. Her son has minor burns. It seems she's gained all of these injuries protecting him. The only issue is that she's trapped under a support beam that came loose. Her legs are held down by its weight and the flames eating away at it are too close to her skin. I run forward and put my hands on the wood. I ignore the feel of its heat spreading through my palms, killing my nerves and charring my bones. The woman says weakly, just take my son, please." Her voice comes out in a painful wheeze and she coughs with every breath she takes. Her little boy has his face buried in her shirt, but he's unmoving. He's passed out from too much smoke inhalation. I have to act fast. I'm getting both of you out of here, no exceptions. I say with a finality. The woman's face crumples. She sobs into the neck of her son and gives a shaky nod. I bend down and clasp onto the wooden beam again. I use all the strength I have left in me and lift. My legs strain with the weight, but I do it. I get it up high enough that the woman can move her legs out of the way with a pained grunt, and I let the beam fall. I look over to where she lays. She's barely awake and her legs are an angry red. They look to be caved in a bit. The wood crushed them. So I pick her up while she still holds tightly to her son. The floor below me cracks and the ceiling is dipping inward. The fire is only growing, so I push all thought out of my mind and I run. I sprint to the window and leap. The ceiling falls and floor gives and the shockwave pushes me faster and through the window. I use myself as a protective barrier around the mother and her son, and we freefall out into the night. Glass buries itself into what's left of my skin as we break through it. The building crashes down on itself. It crumbles in slow motion. All of its windows shatter and the sound of it all is loud enough to be heard from several blocks away. The ground is rushing towards us fast. I twist midair and put my back to the concrete that awaits me below. There are yells from the ones on the ground and a scream from the woman in my arms. I hit the floor and the crunch of my bones fills my ears. It hurts. The burns, the numbness, the broken bones, the embedded glass, the floor, the blood filling my lungs, the ache in my throat, the searing sensation all throughout my body, the throbbing in the back of my head. It hurts, but in a familiar way that scares me more than the pain ever could. It reminds me of my days at the facility. Being punished for stepping out of line. Being tested and experimented on. Being put through hellish training that honed not only my skills in combat, but my skills in taking in pain too. And that's exactly what I do in this instant. I take in the pain. I absorb it. I really feel it. Then I let it go. I guess even though the facility was hell on earth, it still helped me more than I wanted it to. The pain is still there, but it's only present as a distant feeling that I don't care about anymore. It becomes nothing but an annoying throb that runs rampant through my body. My senses go numb as my cells start to heal the damaged ones and replace those that are dead. I can vaguely feel the woman and child still in my grasp be pulled away. I hold on tighter. I won't let them go. I won't let them die. I won't let them be hurt any more than they already have been. But a soft touch graces my cheek. It's so warm. Not like the fire was and not like pain usually is. It's comforting. It's gentle. It's caring. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. I lean into it slightly and I don't realize my eyes are closed until the blackness that overtook my vision is pulled away. My senses return to me all at once along with my sight. I can feel the cold of the pavement at my back. I can feel the heat of the building diminishing as it's put out by the firefighters and heroes. And most of all, I can still feel that soft touch on my cheek. I blink hard and try to clear my eyes of the ash and soot that fills them. Finally, I'm able to see the one that brings me this painfully unfamiliar feeling. It's that hero, Eraserhead. He looks down at me with worry and horror pinching at his face. His mouth is pulled into a tight line as his eyes race over me. At my condition, I shift and he pulls away, the warmth going with him. It's upsetting and it fills me with a yearning ache that I can't place. I don't even know what that feeling was. So then how could I want it so badly? I ignore the pit that settles in my stomach and try sitting up. The hero grabs my shoulders, forcing me to stay still. Kid, you're burned. But just lie down and let us take care of you. I shake my head and shove his hands off of me. I sit up and ignore how my muscles scream in protest. I go even further and attempt to stand up. Eraserhead is ordering me to stop, to lay down and to rest. But I don't listen. I continue to stand, even when the blisters on the bottoms of my feet burst. Even when a piece of me falls and slaps on the concrete. Even when my knees give and the hero has to keep me from falling. Even then I don't stop. Once I'm straight, I take a shaky step forward, gauging my mobility. Kid, please. Just let us help you. The hero sounds desperate. I must look real bad if he sounds like that. I wonder what he's thinking as he takes in my blackened skin and torn flesh. Look, you got everyone out. No one's dead. You did good. Now for the love of God. You. I let him speak. I let his desperation wash over me as I take this opportunity to let my body heal enough that I can walk again. To fully recover would take close to 5 minutes, and I'm already halfway done with that. Though I'm still dirty and it's dark, so no one can tell that my body is repairing itself, that it's pulling me back together, piece by piece, and regrowing all that I've lost. Once I have enough stability, I push Eraserhead off of me. He yells and I run for it. He tries to get me with his scarf, but he barely misses. I stumble a bit, but I regain my balance before I can fall. He gives chase and I grit my teeth. I don't have the capacity to be doing this right now. I have to find a way to. Ugh! A loud grunt comes from the hero. I whip around and find that he's been pinned by this giant man. Hair as thick as fur lines his forearms and grows out of his face and head. He's wearing a grimy white tank top with faded and torn jeans. He's holding down on Eraserhead, a knee on his chest and a hand holding his arms above his head. The giant raises his fist, poised to crush the hero's head. Instinctively, I reach into one of my armbands and pull out one of the needles. In one swift motion I remove it from its sheath and throw with all the strength I still have. The blade embeds into the man's shoulder, the one he was about to punch with. He bellows loudly in rage and pain as his arm goes limp at his side. I hit a vital point. Guess my aim still runs true when I'm shredded and half-cooked. He turns to look at me. Black, beady eyes stare at me with contempt as he shoves off of Eraserhead and barrels towards me. I glance at Eraserhead and see him sit up slowly. He's skiing in gasps of air after having it knocked out of him. The man comes at me with fists flying and I have to put in an effort to dodge. I'm still not fully healed yet, not to mention I am absolutely exhausted. I still hold my own though. I use my staff against him, but no matter how hard my hits land and no matter which point I hit, he doesn't fall. I debate using one of my guns, maybe shoot him in the leg and stop his mobility. Maybe shoot him in the head and stop him for good. I reach for one of the handguns at my hip when a white cloth wraps around the man, bringing his arms to his side. He shakes with the effort to break free, but the scarf holds firm, only tightening the more he struggles. Eraserhead comes around and next to me. He glances over to me and says, "I've got this one. Just go to the ambulance and let them take care of you." I stare between him and this giant of a man. I want to go. I want to get out of here and to my warehouse where I can heal myself in peace. But I don't want to leave him either. I can't let him deal with this villain on his own. Not even I was able to knock him out. Now if I wasn't so damn tired, this wouldn't be as hard as it is. Just as those thoughts come rolling in, I see movement coming from behind the giant man. It's 3 heroes rushing to help. I sigh with relief and step back. "What are you doing?" "The ambulance is that way." "Wait, kid." I bolt as the heroes get there. Eraserhead got distracted when I ran and the man broke free of his binds. Now all 4 of them have to focus on him. I can hear his yowl of rage as he fends off the heroes. I feel bad for leaving, but these are 4 trained professionals. They should be just fine. And so I run. I run and stay in the shadows because it's nearing dawn and I lost my mask in the fire. I'll have to replace it, but for now, all I want to do is sleep for a couple of decades. I pick up the speed as my warehouse comes into view. I had been fully healed for a while now, but that doesn't keep the bone-deep exhaustion from taking over as I stumble into my room. I lay down under the desk and close my eyes, letting the blackness of sleep overtake me as I gladly drift off. Traces of dawn start to slowly creep in as Shoyuta makes his way back home. The blue hour covers the streets in its color and glints softly off windows and the metal of lampposts. It's chilly and his breath clouds around his face with every exhale. He drags his feet in exhaustion. After the fire, when the kid ran off, he had to stay to help with damage control. He comforted the victims and gave statements to the cops. He helped the paramedics patch anyone up and aided in the arresting of the people who caused this whole thing. But what weighs on his mind the most is the kid. Watching him go inside the burning building and ignoring everyone when they told him to come back out after every save. Watching as the flames grew bigger and bigger and bigger and wondering if he had died. Watching as he crashed through the window on the highest story, mother and son clutched in his arms. Listening as the sound of his bones crushing beneath him mixed with the destruction of the building. Shoyuta makes it home. The nice white house with a small picket fence guarding the green grass, bringing a sense of security. The windows are dark, he's not awake yet. Shoyuta barely reaches the first porch step before his memory returns to the mere hours before. The kid plastered to the asphalt, his bones shining through as his flesh fell. A jolt goes through him, and there's a lurch in his stomach as a wave of nausea rushes over him. He clamps a hand over his mouth as bile runs up his throat and threatens to come loose over the welcome mat. He jams his key into the lock, fumbling before finally getting it in and twisting the door open. He doesn't bother to close it before running straight to the stairs and into the nearest bathroom. He drops to the tiled floor and hunches over the toilet where he vomits up what he had in his stomach. The dinner he ate last night and the jelly pouches he had on patrol mix together into some muck and make him throw up all over again. He was in such a shock when he finally reached the kid that he didn't even register what he was seeing. But now, his mangled image flashing across Shuta's mind is enough to make his skin crawl as he GGS. His ears ring and he can vaguely hear as a light switch is flicked on and rushed footsteps pad through the hallway to where he's currently on his knees and spitting his guts out. Gentle hands brush his forehead and sweep his hair away and out of his face as he goes for round 3. He squeezes his eyes tight and tries to focus on Hizashi's voice trying to comfort him rather than that grotesque image that's haunting his thoughts. He can't stop, however, and the vomit keeps splashing down into the bowl as his stomach is completely emptied out. After dry heaving for what seems like ages, he finally flushes and goes over to rinse his mouth out and brush the taste of bile out of his teeth. He stares down into the drain and clutches the sides of the sink for dear life as that moment keeps replaying again and again in his head. The kid falling, his bones crunching, blood all over him, the burns warping his skin where it hadn't melted off. The huge blisters, layers of skin tissue, all torn up, the liquefied fibers of his muscles oozing out of his wounds, his charred and blackened flesh, his torn meat, the flesh from his face falling off and splattering on the ground. He never knew bones had such a pale pallor before that night. His body shudders with the memory and he feels the urge to throw up again despite there being nothing in his system to be spewed out. Zashi's arms wrap around him and bring him into a warm embrace. His fingers comb through Shuta's tangled and smoke-infused hair in an attempt to comfort him. It works, though barely. He hugs his waist in return and buries his face in the crook of Hizashi's neck, trying to wrench the events of last night from his mind. They stay like that for a while and Shoyuta doesn't even notice that he's shaking until he's reduced to soft tremors. Hizashi pulls away slightly and looks him in the eyes with concern painted all over his face. "You okay?" Shoyuta takes in a shaky breath and tries to find whatever strength he has left to formulate some kind of answer. But all he can do is shake his head. Hizashi nods in understanding and leads Shoyuta to their bedroom where they sit, side by side, with Hizashi's arm draped around him and Shuta's head resting against his shoulder. "Do you want to talk about it?" He questions gently. It was something that happened while out on patrol, wasn't it? He stares out the window for a minute, just looking at the rising sun as it lights up the room and everything outside. He gets lost in its ascent before remembering that he was asked a question. He draws in a breath and holds it for a few seconds before letting it go. Then he tells him. He tells him about everything from the beginning. How Shoyuta ran into the kid while he was carrying the boy from the news to the hospital. How he ran from Shoyuta and how it was hard to catch him. How they fought. He tells Hizashi about seeing the fire and both he and the kid collectively running towards it at the same time. He tells him how the building looked when they got there. The woman crying frantically about her daughter and the other people being trapped inside. How the kid caught a FANG knife before it ran her through. How he did again and took down the villain. He recalls out loud how serious the kid was when he told Shoyuta he'd go inside and help the others. How he didn't even question it before it was too late and the kid had already gone inside. He remembers seeing him hand over the little girl to the fireman before darting back inside. He remembers fighting another of the attackers coming around the building and adding more to the fire with their quirk. He had taken him down with no issue before an explosion went off and he saw the kid send a couple down onto the fireman's tarp and into safety. He tells Hizashi how at the very last second, the kid jumped out of the top-story window with the woman and her child in his arms. how the building crumbled to nothing but rubble as they fell through the sky. He crashed to the floor and I swear I heard every bone in his rib cage completely shatter. Shoyuta can feel Hisashi's breath hitch from beside him. I can't even begin to describe how he looked when he got up. I don't even know how he managed to even do that. He had burns everywhere. All of them were 3rd and 2nd degree and I could even see his bones. His bones. His body shudders with the memory and Hisashi squeezes him tighter. And then got up and ran. He lets out a laugh. He ran. After everything, he could still move like that. And then another one of the attackers came out from hiding and pinned me down. He was about to crush my skull. Hisashi goes still, but Shoyuta barely notices and continues talking. Then the kid throws this knife and gets the guy's attention off of me. He then proceeded to completely avoid his attacks and even land some of his own. I stopped the man before the kid stumbled and got hurt even more, and when the other heroes came to help, he ran away again. He waits a beat before adding, "I bet everything that he's dead." I mean, how could he even survive that? Maybe he was running on pure adrenaline and that's why he could still move around like that, but after it wore off. He shakes his head. "I couldn't even find the body, Zashi. I couldn't find anything." Shoyuta starts shaking again, his breath catches in his throat and his stomach roils at the vivid thought and he jerks forward, trying not to dry heave onto the floor. Hisashi rubs circles into Shuta's shoulders with his thumbs and brings him back to sit up straight. He takes a few shaky breaths to steady his heart before finally relaxing again. By now, the sun is completely up. Shoyuta looks at the digital alarm clock sitting on the nightstand and finds that it's 7 in the morning. He turns to face Hisashi and tries to think of different things that aren't as grotesque. Hisashi looks back at Shoyuta with sad eyes and a pinched brow. Shoyuta sighs and apologizes. "I'm sorry, you really didn't need to hear all of that. I don't want you to be thinking about this as much as I am." Hisashi shakes his head. "No, I'm glad you told me. If you had bottled this up and kept it to yourself, then it would have been much worse to deal with in the future. So don't hesitate to come to me if something like this happens again." Shuta's mouth presses into a thin line and he nods. He shifts the conversation to another thing he's concerned about. "There's also that kid from the news, Shinso, I believe his name is. When I got him to the hospital, I was finally able to get a good look at him and it was bad. He had bruises everywhere. The kid told me he was heavily concussed and I think he was right." Hisashi hums in understanding. "So you're worried about him then?" "Yeah." He tilts his head a bit. "Then why not go visit him? Just to make sure he's getting by. I'm sure the nurses will let you in if you tell them you're the hero that got him admitted. But maybe you should wait for tomorrow and take a day off of work. You know, just to give yourself a little time to recover from last night." Shoyuta considers his words and nods. "Yeah, I think I will. I'm ready to sleep for the next 14 hours. Hisashi laughs at that and Shuta's spirits rise a bit. His mouth quirks up in a small grin as Hisashi looks back to him. "Well then get changed and rest. While I'm at work shower, you reek of smoke." He wrinkles his nose and gets up, walking over to the door before turning around, "And change the sheets. I don't want to go to sleep tonight feeling like I just came home from a bonfire." Shoyuta rolls his eyes. "Okay, Mom." And Hisashi grins and walks away. He shuts the door and gets himself dressed into pajamas before collapsing into bed. He doesn't even bother pulling up the blanket over him before shutting his eyes and immediately falling asleep. Shuta's dreams shift to the memories of the fire with the kid melting, revealing all his layers and turning to ash right in front of him, before finally fading to complete, peaceful blackness. Subject 715 opens his eyes to darkness. He sits up blearily and takes in his surroundings. He's in the warehouse, tucked under the desk in the office he calls his room. Through the grimy window he sees how dark it is. It must be some time after 10. He looks around and wonders how he got here. Then it all comes rushing back. The fire. All of a sudden he remembers the suffocating smoke. The burn as the flames licked at his body. Getting everybody out. Falling. His bones shattering. His flesh falling off. The stench of his body as it cooked from the heat. Fighting, running. And eventually collapsing here and completely knocking out from exhaustion. What a night. But then his mind wanders to the events that led to that. Eraserhead chasing him. The hero admitting Shinso. Shinso getting jumped. The ones who ganged up on him saying it was to avenge. To avenge it. Now he remembers. The thought he had coursing through his mind from the moment Shinso had told him what happened after last week. The thought he was going to pursue. What he was going to act out before he was interrupted. I'm going to absolutely kill that son of a bitch. He stands with his new goal in mind. He's already planning out exactly how he's going to kill it. How painful he's going to make it. What he'll do with the body. In the midst of his brainstorming, he's suddenly hit by a sudden coldness. 715 looks down to find his clothes in complete tatters. His shirt has been torn and burned so much that it can barely be called a shirt anymore. His pants are also in a sorry state. There are holes everywhere. He can see bits of his thighs and calves, and he can see his sheaths sticking out. They're warped and scorched and no good anymore. He changes into the civilian clothes from his first day here and finds that these are also not doing so great. They've been chewed through in some places by the bugs and rats that live there. The hem of his shirt, shorts, and socks are all littered with tiny holes that stretch as he puts them on. The laces on his shoes have also been nibbled on. One is barely hanging on by a string. He huffs and decides that he'll worry about that later. For now, he just inspects all his weapons to gauge the damage. All of his blades and guns are fine, none of his explosives are damaged in any way, and everything seems to be in order. Can't say the same for his sheaths, holsters, armbands, and pouches though. All of them have either been melted, warped, singed, burnt through, or all of the above. They've all been rendered completely useless. I guess I'm going to have to make a trip to Hatsum Industries and visit the second floor. Maybe even the room with knives too, because I never got that needle back. The one he threw at the giant man to save Eraserhead. He wonders how the hero's doing actually. What happened to the man after he ran for it? Did he and the other heroes take that giant down? Did they end up finding out what caused the fire and if those two men they saw had something to do with it? He shrugs and pushes the thought away. For now, there's something else he wants to do before anything. He's going to pay a visit to Shinso. He takes what's left of his costume shirt and wraps it around his head, covering as much of the lower half of his face as possible. Then he takes the thigh sheath that's the least damaged and sticks a knife in there, strapping it to his leg just in case he runs into any trouble, and then he's off. He takes the streets tonight instead of the alleys. There's not much of a need to be careful when he's out in normal clothing. Though he does stick as close to the buildings as possible and steers clear of the circles of light the lampposts give off. As he walks, he can hear the chirp of crickets and scurrying of strays. His eyes wander around to the buildings and their covered-up windows and empty rooftops. He looks for any sign of someone watching him and remains on high alert in case someone is in need of help. Before long, he reaches the hospital. He looks up to its many windows and wonders which one is Shinsu's. He walks up to the building and through the automatic doors, right up to the front desk. The lady managing it is clacking away at her computer. When he walks up, she pulls her attention away from it and looks at him with a tired smile. The night shift must really be getting to her. She's wearing her hair in a high ponytail with her flyaways held back by a dark purple sports headband. She has baby blue scrubs on with a black pen and a mechanical pencil tucked into the front pocket. "What can I help you with?" 715 looks at her and tries to look shy and timid as he talks in a small voice. He wants her to think he's just some kid visiting someone, nothing more, nothing less. I'm looking for Shinso. Crap, I don't know his first name, the one from the news last week. He hopes she doesn't question his improvisation. Usually, he'd be able to do this with ease, but right now is one of those situations where you need to be very specific with your information, and that is one thing he doesn't have. "And may I ask who is trying to visit him?" She asks nicely. Maybe he can play into that. "Oh, I'm one of his brothers." Or, "Not brothers, sorry. I live with him at the group home." He makes sure to act nervous and meek. He makes his voice smaller and smaller with each sentence as he fumbles his words. "I just wanted to make sure he was okay. I mean, after I heard the news," he trails off, casting his gaze downward as he looks upset. He glances back up and sees that the receptionist's eyes have softened and turned sad. Pity is exactly what he needs right now. Let me look him up for you, she says sweetly. She types something on her computer and clicks several times with her mouse before finally looking back up at him. She gives him a smile and says, "He's on the 3rd floor, room go up the stairs down there," she points to his right, "and it should be somewhere to your left." He brightens up, "Thank you so much." She waves him off, "Just make it quick, okay? Visiting hours ended a while ago." He straightens and replies, "Okay, I will," while nodding his head vigorously. He darts off to the stairs while turning back and waving at her with a smile that crinkles his eyes. Once he's out of view, he drops the facade. His face reverts back to its usual expressionlessness as he climbs the stairs until he reaches the 3rd floor and takes a left. He keeps an eye out for the door labeled 207 while he walks through the hallway. It's completely silent, save for the occasional hacking cough. His eyes glance to the right and that's where he sees it. He stops in front of the door that leads to the first person he saved. Next to it is a silver placard with the room number. Below that is a plastic slit with a name card placed inside that reads, Hitoshi Shinso. So his first name is Hitoshi, then. He places his hand on the cool metal of the door knob and quietly twists it open. He peeks his head in and takes a look through the room. At the far wall opposite him is a window. The curtains are drawn and moonlight spills in from under them. The only other things in this room are a nightstand and 3 cushioned chairs for visitors. On the right wall is where Shinso is sleeping with the end of the bed facing the left wall. He quietly steps in and shuts the door with a soft click. He walks up to the bedside and looks down at this kid. The swelling is still bad, if worse, and the color of his bruises has gone from a faint blue to deep purple and black. There's a bandage on his left eyebrow and on his bottom lip. The kid's head is wrapped, it must have been bleeding when he got there. Besides the obvious, Shinso seems to be doing just fine. He doesn't have a heart monitor attached to him, nor does he have an 4-bag or anything of the sort. So he must only be here for rest. And he does need it. He thinks Shinso has the darkest eye bags known to man. I mean, those things are still apparent, even against the dark bruising. 715 is leaning in to examine the bags in question, which is why he accidentally scares the living shit out of Shinso when the boy cracks his eyes open. He clasps a hand over Shinso's mouth, which makes him struggle. He thrashes around and kicks his blanket all over the place while he tries to pry the hand off of him. "Sure. It's me." Shinso looks as confused as you can when your face is one swollen mass. He realizes it's because Shinso has never seen or heard him without his mask on. "The one who saved you last night? And last week?" A spark of recognition lights his eyes and he stops making a ruckus. Shinso's grip slowly loosens and drops from his arm and he finally lets go of his mouth. "You," his voice is still raspy from the night before. "You don't have your mask on." He nods. "Yeah, I lost it in this fire from the other day." Shinso's brows shoot up. "The one that happened last night? I think I saw it on the news." 715 looks at him curiously, thinking, "On the news? But I hadn't seen any news vans parked outside when I fell from that building." "Yeah, some of the people from the neighborhood took videos and sent them to the news channels who played them this morning. It was kind of crazy. This guy exploded from the top-story window with a mom and her kid in his hands and completely went splat on the floor and..." Shinso cuts himself off and looks him up and down. "That was you, wasn't it?" 715 hesitates before nodding his head slowly. Shinso's eyes widen as he goes, "Holy shit. How are you not dead? That building was like 5 stories. He grasps for an answer. Do I tell him it's my quirk? But then wouldn't he kind of freak out at the fact that I'm basically immortal? Ugh, there's no lying out of this one, is there? It's my quirk. I can regenerate." His eyes go even wider, his lips part in shock at what he's just said. "No way. You can regenerate that fast? That's so badass." He laughs. "What the heck? I've never been praised for my ability like this. No one's ever thought it was cool or badass. People are only ever scared of it, because that means that they can't kill me, and that I can always bounce back up and kill them." Shinso's face scrunches up in thought. "So, what are you doing here?" "Oh yeah, I came here to check and see that you aren't dead." He looks surprised at that. After I took down those little sheets that ganged up on you, I had to rush you here because you were heavily concussed and didn't even know where you were. I was stopped by the hero, Eraserhead, and... Eraserhead? Shinso cuts him off. Yes, Eraserhead, and then... He cuts him off again. Holy sheet. What did he do? What did he look like? Was he cool? Did he help you out? What was... 715 covers Shinso's mouth with his hand, annoyed now. Eraserhead tried to stop me. He thought I was some villain trying to steal you away. He rolls his eyes. He ended up having me pass you over to him and we came here together where he got you admitted and all was well. He let go of the wide-eyed boy, letting him speak now. Oh, so, he didn't try to capture you or anything. He gives a huff. He did, actually. But I was too fast for him. He smiles inwardly at the fact. I can outrun a trained hero. We were going to fight, but then we saw the fire and took off for it. There's a sparkle in Shinso's eyes and he asks, so you got to fight with Eraserhead? He nods. Wow. He says in exasperation. What's so special about him? I mean, you're totally freaking out right now. He can see a faint blush tint his black and purple cheeks. He's kind of my favorite hero. Shinso looks up at him with a pinched expression. He takes in his appearance, eyes roving over what's visible of his face and his stature. In return, Subject 715 crosses his arms and arches a brow at him in question. How old are you? That takes him aback. That's the second time someone's asked him that. I mean, he continues, you look really young for a vigilante. You don't look any older than 20. Should I tell him? But then I'd be giving away too much. I already told him about my power, and he semi-knows how I look now. But what would he even be able to do with that? He doesn't know my name. Hell, even I don't know my name. Doesn't know my past either. No one does. So how harmful can this one piece of information be anyway? 15. He looks confused. What? I'm 15 years old. Not 20. His jaw drops. 15? We're the same age then. What the hell are you doing jumping out of burning buildings? He waves him off. None of your business. But there is something that concerns you that I wanted to talk to you about. At that, the kid looks nervous. I guess the fact that we're the same age didn't do much for his feelings of comfort around me. That man from your group home, he flinches. I'm going to kill him. He just looks at 715 with a blank expression and parted lips. He doesn't seem like he's going to speak, so he just continues. I wanted to check up on you and run it by you before I go out and do it. I know that what I did last week basically did nothing, so now, I'm going to ensure that he can't bother you or those other kids ever again. Is that all right? His eyes are 1,000 miles away as he slowly nods. He hasn't been showing up to the group home much since the incident, which is a lucky break, I guess. Shinso swallows. But the only thing I'm worried about is where we're all going to be put afterward. I mean, I know that the others are going to be all right. They might be put in foster homes rather than group homes, but me. He shakes his head. I don't think anyone's going to want to take me in. I have a reputation 'cause of my quirk. It's not even my fault. He says somberly. 715 ponders that for a bit. Shinso must have been moved at least a dozen times. Not many people take kindly to you when your quirk is one that can be deemed as villainous. He can imagine how stressful it'd be to know that you wouldn't be wanted because of something like your quirk. That no matter where you go, people will always look at you with disdain. Well, 715 says, if the people from your next home give you any trouble, just come looking for me and I'll deal with them for you. He looks at him like he's grown another head. Has he really never received this kind of help before? He looks as if kind words are foreign to him and a helping hand is an alien concept. Our similarities are uncanny. It doesn't seem like he's going to say anything more, so Subject 715 just turns around and heads for the door. Just as his hand reaches the knob, the boy speaks. Why? He turns to look at him. Why are you doing this for me? He bores into Shinso's confused eyes and thinks of those words he had spoken to him all those days ago, when the pair first met. Because now, all I do is for the people. And with that he leaves. He looks up at Hatsum Industries as he feels a sense of déjà vu. All of this is familiar. The way he gets the camera's attention off of him. The way he scales the building in no time at all. The way he loosens the grate and drops himself inside with no issue. He ignores everything around him as he makes his way down to the room with costumes, grabbing 2 needles for the locks as he goes. He still remembers the layout of the building and has no trouble at all in making his way down to the first floor. He sticks to the shadows of the room as he moves towards the section where his costume was last time. He wonders if they made a replica of it or if he's just going to have to steal a new suit entirely. But that isn't the case, because right in front of him is the costume. With its compression shirt and baggy pants, its combat boots and horrifying mask. It seems the designer added some fingerless gloves to the ensemble. He studies them closely and sees that there's a thin mesh where the fingers would go, thin enough that you wouldn't notice them but just thick enough that you wouldn't leave your prints behind. Impressive. He gets that feeling in the back of his neck again as he looks around the room. Someone's in here. Watching him. 715 pulls out his knife and throws it. It embeds itself on the counter behind him. There's a yelp and he sees pink hair whip around the corner of the cash register. He sneaks up on the person silently. They don't hear him coming and he's able to sneak around them. It's a girl. She's peeking around the corner to where he used to be. Her eyes widen when she sees that he's no longer there. In place of her pupils are these crosses like those of a gun scope. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she screams. Oh! What is it with kids my age and screaming? He puts a hand over her mouth and silences her. Who are you and why are you watching me? She makes unintelligible noises as she tries to speak around his grip, so he moves off of her and lets her explain. Bleg, you reek of smoke. She says, scrunching her nose, and I'm watching you because this is literally my warehouse. That you're robbing. She sounds exasperated that he even asked, like he's the one in the wrong, which he is, so he guesses he shouldn't be this affronted. But regardless, he's been seen. He'll have to dispatch her, lest she runs off and tells others of his presence. He reaches up and rips his knife from the counter at which he threw it. Her eyes catch its glint as they grow wide, putting the pieces together and realizing what he's about to do. Wait. Don't kill me. I'm not gonna turn you in or anything, I wanna help. At that, 715 pauses. She wants to help? But I'm literally robbing her company. She should want me arrested. She seems to notice his confusion because she quickly explains herself. That suit you stole, I designed it. I put it on display but nobody wanted to buy it, something about it being too scary or whatever. She waves her hand dismissively. But that's the whole point. To strike fear into your enemies. She says with a maniacal grin and holding her fist up. What's with this girl? So what does that have to do with you helping me? She flinches as if just remembering that he's pointing a knife at her. You're the only one who actually took a liking to my beautiful baby. 2 of them actually. You know that staff you stole, the one that turned into a double-ended scythe? That was also one of my creations. She says proudly. Sue, with that in mind, I want to be able to help out the one who took an interest in my work. She thumps her chest and looks at him, determination sparking in her eyes. Sure, this girl can be useful, but how does he know he can trust her? What's your name? And how do I know that you won't go telling people I was here? Or that you won't bug my items and track me? She scoffs, so untrusting. The name's May Hatsum and I swear that I won't go telling. She puts a hand to her heart, as if swearing an oath. But that's not good enough, he can't just take her word for it. She looks 715 in the eyes, glancing between him and the knife that's just within slicing range. Her expression lights up as she suddenly seems to have thought of something. She reaches into the pockets of her cargo pants and he stiffens. Does she have a weapon? Is she calling someone? Doesn't matter. I'll kill her with ease. But she pulls out nothing but a small notepad and a ballpoint pen. She jots something down quickly, rips the paper off, and holds it out to him. Here. He takes it and looks down at the messy scrawl. It's an address. That's where I live. Then you can just come find me if it turns out that I was lying. He eyes her suspiciously. What if it's a fake? You could be leading me right into a trap. She shrugs. I'm a teenager, how meticulous do you think I can be? And besides, if I wanted to get you caught, I would have done so when I first saw you enter the room. She points to a button on the underside of a counter. It's red and a label says, "In case of emergencies," in all caps. He looks at her skeptically. She could be useful. He'll have to have a supply of weapons and gear if he continues in this work. Last night was a perfect example. As if reading his mind, she says, "I saw you on the news, actually. That's how I recognized you as the thief, 'cause of the costume. You saved those people from the fire the other night and it was so cool." She waves her fists up and down in front of her, "But all your gear was definitely destroyed. With my help, you won't have to worry about sneaking around and stealing stuff all the time." He debates the pros and cons. This is a golden opportunity. Like she said, he won't have to break in and steal when she can just hand these over for free. It would save him a lot of time and trouble. But there's always the possibility that she could be lying. That this is all a ruse to guide him into a false sense of security, to capture him and have him arrested. But if that were the case, I'd just kill her and anyone else who gets in my way. So, with that in mind, he nods. "Okay, I'll let you help." She beams up at him, and he moves the knife forward and touches the tip to her neck. She freezes and her smile drops. "But if I find out that you lied?" He pauses, letting the threat in his eyes and voice deliver the message perfectly. She nods slightly, not wanting to scrape her skin against his blade, and he slowly retracts it. She takes in a shaky breath before getting back to business, albeit less enthusiastically than before. "Okay then, let's get started, shall we?" They stand and she leads 715 over to where the costume is. He crouches down and picks up the needles that he had dropped when he threw his knife. She eyes them warily before reaching back into her pockets and pulling out a single key. She undoes the lock and pulls the glass case open. "I've disabled the cameras, so you don't have to worry about security finding out, or my parents." She puts the key away. "They're actually the ones who own this place. We deal with heroes of all kinds and even have contracts with a few agencies." He peers down at her. What does a hero-focused industry have anything to do with the makings of deadly firearms and weapons? "Oh, so you saw that room, did you? Outside of selling to heroes, we also supply the military and other bases we have placed overseas." She pulls the mannequin out and goes on a tangent about all of its aspects. Let's start from top to bottom. As you may already know, the mask has a voice changer and a filter that'll keep out gases and such. She taps on the object in question. "I ended up adding night vision and a built-in camera that you can use to record and zoom in on things that are far away." She moves lower and points to the shirt. "The material on this is made of fire retardant. I added that aspect after what happened the other night. It's also thick enough to shield you from the cold." She continues down and gestures to the pants. "The fabric is strong, so it won't be easily torn if you end up in a brawl and you're sliding around on the ground, though it's not invincible, so a hard enough slice from a knife will get through." Her finger moves to the newly added gloves. "I put these in after I realized that you couldn't have been some rando who decided to raid us, but a broke vigilante who had to sneak around. So I made them fingerless so that they're breathable but added a mesh covering so that you wouldn't leave any fingerprints behind. I also built in a piece of metal on each knuckle so that your hits would land harder, better for knocking out the enemy in a single blow." 715 gives a grin. That's exactly what he was hoping for. Great minds think alike, he supposes. And the combat boots are now steel-toed, also for harder hits. He moves closer to examine the work. His fingers slip into slits that have been made in the pants. Those weren't in the original design. "Oh, I implemented those after I saw that you had stolen knives and thigh sheaths as well. I assumed that you'd have to cut open the pants for easy access, so I just made it part of the costume altogether." This girl is perceptive. That's a fine aspect to have in this line of work. And he must admit, her inventions and ideas are not to be glossed over. "Maybe I can make this pay off." "Well, they say a little goes a long way." He extends his hand, locking eyes with hers of excitement and determination. "So let's make this bit of trust go on for a while." Her mouth spreads into a beaming smile. She takes 7-15's hand in hers, and they shake. It's settled. Subject 715 walks into the bite of the chilly night air. It's completely silent. There's no scuffling of strays. No late-night drunks out and trying to get home. No chatter coming from inside the houses and apartments. No crimes being committed as they usually are. Not even a slight breeze sends litter scuttling across the pavement. It's as if the world knows what's about to occur, and it's just waiting with bated breath. He's gotten his gear replacements and already has his weapons stashed and ready to be used. His interaction with that handsome girl was just mere minutes ago, but it feels like it's been ages as he prepares for what's to come. Now, all there is for him to do is to find that dirty BC and give it a hell like no other. A hell that'll make it beg for a heaven that doesn't exist. In terms of finding this bug, he already has a few ideas. When Subject 715 visited him, Shinso gave him the address of his group home along with some of the roach's tendencies and hobbies. For one, it loves to drink. Shinso retold tales of times when it would get home in the early mornings before dawn, making a ruckus around the house as it stumbled drunkenly. So he mapped out the area surrounding the group home in his head, using what he memorized on his first day here in terms of where everything is. After a bit of thinking, he remembered the different pubs, bars, and clubs in that particular area. Those are where he'll be checking first. Shinso also told him of its addiction to gambling. He said that he and the others always had ample clothing and food options due to the lack of money because of that. It'd stay out for days at a time and leave Shinso and the kids to fend for themselves, then it would come back with empty pockets and a sour attitude, taking out all its anger on anyone and anything that dared cross its line of sight. There's only one in this city, so that's last on his list. He runs across the rooftops and leaps from building to building while keeping low. He doesn't want to be spotted in case a certain underground hero is out on patrol tonight. Soon enough, he's reached the first bar on his mental list of places it'd be. He waits on the roof and watches the employees only exit for someone who's getting off of work. 5 minutes pass and the door swings open. A girl rushes out, swearing about some pig spilling crap all over her. He takes his chance and jumps down, grabbing a hold of the door before it clicks closed and locks itself. He inches it open, peering inside and around the room before anyone notices a particularly terrifying mask staring at them. Though all he finds is your average bar with separate tables scattered around the room and the bar counter placed next to the exit he's at. It smells of sour beer and drunken breath, there's laughter and chatter reverberating through the establishment, and although he does see quite a few interesting people, none are the one he's looking for. So he leaves the alley at which he's lurking, heading back onto the rooftops and moving on to the other locations. He searches 3 more sites to no avail. All of them are much the same. Endless noise and the same sickening smells. Loud music pounds into his skull as he checks this particular club. There are bodies pressing all around each other in a dark, dank room. The only lights illuminating the site in front of him are from laser disco ball positioned in the corners. They spin around in a disorienting manner and he's just about to move on to the next place when his eye snags on the bar counter tucked into the corner. Seated on a bar stool and chugging a clear liquid while surrounded by a dozen other empty glasses, is the one he's been searching for. The one who doesn't know what's coming to it. The one who is about to experience insurmountable pain. The one who is going to be brought to justice. The one who is going to die. So now, it is only a matter of waiting patiently. Waiting for it to get up and leave. Waiting for his moment to strike. 715 watches as it snaps at the bartender. The man in question goes over with a forced smile before nodding along to whatever the roach is trying to say. The inconvenience of no longer having a tongue must be quite annoying. He grabs another glass as well as a bottle of that same clear liquid he saw it drinking earlier and pours it into the cup, handing it over before going to serve another customer. He closes the door he was spying through and lets himself lie down on the roof of the building. He stares at the 3 stars that shine through the light pollution of the city and just lets himself get lost in his thoughts while he waits for the doors to open again, and for it to come stumbling out and into his waiting arms. A particular memory snags on the forefront of his mind, sparked into remembrance through the situation in which he's found himself. It's a memory of when he still worked under the professor, doing his biddings and carrying out his missions. He had given 715 a task in which he was to locate and kidnap a man. He was ordered to take him into custody and to extract information out of him, using whatever means necessary. His eyes unfocus as he recalls that night vividly. 715 had snuck into his home. It was quite extravagant, a 4-story house with looming palm trees casting shadows upon shadows in the night. There was a fountain spraying water on the front lawn. Elegant lamp posts doused the walkway leading to the front door in a yellow light, though he avoided those entirely, opting to sneaking around the house where he entered through the side door. He picked the lock with little to no difficulty and slowly crept inside. He was met with more expensive-looking furniture making up what was most definitely a parlor of some kind. He saw paintings covering the walls as well as some picture frames placed on console tables. He had moved on to the main room that he would have started out in had he used the front door. It was ginormous, with 2 staircases that curved along the wall and up onto the second floor. He took the one closest to him and searched every room until he found the one he was looking for. He passed through large bathrooms and guest rooms and more parlors until he came across one that gave him pause. It was a playroom. It had bright yellow walls with silhouettes of woodland animals painted in white and running across them. There were stacks and stacks of children's books placed precariously in bookshelves. Toys upon toys were messily thrown in the chests that threatened to burst at the amount of playthings that they were holding. They ranged from action figures to dolls to stuffed animals to race cars to many other things that he had supposed children liked to play with. 715 thought about what kinds of toys he liked to play with in his youth, if he liked to play with toys at all, or if he was even given any to begin with. He couldn't remember. He shook the thought from his head and continued onward. There's no room for anything in his mind but the task at hand. Not even seeing that the target had a family was enough to deter him from his mission. He searched the house some more and ignored everything else around him until he finally found what he was looking for on the 3rd floor. The man was sleeping soundly in a room of great size and grandeur. Vases and trinkets made of gold were placed on the small tables while paintings and picture frames lined the white walls. He approached the large bed at which he lay with his wife. He ignored her completely in favor of taking out a vial of liquid that contained a sleeping toxin that would keep him in his current state. 715 didn't want him waking up while he picked him up and stole him from the comfort of his own home. Once he had him in his possession and had successfully snuck him out of the manor, he took him to a place the professor had secured for him to do what he had to and tied him to a simple wooden chair. He woke him with smelling salts and let him scream and beg all he wanted. The room was soundproof, so no one would have the misfortune of hearing his agony. From then on, he tortured him like he knew how. He began with the fingernails. That's always a good way to start, getting them to talk much faster. But this man was very secretive with his knowledge, so Subject 715 had to push him a bit further. He continued with breaking the bones in his hand. He let the snap of his fingers echo through his skull as the man's screams filled the air. His pain washed over 715 in an intoxicating way, and before he knew it, the entirety of his hand had been reduced to one swollen and twisted mass. That's when he finally began to talk. Once 715 had what he needed, he killed him. A knife through the throat was all it took. He watched as his eyes widened in horror and even more pain as his blood flowed out of the wound. It painted his beige night clothes in a dark crimson as he choked, and the light slowly left his eyes. After that, he disposed of the body and reported back to the professor. He told him he did a good job and rewarded him with extra training in a weapon of his choice. He went with the scythe. It was one he hadn't been completely familiar with. He was taught how to swing it with all his strength, how to use the flow of momentum so he didn't have to stop and hinder his movements. The more he used and trained with it, the more he came to like it. And soon enough, it had become his favorite weapon to use. 715 is pulled from his thoughts as the muffled noises of the club become shockingly clear through the door that had just been opened. He peers over the edge and checks to see who it was that just exited, and lo and behold, it was the one he had been hoping for. He follows it from the rooftops as it makes its way to what he assumes is another club or bar. It walks as if it has nothing to worry about, like it cannot be condemned for its hateful actions. It's nothing but a mindless zombie at this moment, just swaying on its legs like its bones have been replaced with jelly. Before it has a chance to reach its destination, 715 jumps down and clamps a cloth over its mouth. He had doused it with a sleeping toxin right before he chose to strike. It starts to struggle. It grunts with the effort of throwing him off but to no avail. 715 overpowers it and drags it into an alley as it slowly loses consciousness and goes limp in his grasp. And it's like he's on a mission all over again. The drag of its feet on the cement is like the scrape of knives. Its dead weight over his shoulder is like carrying a body bag. The sound of its breathing is like the low wind on high ground. His shoulders are tense with focus. His feet carry him with trepidation. His senses are heightened with the risk of being caught. And it feels like a single ounce of failure, just the smallest mistake, will end up in some painful punishment. The talons of anxiety claw at his chest and head because of the familiarity of the situation. He feels such a heavy pressure to execute this perfectly that it's like the sky itself is falling and he is the only one who can keep it up, like Atlas being forced to protect the earth from its crushing weight. So he takes the feeling and he tosses it away. He scatters it like ashes in the wind. He can't afford to have such emotions holding him back and clouding his mind when what he is about to do requires the utmost attention. Just one single misstep and it'll all go downhill. Murder is not something to be taken lightly, especially when one has no intention of getting caught. So that's why 715 takes his time in getting to the location he picked out. He keeps his head on a swivel, his eyes sharp as they scan the darkness for any sign of pursuit. His ears are on high alert as they pick out and discern every sound that comes from the night. And his body is strained, trying to sense the approach of any unwanted presences. He finally reaches his destination after doubling back and taking various different routes in case he was followed. He's found himself an out-of-the-way building that seems to have been built decades back. The walls are covered in overgrown vines, the windows so grimy they appear to have a brown film placed over them. It's crumbled in some places and it looks as if just the slightest of a breeze will be able to send it falling. But most importantly, there's a basement. A basement made of solid cement that muffles 7-15's explosives to nothing but a thud. That, combined with the fact that this particular structure is a good distance away from the city, makes it the perfect place to enact his plan. So he adjusts his grip on his victim and there's no need to steel himself as he walks in. It's not like he's new to this. He could perform tasks much more gruesome than this without so much as blinking. Subject 715 descends the decaying wooden steps that creak with every shift of weight. The basement is much like the outside of the building, dirt and muck mixing together to stain the floor with fissures and cracks lining the walls. In the center of it all stands a foldable chair. It's chipped in some places and rusted where the bolts are screwed in. The entirety of it is covered in several layers of grime. He had taken it from a dumpster he passed by after a shift and thought it perfect for the job. He also snagged some zip ties from a department store, but no tape to cover the mouth. There will be no need for that. 715 doesn't use smelling salts to wake his victim, that would take away from the effect. He's been in mock torture situations often enough to know how it feels to wake up dizzy, disoriented, and with a throbbing head. How it feels as your captor finally comes into focus, looking down on you with cold, mirthless, even amused eyes with a splitting, wide smile. How the shock and terror is enough to shake you to your very core and chase away any stray grogginess. Everything comes into hyper-focus as your adrenaline heightens your every sense. The smell of the room, the feel of the binds, the gleam of the torture instruments, the sound of shuffling fabric as your captor prepares for what's to come, and sometimes the taste of the poison left on your tongue. All the reminiscing sets 7-15's blood to a boil. Even just thinking about the professor and the facility is enough to rile him up. Unfortunately for it, it chose to wake up just as these thoughts ran rampant through his mind. 715 wants to perform this with the maximum effect. He wants to give this creature what it deserves. He may be projecting all his fury at his former owners, but he doesn't care. Even if the thought of turning out like them churns his stomach. So, he slips his mask off and lets it dangle from his fingers. The one who's about to die catches sight of it and snaps upright, eyes flying straight to 7-15's face with fear that only amplifies tenfold at the sight. 715 embodies every single aspect of the professor that scared him the most. He carries himself with the air of someone who could do mounds of harm at the twitch of a finger. He keeps his back rigidly straight with his hands clasped behind his back. He keeps his chin high, gazing down at his lowly victim with a cold sight of levity. And his smile. The professor's smile is what scared him the most. Teeth on full display. Lips pulled back so far that even the gums are visible. The corners of the mouth are so unnaturally wide that they appear to be on the verge of wrapping around the head. The flesh on the cheekbones puffed out. Crow's feet wrinkling at the edges of the eyes. Laugh lines so prominent that it's almost as if they've been carved onto the face. And the drool of the utter joy the professor would get out of the whole scenario precariously dribbling down his chin. That's the only thing that 715 can't embody at this moment. Even if the whole ordeal gives him a kick of satisfaction, it's only because he believes that this one deserves it. Not because he gets off on cutting and breaking and dissecting someone to the point that they're unrecognizable. He's an adrenaline junkie, not a SDST. That being said, he continues to stare the thing down. It's already broken down in cries and what 715 can only assume are pleas from a tongueless mouth. He even catches a whiff of PSS that diffuses throughout the room. He pulls out the knife from his right leg and trails the tip down its desperate face. Shoo! He shushes silently, the smile still etched across his face. It quiets immediately. Here's what's going to happen, he says as he stands straight again, twirling his knife between his fingers casually. I'm going to start with your fingers. They'll be so twisted up that they'll appear as knots, but that's only after I peel your nails off, one by one. Slowly, painfully. The creature lets out a whimper. 715 forces his smile wider. Then, I'll move on to your arms. He runs his eyes over the limbs in question. I'll make small incisions over every inch of skin, nothing fatal, but pour a little salt on the wounds and it'll burn like hell. After that I'll take to your torso. I'll trace over and in between every bone of your rib cage with the tip of my blade, but only enough to wash you in red. Again, nothing fatal. 715 is talking calmly, like he's discussing a funny joke rather than what his torture process is to be. And then, once you're sobbing and crying so much that your face is covered in slobber and your nose is filled with snot, I'll take your eyes. He leans in close when he says that, leaving mere centimeters between them. He stares at its dilated pupils as he explains, I'll pluck them out with my fingers that are covered in your blood and sweat. It'll sting with all the germs and bacteria, but don't worry, the pain will be replaced by a feeling much worse once that's done. There'll be a stinging, burning feeling where they used to be. You'll have a headache so intense that it feels like your head is splitting open and your brain's about to fall out. You can still cry, though your tears will be mixed with the blood seeping from your empty sockets. He backs up again. People usually die or pass out from the pain before I get anywhere near that, so I haven't come up with anything for after that point. He lets out a sickly giddy giggle, but I'm sure we can make it up as we go. Normally, 715 wouldn't put up such a happy facade. He carries these things out with calm proficiency, only going far enough to gather up the information needed before finishing them off. But this isn't being done for some words that can't even be spoken. This is being done as an act of some twisted-up justice. It's for the revenge that the group home kids can't enact. To avenge Shinso for all he's been through. I usually don't explain my process to my victims. I like to get straight to the point. His gaze is still settled on the one in the chair, still unwavering and filled with mirth. But you're special, he says gleefully. 715 reaches down and pinches the BSDRD's index fingernail between his own. So, without further ado. And he rips it off. The screams come immediately. The blood pours right after that. The flesh beneath the nail looks disfigured, like it's been morphed by flames and someone traced the crevices with a knife. He moves on to the next, and 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 the next. The roach screams all the while. It sounds like a cacophony of squealing pigs. It's harsh and discordant. Annoying. The cries turn into what should be pleas for help, if the BSRD still had a tongue that is. It's writhing in the chair, screeching all the while. 715 can't help but smile. Now you know what it feels like. To want to get away from your tormentor. He thinks, satisfied. You can plead all you want. He has to shout in order to be heard over all the ruckus. But he dislikes raising his voice. His whole career was based on stealth, after all. So he shoots his arm out and plunges 2 fingers right down the screaming throat, clutching at the BSTRD's face with the rest. It makes choked sounds around his index and middle fingers as it struggles to cry out. "No one is going to help you," 715 breathes out. "Your screams are nothing but a whisper on the wind." He tilts his head just like the professor has done with him so many times before. "God has given up on you and your sins, and your punishment is me." Subject 715 drags his fingers from its throat, a string of thick saliva trailing after them. He wipes his hands on the creature's shirt and gets back to work. The whole process goes by in an unfocused blur. 715 is lost in his work as he continues to break each finger bone in multiple places. Each snap and crack echo distantly as he moves on from one finger to the next. He works mindlessly as he starts craving up the arms, leaving not a single inch of skin untouched. He stays true to his word and pours actual salt on the bleeding incisions, ignoring the anguished cries of the one before him. He tears at the shirt and reveals the torso that he is about to mar with his blade. He pays little attention to the writhing figure beneath him as he drags the tip of his knife across the flesh in between each rib bone, each cut adding to the words already carved onto the skin. His ears start to ring with how much screaming there is, and his eyes track the descent of blood pouring over stomach. Soon enough, his blank canvas has been painted with the deep red of coppery blood. True to its name, the roach is still alive, though barely. So, for the first time in a while since 715 has been dabbling in the business of torture, he reaches over and places his fingers a mere breath's distance from the eye he is going to gouge out. The sliced up and bloody lump before him flinches back, but it can only get so far when it's bound up in a chair. 715 grabs its head with his free hand and holds it still. He touches his fingers to the quivering eye. Its pupil is blown wide with fear, the iris is barely visible as it's overtaken. He slips his fingers under the eyelid and digs middle knuckle deep into the socket. He grips the eye in a claw-like, three-fingered grip before slowly dragging it out. The fibers connected to the eye trail out after it, refusing to let go. 715 doesn't relent. He keeps tugging until each and every one of them is ripped off and he's left with a bloodshot, brown eye in his hand. Its owner is left with a lump of mixed-up muscles, nerves, and connective tissue in its missing eye's wake. Subject 715 watches as his victim twitches before him. It lets out a choked groan and a single tear comes forth from the empty eye socket that merges with the blood trailing out. Finally, there's silence and all movement ceases. It's dead. Disposing the body was a simple task. All that was to be done was to break down and decompose the remains and until barely anything was left. Then, just scatter whatever was left in the flowing water of a river and watch as it dissolves with the current. Cleaning the torture room is tedious. The floor needs to be scrubbed until the blood is all washed out. Enough chemicals need to be used until there is no more stench of copper, but not so much that a place like this smells like it's been thoroughly cleaned. 715 doesn't quite feel like cleaning after his mess this time around, so he just sets the whole crumbling thing alight. He sets it up so it doesn't look like an act of arson, but rather an accident where children were at play with sparklers and fireworks and they had left one that wasn't properly put out, causing the grass to catch fire and spread to the building that's overgrown with very flammable greenery. It may seem suspicious that kids were out this late and this far in the woods, but adults always chalk it up to the later generation just getting out of hand, per usual. So, subject 715 goes back to his warehouse, hands cleaned of the evidence but not of the crime. But he doesn't particularly care. It's already nearing dawn. The sun makes its lazy ascent up the sky as it slowly brings light to the world once more, marking the start of a new day. It feels as if his declaration to get rid of Shinsu's tormentor was made ages ago when it was actually done just last night. It's hard to believe that he went from entering a burning building, to visiting a hospital, to making a sort of business contract with a teenage girl, to FING torture and murder, all in the span of almost 2 days. He had found Shinso being beaten Saturday night. Then, after exhausting himself from all that regeneration from the fire, he slept until Sunday night. He then proceeded to pay him a visit and raided Hatsum Industries after waking up, going from place to place in search of the now dead group home head and killing it. Now, he walks the streets on a crisp, Monday morning. After finishing the job he had been focusing on for the better part of the last 24 hours, 7-15's mind is turned back to more menial problems. Like his lack of changeable clothing. His shirt's holes have holes and his pants honestly couldn't be considered pants anymore. The laces in his shoes are now chewed up stubs that aren't even long enough to be tied anymore, and his sole pair of socks reveals almost all of his toes and most of his heels. It hasn't even been a full day since he's worn them and they've already been reduced to this sorry state. Well, he could always steal some more, but he's living an honest life now. If you ignore the fact that he just got done torturing and disposing of a body. But no need to pay attention to the little things. And yet, he's hit with a thudding realization. I need a job. And not the killing kind, but the mundane kind. Where his tasks aren't bloody and filled with death. It'll be a big change from his usual line of work, but he's nothing if not adaptable. His mind turns back to the matter of him having no clothes. He doesn't particularly feel like wearing his costume everywhere he goes, so he decides to forego his honest life just a tad bit and steal some clothes from a local shop. It's an easy in and out. The security system is even poorer than that of Hatsum Industries and there's no struggle whatsoever. He's donned a dark, navy blue shirt along with black sweats. He's stolen another pair of plain, black, mid-calf length socks and has grabbed a pair of dark shoes that actually fit him. He snagged 2 extra changes of clothes to change into. He's kept to darker colors black and gray and instinctively avoided the lighter ones. He shoved the extra clothes along with his costume into one of the store's plastic bags and made his way out of the store without a hitch. Now he walks down the streets casually with stolen clothes and not a worry in his mind that's not him trying to decide on a job. A splotch of red catches his eye and he stops in his tracks. On a window is a red poster with white lettering. It advertises some kind of DLVY service. DoorDash? Is it named that because you dash from door to door? Clever. But what do they deliver? Is it some kind of business? How far do deliveries go? Can anyone join? Is the merchandise important? How much does it pay? 715 reads the rest of the poster and finds something about downloading the mobile app. Ah, so I guess I'll need a phone then. The only issue with that is that 7-15's been so cut off from the world that he's virtually useless when it comes to modern technology. Sure, he's hacked into databases before, and yeah, he's broken into electronic locks with ease, but that's all with high-tech computers and special devices. He's never used something as foreign as a phone. But he's a fast learner, and he's not going to let some little box thwart the subject 7-1, he is a genius after all. So, still temporarily foregoing his honest living, he steals a phone. This process is much like the one at the clothes shop. He doesn't steal one of the phones on display. He instead breaks into the storage room and takes one of the phones from there instead. It's less noticeable and not a hassle at all. So in the span of 30 minutes, 715 has stolen 3 changes of clothes, a pair of shoes, and a phone. All without setting off any kind of alarm or raising any suspicion whatsoever. Maybe I should pursue a life of crime instead. The sarcastic thought is enough to make him grin, just a little bit, and it's surprising how genuine it is. It's about 1 in the morning and Shoyuda Aizawa cannot get back to sleep. After taking Sunday off to rest and recuperate from the events of Saturday night, Shoyuda now has to prepare for his hospital visit this Monday afternoon. Usually, something like this wouldn't be a problem. It's just a visit to ensure that someone is okay. But the thought of the hospitalized boy just brings back the memory of the events that ensued after the fact. Not even all the melatonin in the world can purge these thoughts from his mind and ease him into blissful sleep. He doesn't want to just lay there until it's time for him to leave, so he gets up and goes downstairs into their living room. He sits down in the plush armchair to the right of their beige couch. Hisashi chose the color and rests his head against its back while he stares up at the ceiling. He has his moments when he can spend hours in one place, not making a single move, just thinking. Thinking about whatever comes to mind, letting his thoughts wander from one thing to another seamlessly. Sometimes, he'll be stuck in this cycle for so long that Hisashi has to come over and shake him from the confines of his own head. And that's what he does right now. He lets himself drown in the everlasting ocean that is his mind. He allows his thoughts to start out as him having to go back to work today. He thinks about which patrol route he's going to take, which buildings he'll be jumping from. He remembers that he's going to have to pack his jelly pouches and first aid, just in case he comes across an injured civilian. An injured civilian. It could be a man or a woman, a child. Like that kid from the fire. Like that kid from the news. Right? He's going to visit him today. What will he be like? What does he look like again? Shoyuta remembers messy, purple hair. He also recalls that the kid looked tired. Really tired. He was also pretty banged up. But some of the bruises were pretty old, not done just that night. Oh yeah, the news said he's from a group home. And wasn't the guy who runs that home also on the news? Yes, he was dangling from a wall in total ND. It was a grotesque sight. Just like the kid, Shinso, was that night. He had bruises everywhere, new and old. So was it the head of the group home who did that? Shoyuta doesn't doubt it. The foster care system isn't exactly the safest place for a child, no matter how helpful they claim to be. He knows that firsthand from experience. No food. No clothes. Barely enough water. Hardly ever any electricity. Not enough funds. Skinny bodies. Bony bodies. Sunken faces. Too long hair. Matted. Dirty. Drunken breath. Slurred words. Unbalanced bodies. Heavy hands. Ear-splitting shouts. Begging. Crying. Help that never arrived. Sadness. Irrevocable sadness. A dead look in the mirror. Heavy eye bags. Pills. Razors. Antiseptic and gauze. Bath water running pink. Locked doors. No help. So much hate. Such suffocating darkness. And then, such a bright light that sliced through the dark shroud that just never seemed to go away. A light that came in easy smiles and even easier laughter. Some kind of beacon that was born of a voice that was too loud but heartily welcomed anyway. A spray of light breaking through the thunderclouds that never ceased. Hizashi, Shoyuta breathes out, finally shaken from the rapid current of never-ending thoughts running rampant in his mind. What are you doing up so early? Hizashi gives him a confused look. What do you mean? It's only 6. Shoyuta turns to look at the clock that hangs above the entrance door and sees that it is, in fact, 6 in the morning. I mean, Hizashi scratches the back of his head. I know I'm an early bird or whatever, but isn't this a pretty normal time to wake up at? Shoyuta nods his head dumbly. Yeah, sorry, I guess I just lost track of time. Now Hizashi looks concerned. Sho? Are you okay? How long have you been up for? His face changes to that of realization. Were you doing it again? You're thinking? Shoyuta shakes his head and tries to placate. No, I mean yes, I was, but it's fine. I'm fine. Hizashi doesn't look convinced, so Shoyuta gets up, grabs his hand, and steers them to the kitchen. Why don't we make breakfast, Itchin? We haven't done this together in a while because of my work hours. Now Shuta's tugging on both of Hizashi's hands, giving him a softly expectant look. Hizashi continues to look at him suspiciously but can't stay that way for long because eventually, the corner of his mouth curls up and he finally relents. Fine, he says, fully smiling now, but don't think we're not having a conversation about this later. He pokes Shoyuta in the chest, bringing a smile to him too. All right, he says. He knows Hizashi will likely drop it by tonight, but he plays along anyway. So, what are we making then? And just like that, they fall into easy conversation. The radio is turned on and music is playing. Sizzling pans and delicious smells drift through the air. The curtains are drawn back and the sun lights up the room. Though not as brightly as the one before Shoyuta. Never as brightly. Shinso is sitting idly in his room, just eating from his jello cup. When a knock sounds from the door. Mr. Shinso? You have a visitor. The nurse opens the door just as Shinso wonders who would visit him, especially since he has no one who'd care about him, when all of a sudden time just stops. Hello, I'm Shoyuta Aizawa. A man in all black street clothes steps into the room. His hair is long and a bit messy, it's of the same color as his clothing and there's no refuting the fact that this is Fang Eraserhead. Shinso's mouth hangs open in shock, full of jello. His spoon slips from his hand, bangs on the food tray, and drops into his blanketed lap. Oh my! Are you all right? The nurse asks worriedly as she makes her way to his bedside. Sheet. Shinso shakes his head, snapping his mouth closed and swallowing his unchewed jello a little too fast, causing him to embarrassingly choke on it. No, it's Dash, he thumps on his chest. Crap, sorry. He finally clears his throat and tries again. I'm fine, just a little surprised. I wasn't really expecting anyone to come visit me at all, really. The nurse gives him a sorry look. Well, you're in luck. She gestures to the door. These 2 men have come by to check up on you. One of them is actually the one who admitted you into the hospital. She smiles sweetly. She makes her way back to the door. I'll leave you 3 alone now, just ring if you need anything. And with that, she's gone. Hey there, little listener. A booming shout resounds throughout the room as who can only be present Mike bounds into the room. Shinso can't help but flinch back at the sudden loud noise. But he immediately feels guilty at the way the blonde man visibly recoils, noticing his mistake. He sticks to Eraserhead's side as they both pull up one of the visor's chairs sitting against the wall and bring them over to his bedside. Nobody speaks for a minute. It's just Eraserhead staring at Shinso, present Mike glancing between the 2 of them, and Shinso darting his eyes away under the older man's scrutiny. Then, how are you feeling? Shinso looks up at Eraserhead, not exactly expecting that kind of question. Fine, I guess. He says, glancing away for only a second before looking at him again. He can never maintain eye contact with adult men. You guess? Eraserhead asks, raising a brow. Well, Shinso grasps at straws. I'm not in danger of, dying. So yeah, I'm fine. Kid, present Mike cuts in. Being fine doesn't just mean not dying. He says this sadly, like Shinso is some little know-nothing kid who needs to be sheltered. He turns his head down to his hands fisted in his lap. It's fine. Only a couple of bruises. He sighs the sigh of someone beyond his years, someone who's had to endure much more than should ever be necessary, not like it hasn't happened before, he mutters. Eraserhead squints his eyes at Shinso. The doctor says you have multiple bruises lining almost every inch of your body. His tone is serious, not like his companion beside him, who is shooting him an incredulous look. There are hairline fractures in 3 of your ribs and you are concussed. You were hit so hard in the head that you bled all over the sleeves of my costume. Shinso flushes with embarrassment. Not to mention the fact that there are signs of past concussions that went untreated. This makes Shinso freeze. Of course he's had concussions in the past. And of course none of his foster parents cared to take him to the hospital. They thought it'd be best if he died. One less future villain to worry about. It'd be a service to the world if he passed right then and there. So, Shinso questions, bitter at the sudden memory of his past homes. So, Eraserhead repeats, do you want out? Shinso looks up at him again, confusion dominating his features as he struggles to understand his question. What? Do you want out? Eraserhead explains, do you want to leave your group home for good and never have to face that place again? Shinso just stares at him for a second in wonder, but it doesn't last long. Of course I do, but it doesn't make much of a difference. No home will take me. I have a sort of reputation among foster homes. He sighs and shifts his legs so he's sitting crisscrossed. Even if I do wind up somewhere, it's bound to be the same as the last. I really just want the other kids in my group home to find a nice place to live. Especially since the head of their group home is likely dead now. How is every place the same? Present Mike asks tentatively, and why do you think that the next will be too? Shinso scoffs. Come on, you've probably read my file by now. He stares up at the ceiling, not wanting to look at the 2 men as he explains, every foster parent and every group home brings me in and acts all nice with me and it's good. He exhales through his nose, but then they hear the rumors. Did you hear about his power? I hear it's a villain's quirk. Then everything is turned upside down and they can't even bear to look at me anymore. Then begins the cycle of them avoiding me, not letting me out, making sure I talk as little as possible and all that crap. He waves a hand dismissively. Some of them even go as far as homeschooling me in order to protect the youth. He rolls his eyes. And have any of them gotten physical with you? Eraserhead inquires. Of course they have, Shinso says like it's obvious. Happens every time. They all freak out if my mouth even twitches. It's surprising how alike people are when it comes to a mind control quirk. Why not get help? Eraserhead asks. 'Cause it gets you nowhere, Shinso says matter-of-factly as he settles back into the headboard of his bed. It's not like I haven't tried, it's just that I gave up after the first couple of times. The two heroes take time to contemplate his words, expressions grim. Maybe these two will be able to do something for the kids in the group home. Maybe they can ensure that they find a good place to live in, one with loving foster parents who won't treat them like sheet. Too bad the same can't go for him. Well, what about us? Shinso looks at the pair, really not understanding the question. What about you? Does having a home with two pro heroes sound safe enough for you? Now Shinso really doesn't understand. It apparently shows on his face how dumbfounded he is because Eraserhead patiently explains, how would you like to come live with us and have us as your foster parents? Since you think you're such a lost cause and that no other place would take you, the man continues like he isn't. Speaking some kind of holy scriptures to Shinso, we promise we won't restrict you of talking or going out, and we won't homeschool you unless that's what you want. And under no circumstances will we ever lay a hand on you. He says that last part with a finality and it's like time itself freezes. It's only Shinso's mind that's running 1,000,000 miles a second. Did Eraserhead just offer me a home? Did the Eraserhead just offer me a home? What the hell? So, no more group homes? No more tiptoeing around on effing eggshells? I won't have to fend for myself anymore? I'll finally have an actual home. Tears suddenly slip from his eyes and down his face. He hurriedly wipes them away with his arms, but they don't stop. He's just smearing them across his cheeks as he tries to cover them up. Ugh, sorry, he fumbles with his words, not quite remembering how to speak in this situation. Yeah, that sounds good. Living with you, sounds really go OD. He chokes on that last word as a sob forces its way out of him and the onslaught of tears refuses to cease. Crap, this is so embarrassing. It's just unexpected is all. Accepting that the tears just won't stop, Shinso drops his head in his hands and covers his face from view. Present Mike reaches forward and rubs at his knee while Eraserhead exhales and places a hand on his shoulder. The two heroes let him cry and they don't say a thing as his body is racked with sobs that he refuses to voice out of self-preservation. Shinso feels all sorts of things in this moment. Sadness. Relief. Hearted. Solace. But most of all, he is overcome with joy. But what the F dash? When Shinso went out today, just a day after being taken in by the two pros, taking a shortcut of alleys to get to the nearest convenience store from Mr. Aizawa's and Mr. Yamada's place, he thought he'd have a nice walk on this bright, cloudless day. He did not, however, expect to be jump-scared almost shitless when the most horrifying mask popped down from the sky to hang upside down right in front of his face. He leans back with an expression of shock and hesitance to try and get away from the mask that is somehow even more terrifying in the daylight. Every single detail is on display as the sun shines down on it, like the tinge of red that surrounds the root of each fang tooth. After his initial wave of surprise, Shinso realizes that, despite running into the vigilante a number of times, it is extremely unusual to see him out in broad daylight. Which brings forth the question, what is he doing here? I need your help. Well, that answers that. Wait, Shinso thinks, help? What the F could this guy possibly need help with? Is there some kind of major villain on the loose? Are they in any danger? Is the world gonna end? Oh my gosh. The world is ending, isn't it dash? The masked boy in civilian clothing, still hanging upside down, dangles an object in front of Shinso's face. I require your assistance in figuring out how to work this accursed little box. Shinso has to cross his eyes to focus on what he's being shown and is absolutely boggled when he sees a phone. The dude who saved him from being choked out, saved him from being ganged up on, who survived a fire and a 5-story fall, who has fought the hero Eraserhead and left unscathed, the one who tortured and killed his foster dad just a couple of days ago, this guy who is his FING age, needs help with a phone. Disappointment that it's not something as thrilling as the apocalypse and amusement that a teenager doesn't know how to use a phone war inside him. He doesn't know whether to laugh at the guy or say, What the F dash, for the second time in under 30 minutes. So he goes with a deadpanned, "You've got to be kidding me." The vigilante finally hops down and removes his mask and puts it away in a black backpack, revealing sharp, green eyes and a freckled face. Equally green curls form short, tiny ringlets all over his head. They rustle softly in the light breeze, and Shinso realizes that this is the first time he's seen the guy clearly, without a mask or the dark obscuring him. Unfortunately, he sighs, I am not. I can hack into the most guarded and secure databases and create my own with twice the security easily, and yet I can't seem to figure out a mobile phone. He tilts his head as he thinks, perhaps it is because this tech is too simple for my advanced skills. Shinso ignores that bit about the whole hacking thing and just says, "Are you saying that only a simple mind can handle a simple task? Are you insulting me?" He carries a voice of forced incredulity, trying to joke around, but it seems the other boy doesn't seem to catch on. "No, I apologize if my words came off as rude, that wasn't my intention." "Ah, that was sarcasm, I'm not actually offended," Shinso says slowly as he waves the apology away, feeling bad for the guy. "Oh," he furrows his brows, clearly perplexed. "Well, let's get going then." He walks out of the alleyway, not even glancing back to ensure that the other boy is following. Shinso lags behind at the sudden command but snaps out of it as soon as the one before him is out of sight. They walk side by side in silence, which Shinso normally doesn't mind, better for people to be quiet around him rather than screaming in his face. Though, he feels as if he wants to strike up a conversation. This kid saved him, he doesn't seem to be the judgy type either, and from what he can see, Shinso thinks that he'd be a pretty chill guy. And so, for the first time in the boy's hermit-crabbed life, he starts a conversation. "So, where are we going, Shinso racks his brain but comes up empty. "Sorry, but what should I call you? You claim you're not a vigilante, so you don't have some nickname, and I doubt you'd give me your real name." So, he trails off, feeling awkward. Talking to people is way harder than he'd thought. A heavy silence befalls the two. No words come from either boy's mouth for a while, so Shinso gives up on ever trying to talk to someone again. Then, "I don't have a name, but I'm referred to as Subject 715. He says it in a low voice, not a whisper but not loud enough to carry. The air around the pair changes, it's so dense that you couldn't even slice it with an army-grade knife if you tried. Being the socially stunted guy that he is, Shinso tries to lighten the mood a bit. "Sounds like some kind of experiment number," he jokes. When the other boy doesn't answer, Shinso decides he should just shut. Not soon enough, they reach a small park. There's a little playground placed in the middle of a mulch floor. Trees line the surrounding area, bringing shade to the bench that Subject 715 sits at, gesturing for Shinso to do the same. Before Shinso can begin to think how awkward the situation is, 715 turns around and holds out the phone. "Show me how to use this thing." He pauses for a second, as if remembering something. "Please," he adds on. Shinso takes the phone, relaxing slightly now that the heavy atmosphere has diminished. "Well, you need to put in your personal information in order to actually use it." Shinso watches as the screen says, "Hello," while switching languages. It's pretty straightforward, you just have to follow the instructions. He watches as realization dawns on the other boy, like he's just had some kind of revelation. "I see," he nods, face scrunched up in thought. "That explains a lot." Shinso hands the phone back as he asks, "Explains what?" 715 pockets the device, replying, "Explains why I couldn't log on. I don't have any personal information like you said I need." Shinso is taken aback. What? Doesn't everyone have that kind of stuff? How the hell does someone who lives in modern-day society not have personal info? 715 shrugs. "I was raised quite differently from the average person." He says it like the situation is completely normal. Maybe he's actually the hermit crab. Shinso opens his mouth to say something more when his attention is pulled to a small crowd building up in front of a television display. 715 follows his line of sight and they collectively decide to see what's going on. Seen sporting a fear-inducing green mask. A drawn picture of a green mask with void-like eyes and sharp teeth shows up on screen behind the news reporter. It's not an exact match of the actual thing, but you'd definitely recognize it if you were to see it in real life. And there's no mistaking the fact that that's 7-15's mask on live television. The 4 men who were captured by this unknown vigilante just 3 days ago have each given brief statements on what occurred that night. The lady speaking on the news is replaced by a video of the 4 men that had jumped Shinso not too long ago. He stiffens as they come on screen, suddenly remembering how it felt to be ganged up on. He just jumped down from the sky and landed right on top of me. When I woke up, I was in a police car and already halfway to the station. The other 3 nod in agreement, having also woken up in the same situation. Someone else speaks, "Yeah, the guy took us all out like it was nothing." He shivers at the memory. "I still can't get that mask out of my head." And his voice was just as bad, a third one pipes out. It was all deep and raspy, like some kind of monster. The fourth and last one speaks up. "It all happened so fast." He has a far-off look, barely even 20 seconds and everyone was out cold. "I tried running away, but he caught up just like that." He snaps his fingers to emphasize, "Guy's a beast, I'm just glad he didn't use none of the weapons he had on him." Beside him, Shinso can hear 715 mutter something about just overreacting before his attention is pulled to the news reporter on screen once more. As they've just stated, this new vigilante has the weaponry and skill to take down villains of the night with proficiency. Others who have been caught by this man have also reported similar experiences, claiming that one moment they were committing crime, and the next there was the masked vigilante before they woke up inside a prison cell. She shuffles the papers in front of her before continuing. Some say they had a feeling akin to the fear of dying, going as far as calling the vigilante names such as Viridian Reaper, Green Death, and the Emerald Demon. Shinso glances at the boy next to him. He can't help but feel a little disbelieving, especially now that he knows this Green Death character is really just a 15-year-old boy. Moreover, the lady continues, recent accounts say that the vigilante is the one who was involved in the rescuing of 5 people who were trapped in a burning apartment complex before it imploded just 3 days ago, the same night that the 4 men from before were captured and brought in. Witnesses explain that he had gone in and brought everyone left inside the building out to safety, going as far as jumping out of the 5th story with a mother and son in arms. A muted video of the fire plays out on the screen behind her, displaying as the complex crashes in on itself before the camera zooms in on 3 small figures flying from one of the windows. The video stops before the bundle of people hit the floor. The savior in question is believed to have been deceased since then, as he is the one who took the brunt of that fall, allowing the mother and son to survive and be on their way to a full recovery. Though what's most perplexing is that the heroes on scene reported seeing the vigilante run away, even after all that he had endured. Experts say that it was likely the cause of lingering adrenaline that allowed him to get away, but he likely passed as soon as the effects wore off. The crowd of people murmur amongst themselves in pity for the vigilante, especially since it seems that he had been a great help in rescuing the people from the fire. The news reporter folds her hands in front of her. However, the crowd pays attention once more. Despite all that, it is said that no body was found. There are small outbursts of surprise as everyone listens intently to what the lady is saying. 715 still doesn't move. Now, the question stands, is this masked vigilante still out there? If so, how did he survive? And if he is, indeed, still alive, what will he do next? All we can do is wait and see if this supposed Viridian Reaper makes another appearance, proving that he still lives. She stares intently into the camera before completely changing the subject. Now, moving on to the subject of a rising star in the music industry. The crowd starts to dissipate now that the news report was over. Shinso catches snippets of conversation, most of them going on about how there's no way he'd have survived. Though a few of them express their hopes in his still being alive, as they think that he'd be someone who can bring a lot of good, despite his vigilantism methods. Shinso faces the guy who just made the news and sees that his eyes are still glued to the screen, seeing but not hearing. You good?" Shinso questions. He bets it must come as a shock to see yourself on the news and being speculated as dead. 7-15's attention is pulled from his thoughts at Shinsu's inquiry. He turns to the teen and states, "The nicknames they gave me lack imagination." He shakes his head. "They all have to do with me being green." Is this guy for real? Shinso shakes away the thought. Dude, they literally think you're dead. Doesn't that bother you? 715 shakes his head. No, that doesn't change the fact that I will continue to fight crime. Let them believe that I am dead, that just means that villains will get sloppy. Shinso is about to say something else when his phone buzzes in his pocket. It's a message to the group chat between himself and his new foster parents. Mr. Izawa to you and Mr. Yamada. Mr. Izawa. Is everything alright? You're taking a while. That's right, he had been out for longer than expected. Yes, sorry. I'm heading back. Is that the name of your new foster father? Shinso yelps and jumps back. 715 had been looking over his shoulder the whole time and he hadn't even noticed. He didn't even hear him breathing. Yeah, he says reluctantly. He doesn't really want to tell him that one of them is actually the hero that tried turning him in. And I assume they're treating you well? He asks, face set, and Shinso is suddenly reminded of just what brought the two to meet. The only reason why they're talking at all is because Shinso had been saved from his old foster parent, and this guy is the one who had done that and more. Shinso literally owes him his life. Yeah, he nods, a slight grin taking form. I've only just moved in, but they're good people. 715 gives a nod. That's good. He points at Shinso's phone. You should be heading off then, wouldn't want you to worry them. Right, Shinso says, and the other boy turns to leave, but he suddenly remembers something and calls him back. Wait. 715 stops and turns back around to face Shinso as he jogs to catch up to him. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a ballpoint pen. He holds his hand out. Give me your arm. The other boy looks at him skeptically before slowly putting his arm out. Shinso clicks the pen and starts writing something on the inside of his forearm. Here's my number. He finishes and puts the pen away before gesturing at 7-15's pocket. Once you figure that out, just type it into your messages and we can communicate with each other. You know, just in case you need more help with your phone. Shinso says this, but really, he just wants to be able to talk to someone his age without being tormented. And if he has to get that from an immortal vigilante who people call the Emerald Demon, then so be it. The boy in question just nods. Okay, I'll contact you if I'm in need of your assistance. And with that, they part ways. Despite his cool demeanor on the outside, Shinso is kicking his feet and jumping around on the inside. He just made his first friend. Kinda. And he had a conversation that didn't end with him getting beat up. Major plus. Though he can't help but think the guy talks really weird. It's like there's not a lick of slang or informality in his vocabulary. Nonetheless, Shinso is glad. It seems that his life is finally turning around for the better. That's what I thought earlier, but how did it end up like this? Mr. Izawa is currently going on a tangent of how there's no way that the kid survived. And if he did, then he was likely dead now due to the incapability of taking care of himself after receiving such grave wounds. The kid in question being 715, of course. And now Shinso is trying his hardest not to sheet himself as he thinks about how he quite literally exchanged numbers with the dude just 30 minutes ago. The dude who Mr. Izawa is completely stressing out about right now. Oh yeah, I'm so dead. See, Shinso had gotten back to his new home and had told the two that he got held up watching the news about this new vigilante that he definitely knew nothing about. Then Mr. Yamada said that they had just seen the same on the TV and went on about how Mr. Izawa worked with him the night that Shinso was hospitalized and the fire happened. Which then turned into Mr. Yamada wondering out loud whether or not the guy actually died, since no body was found. And clearly Mr. Izawa is very passionate about the topic. Don't be stupid, Zashi, Shinso winces at the harsh tone. I saw firsthand how he turned out when he fell from that building. I already told you what he looked like. There's no chance he survived. He turns from his partner and stares bitterly at the ground. There's no use in keeping hope where there shouldn't be. Hizashi's expression of indignation softens at that last part. While I don't appreciate you calling me stupid, the man says as he steps over and places a comforting hand on Mr. Izawa's shoulder, I understand that this is hard for you. Like you said, you saw everything firsthand. I wouldn't doubt it if the kid did end up dying. Mr. Izawa tenses at that and Shinso can't help but feel guilty since he can end all this turmoil by telling him the guy is in fact alive and well. But if he were to do that, Then he would compromise 7-15's safety, not that he could ever be in any danger, and he doesn't want the one who has saved him a multitude of times to wind up imprisoned because of him. Besides, what if he tells them and gets kicked out? What if they say it's because of obstruction of justice or something and they send him away? Logically, he knows that the two pros would never do something like that. Abandoning him quite literally goes against everything they live for as heroes, after all. But still, he can't escape that numbing fear of trustworthy adults turning against him. He can't deal with that. Not again. So, he keeps his mouth shut and decides to feign ignorance. Though he still feels sorry for his new guardian, so he tries to make him feel better, even if he's had no experience in the craft whatsoever. You know, if it's of any consolation, the guy, sheet I almost said 715. Most likely died a painless death, seeing as how he was in the building for a while. His nervous system was likely damaged, meaning he wouldn't have been able to feel anything at all after he was burned. Mr. Aizawa opens his mouth, ready to argue, but Shinso cuts him off. And if you're worried about what occurred up to that point, then it's probable that his adrenaline levels were so high that the fire was barely more than background noise to him. The hero's pause. That would also explain how he was able to get so many people out by himself. In the pre-quirk times, it was said that adrenaline boosts gave people abilities akin to super strength in times of dangerous, high-stress situations, like your child getting trapped under a car. Though I don't know how true that is. So even if the guy is dead, then it would be logical to assume that he passed while experiencing little pain, if any at all. Shinso hopes that his words are enough. He's not exactly big on comforting people, and he really does feel guilty about all this. Even with the kids at his old group home, all he could do for them was give them a shoulder to cry on and an enveloping hug. Though he doesn't really think that'd work on an adult. So he can only throw facts at the situation, because if there's one thing about heroes, it's that they can't overlook the finer details. Shinso's expectations were met because, as soon as he finished talking, the pinched expression on Mr. Aizawa's face slowly started to return to normal, and Mr. Yamada gave him a smile in return. Yeah, I suppose that would be true, Mr. Aizawa nods, still seeming to process what Shinso said as the memory of his last run-in with 715 likely played back in his head. The boy quirks an awkward grin as he's not really used to positive responses from adults, so he turns to retreat in his room for the rest of the day when he's stopped by Mr. Yamada. Wait. Hold up, kiddo. Shinso turns around and looks at the smiling man. We gotta talk about where you'll be going to school from now on. Right, school. Goody. The two men sit on the beige couch and beckon for Shinso to do the same. Once they've all been sat down, Mr. Yamada speaks again. You can't exactly go to the school you've been attending as of late anymore since it's too far from here. And I'm sure your social situation isn't all that desirable there either, all things considered. Mr. Aizawa says he's back to his cool demeanor again and is as all-knowing as always. Shinso agrees. Yeah, I like to start off on a fresh slate with each move, and it's more convenient overall to live close to school. Right? So, while you were out, we were looking at middle schools nearby, and it looks like the closest one is just about 2 miles from here. Mr. Yamada opens his phone and taps on the screen before showing it to Shinso. It's the mapped-out directions of the commute. The school's called Aldra Junior High. Shinso hasn't exactly heard of it before, which is good, because if that's true, then it's likely that the students there haven't heard of him either, which makes it vastly easier to get along with others. Unless his sheet social skills have anything to do about that. Nonetheless, he agrees. After that's settled, they all have dinner at the small, square table as Mr. Yamada carries most of the conversation. Mr. Aizawa makes small comments throughout it all. Shinso doesn't speak unless he's directly spoken to, which is a habit of his, though the other two don't seem to mind. They're much more understanding than any authoritative figure he's faced up till now. That night, before Shinso is about to turn in, he gets a message from an unknown number. XXXXXXX. Hello, this is subject 7-1. I wanted to inform you that I have figured out how to use the mobile phone. Thank you for your help today. That's cool, dude, but how did you get all the necessary stuff if you didn't have any of that like literally 3 hours ago? XXXXXXX. That's classified. Cool IG. O triple XXXXX. What does IG signify? Does this guy know nothing? It stands for I guess. O triple XXXXX. I see, thank you for enlightening me. He totally talks like an old man. Yan, that means, no problem by the way. O triple XXXXX. It seems like you are quite knowledgeable about modern day terms. It's normal for teens to know this stuff. I'm kinda surprised you don't actually. It kind of bugs Shinso that he doesn't have a definite name for the guy. It's clear that he isn't all that fond of being called Subject 715, and he says he doesn't have a name at all, which is actually really concerning. Just who the hell is this guy? Well anyway, I gotta call you something since I don't really like the idea of calling you by a string of numbers. Any ideas? O triple XXXXX. I have no issues with what I am called. You may address me as you wish. Have some self-respect, dude. What if I gave you a totally sucky nickname? Whatever, you'd probably take it. Anyway, surprised face. Shinso takes a second to think. He wants to have it be something that can describe him well, and he wants to incorporate a bit of how the crime doers see him too, because it's pretty badass that they see him as some kind of death god. That might work. How about Grim? O triple XXXXX. Dash Grim? Yeah. Like the Grim Reaper? It describes you pretty well since you always have this sort of grim expression on you, and all the villains you catch essentially think of you as the Grim Reaper, just the green kinda, which is totally badass. The speech bubble appears and disappears several times before a response is sent back. O triple XXXXX. I see, I suppose that the name does suit me quite well. Thank you for your consideration. Yanpi man. Anyways, I gotta get to sleep, so night. Good night, Shinso. Using a phone isn't as difficult as it seems once you've got the basics down. 715 had no issue at all once he created illegally, of course, all of the necessary information in order to use his new stolen phone. He even made himself a bank account under a false name in order to have somewhere to send his earnings. It was a bit difficult since he had no top-grade technology at his disposal, but he wound up making the device untraceable. He also inputted some programming that would cause the phone to rapidly overheat and explode if it were to fall into the hands of someone who likes to pry, among other things. He did a lot of research and read every term of agreement note the device showed him. He was quick to familiarize with the workings of the phone. It helps that he is a quick learner too. He then went on to find out more about this DoorDash profession that he had decided he would pursue. It turned out that it was actually a food delivery service. The customer is to select the food that they want from a restaurant of their choosing before checking out and paying. The app then sends the order and the location of the food place to a DoorDash driver, signifying that they are to deliver the order to the customer. It seems simple enough. But Subject 715 doesn't have a car. He knows how to drive, of course. You can't go around killing people for work and not know how to be your own getaway driver. Though, he didn't use a vehicle often because most of his work was done stealthily, thus not needing to make a grand escape. The only times where he did need to run from others, he often sported a nondescript car that is easily overlooked, or a motorcycle, which is able to move at high speeds due to its size. It was always when he was flying between cars and speeding through cramped spaces on a motorcycle that he felt the most free. The risk of getting caught was exhilarating, and the thrill of watching as everything blurs around you with your speed was addicting. Especially so when he'd have to pull stunts on a bike in order to get away from a particularly dangerous pursuit. Should I steal a motorcycle? The thought flashed through his mind, and it just brought on more exuberating memories. He tries to rid himself of such thoughts now that he was supposed to be living an honest life, but he couldn't exactly ignore them either. So, in order to quench his thirst for the vehicle, he decides to watch videos of people riding motorcycles. Maybe it'll help him get over it. It didn't work. If anything, it only made it worse. Watching the high-speed videos from a first-person perspective through cameras attached to helmets did absolutely nothing to satiate his hunger for a ride out in the streets. It really only made him miss it even more. Now, 715 isn't usually one to get attached to worldly things like this, But he always felt the thing as a sort of reprieve. Like a small break from the bloody reality that was his life. So now that he has the illegal opportunity to reach that bliss once more, he can barely do anything to resist. The last straw is when he watches a video of a professional biker doing elaborate tricks midair before landing and skidding to a stop, dust clouds rising and clouding the camera's vision. He can practically smell the exhaust through the screen. His fingers twitch at the phantom memory of squeezing down on the clutch. Its mechanical roar as it comes to life echoes beckoningly in his ear. Oh yeah, I'm stealing a motorcycle. Obviously, if one is to steal something, it is to be done under the cover of darkness. When the world is asleep and the soon-to-be robbed are none the wiser. And if one is already experienced in the machinations of stealth, agility, and, well, stealing things, then it shouldn't be much of an issue to steal from a dealership. Which is precisely why 715 is speeding down empty streets barely even an hour after deciding he'd be stealing himself a new ride. He's decked out in his costume, though he switched out his mask for one of the black helmets the dealership had for sale, which he, in fact, did not buy as tribute to the olden days where he could find solace in the form of sleek metal and two wheels. Lampposts whiz past him and his surroundings blur as he shifts into third gear. He's aware of the noise he's making, but he can't find it in himself to care. Especially now that he hears a faint cry over the sound of the roaring engine. Rather than screeching to a stop and bringing even more attention to himself, he turns a corner and slows down, planning on approaching the situation as quietly as his bike will let him. 715 closes in on the muggy alleyway where he heard the sound. He moves at a snail's pace, trying to gauge the situation before revealing himself. He has to see just how much damage he's allowed to do, after all. His bike hums a low purr and it's clear the ones in the alley can't hear him because of all the noise they're making. And now it's blatantly obvious just what's going on. No. Please. A woman's cry. Hear that, boys? She said please. The grin is apparent in the man's voice. There's scattered laughter. Based on the sound of it, 715 counts at least 6 of them. Well, since she's asking so nicely, a sickeningly giddy tone, we should do well to oblige, especially for such a pretty lady. There's scuffling and a squeaked-out puff of breath as the wind is knocked out of who 715 assumes to be the woman. There's more struggling and gasping sounds as she finally regains her breath. No, 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 and dash. The desperate string of refusals is cut off. All that's left are muffled shrieks and sobs as the men laugh heartily. 7-15's blood has risen to a boil. He feels the same rage he felt when he heard a certain purple-haired teenage boy confess the wrongs that he had faced, along with the children he lived with. He's even raped some of us. Just as he had gotten rid of one stain, another one of equal magnitude had taken its place. But that won't stop him from ridding the world of them, no matter how many pop up. So now, he turns the corner and faces the scene fully. There she is, the woman, laying on the floor with 3 men pinning her down. 2 of them are holding a leg and an arm each while the third is the one muffling her cries. There's another, he's standing opposite the one with his hand clamped over her mouth, staring down at the woman hungrily while the remaining 2 stand off to the side, each with twin predatory expressions. Luckily, nothing has happened yet, but that doesn't quell the anger that's churning his blood. No. The only thing that can do that is seeing the 6 assailants in a bloody heap. Preferably dead. The man that's going to make the first pass starts lowering himself, hand on the belt holding his pants up. And that's all the permission 715 needs. Revving the engine, 715 kicks into motion. The group is placed at the opposite side of the alley from him, so he has enough time to gain speed. Upon hearing the sudden noise, everyone's attention snaps to the source. The lowered man stands straight up as he stares at the speeding figure that's growing closer and closer. Heading straight for him. 715 is leaning forward, chest pressed against the gas tank. Right before he reaches his target, he snaps himself upright, pulling the handles along with him as he pops a wheelie. Tire meets flesh as he proceeds to burn rubber on the man's face. Bits of skin and meat go flying in all directions. Droplets of blood spray through the air like mist. Some land on the group of people bearing witness to it all. The momentum carries 715 forward, and he twists out of the way to make Sure he doesn't crush the now fallen man with his front wheel. Faceless and unmoving, the man lays spread-eagled on the floor. His face is all scraped up, torn skin flaps at the edges of the wound. It frames the red, bloody mess that engulfs the entirety of what used to be his face. Streaks of dirt from the tire mingle with the facial fibers. White bone is exposed through the bridge of his nose. One of his eyelids has been shredded to the point that you could see the sclera. The corner of his mouth has been reduced to the inner lining of the lips, just a thin strip of membrane. You can see smoke-yellowed teeth and bloody gums through its pink transparency. What a sight! He lands and cuts the engine, propping up his bike with the kickstand. Now everyone's eyes are darting back and forth from him to the guy who's no longer with a face. The woman has been let go and the three men holding her down are now standing upright, looking like fish out of water with their fallen jaws. Who are you? One of them asks, fear and shock ringing from their throat. 715 doesn't hesitate to answer. Someone you'll wish you'd never met. Reaching into his left arm band, he pulls out a small blade. It's 3 inches long, only to be used to incapacitate in this situation. Though, if the victim so pleases, 715 wouldn't mind erasing a few more stains from the world before going back home. The 5 remaining men all take a step back at the sight of his knife. He turns to the right, where the woman is now seated on the floor, eyes blown wide and tear tracks shining down her cheeks. 715 walks over to her, causing the 3 that held her down just moments ago to scramble out of the way and to the other 2. The woman whimpers and backs up once she notices she's the one he's walking to. She hits the wall behind her and squeezes her eyes shut as fresh tears pour out of her closed lids. Her chin dimples and her lip shakes. She clearly thinks he's going to hurt her. So, with her fear in mind, 715 flips up the visor on his helmet and reveals his eyes. He'd like to ease her worries rather than double them. After all, what kind of harbinger of justice would he be if not only the criminals he fights fear him, but the people he protects do too? Do not fret, he says in his monotonous tone. She opens her eyes and looks at him with trepidation. I am not here to harm you. The only ones who will be in pain tonight are the 5 men watching us right now. True to his word, 715 passes his knife to his left hand and, without breaking eye contact with the woman before him, he throws the blade. A scream can be heard as it sinks into the foot of the nearest man. He stands and turns his back to the trembling figure behind him. He puts his arm out, shielding her all the while. Stay there, they won't be touching you ever again. He flicks the visor down once more, since I'll be taking their hands with me tonight. He pulls the twin knives from his thigh sheaths and brandishes them at the enemy. The frightened men take a step back, the one with an impaled foot doing a little hop. Close your eyes. He gives them no time to move as he rushes forward. His first target is foolish. He holds his hands out protectively, as if he didn't just hear that they are to be taken tonight. A flash of metal. Fingers flying through the air like sausages tossed in a pan. A scream. The smell of copper wafting through his helmet. The soft thud of supple flesh on the ground as the entire hand follows after its lost digits. Blood spurts and flows from the man's bloody stump as he clutches at his wrist with his non-severed hand. It pools on the floor at 715's feet. Everyone's focus is on the scene in front of them. The screaming is starting to get annoying. He slices through flesh and bone as he glides his knife through the air once more. The fingers wrapped around the man's wrist go slack. The hand slowly slips from where it was latched on. It hits the puddle of blood with a wet slap. Now, much to 715's annoyance, the man is screaming even more. He drops to his knees as he stares wide-eyed at where his hands used to be. Choked sobs filter through the air as he yells, his throat raw. The others watch on in horror. They clutch at their hands as they stare at the hacked-off parts. At the agonized man. That freezing feeling of fear settles in as it dawns on them. They're next. His temper winning out, 715 raises his foot and cracks the kneeled man over his head. Finally, he's silent. The only sounds being heard is the rustling of his body as it falls and slumps onto the floor. The magnitude of the situation finally dawns on the remaining men as they slowly look up from their fallen comrade. Their gazes lock on the spot where 715 stood, now empty. They whip their heads around, trying to gauge where he's coming from next. Whimpers and panicked breaths sound out through the alley as they fail to find him. Glints of moonlight on metal are their only warning as an onslaught of blades rain down from the sky. A mix of small knives and throwing stars shoot down like bullets. They sever all fingers that the men possess. Screams filter through the air as more blood sprays onto the ground. They finally turn towards the only place they hadn't looked before, up. And that's where they find 715, right above them. He's clutching onto a fire escape, with his right arm and leg dangling off the side. How he had gotten there so silently, no one knows. But they do realize that the biggest F-up of their lives was leaving the house that night. No, maybe it was attacking the woman in the first place. Two of them pass out. The other two look at their bleeding stubs. Their fingerless hands shake and tears stream down their faces. Their eyes dart back up, only to find 715 right in front of them. They barely have time to scream before he takes their hands too, leaving their wrists bloody stumps. He knocks them out and slices the hands off of the two who had passed out beforehand, saving the faceless one for last. Now each and every one of them is on the ground, slowly bleeding out. He turns around to face the victim. The woman is curled in on herself, trembling. But she still has her eyes squeezed shut. That's good, she didn't bear witness to any of that. 715 walks over to her, making sure to make his footsteps heard before crouching. "It's over, but don't open your eyes just yet," he says, voice still emotionless as ever, no matter how much he wants to sound comforting. "If you don't mind, I'll take you elsewhere, so you don't have to see the little mess I made." She hesitates, mouth opening and closing around words that she cannot speak. She resorts to nodding in the end. So 715 gently takes her by the elbow before leading her out of the alleyway, over to where he had entered from. He faces her so that her back is to the men lying on the floor before telling her to open her eyes once more. "Would you mind staying here and contacting the police while I go retrieve my bike?" 715 asks, which he does after receiving a shaky nod. The pungent smell of copper hits him like a wall as he nears the scene. The alleyway is dark, with just the moon spraying light into the din. It silhouettes the bodies and stray pieces of flesh. It glints off of the blood like a crimson lake, with the moon reflected on the surface. 715 barely gives it a second glance. He grabs the handles on his back and begins to turn it around and wheel it to where the woman is talking on the phone, tremors all too apparent in her tone. "Ers si9 of F them. Someone came and helped. And no, I don't know who." There's more talking on the phone before the woman gives a shaky goodbye and hangs up. She goes to turn around, assumingly to find 715, but he just puts a gentle hand on her shoulder and keeps her facing forward. He's still mindful of the grotesque view behind them and would much rather not have her go through more than she already had. The woman speaks up again as 715 enters her line of sight. "The police are on their way." 715 only nods in return. Hands still on the handles, he nudges the kickstand from under his cycle and hops on while pulling the keys from his pocket. He had slipped them in there before the fight. He puts them in the ignition and is about to start up the engine when a firm hand grasps onto his arm. He turns to wide eyes and panicked breathing. The woman is looking at him with an urgency and fear that reflects the tightness in her grip. "Stay." Her voice is small, barely above a whisper, and 715 feels a pang in his chest. It's a foreign feeling, akin to that of responsibility but with a hint of something more. Like a mix of pity and sorrow for the person still being racked with small tremors right in front of him. Is he feeling sympathetic? When was the last time he felt anything like sympathy? When was the last time he felt anything at all? Not knowing exactly what to do with the reborn emotion but still feeling that sense of being needed, 715 pockets his keys once more and steps off of the motorcycle. He hadn't wanted to deal with the police, so he planned on leaving right away. But if the woman standing next to him would feel safer with him by her side, then who is he to just go in the first place? But now another problem has arisen. What the F is he going to tell the cops? There are 6 handless men piled up and bleeding everywhere, with one of them having heavy facial wounds and whatnot. His knives and throwing stars are still littering the floor, probably all bloody from his attack. Though he shouldn't be too worried, since he's wearing his costume at the moment, the costume that has gloves with mesh fingers for breathability and lack of fingerprints. So the fight can't be traced back to him. As long as the woman doesn't say anything, that is. 715 needs to somehow convince her into not telling the police that he wasn't the one to do all this. He sincerely doubts that they'd take kindly to such brutality. He turns and opens his mouth to persuade the woman of this, but he's interrupted by the sound of a siren. Well, shit. 2 cop cars come wheeling in, familiar blue and red lights flashing. They slow down to a stop right in front of 715 and the woman he saved, who is now much more relaxed than she was earlier, albeit still a little shaken up. Then starts the questioning, the investigating, and all that police business. 2 of the 4 cops walk past them to the crime scene further into the alley while the remaining 2 stay behind to gather more information. The ones that stopped for questioning introduce themselves, though 715 doesn't necessarily care enough to remember their names, only that one of them seems to have a mutation quirk. A cat mutation quirk. The guy has a cat head. Now, 715 has seen his fair share of mutation-type quirks, of course he has, what with his previous profession, but he's never seen one quite like this. Usually, he'd come across people with odd body parts, like tentacles for arms or horse legs. So he finds it quite transfixing to watch a grown man twitch his whiskers or wiggle his ears, even more so when he meows every other sentence. Can you retell just exactly what occurred tonight, meow? The woman opens her mouth to speak, but 715 answers before she has the chance. I was out on a midnight ride when I heard a noise. All 3 pairs of eyes are on him as he half lies. I came over to see what was going on when I found all the men on the floor and this woman sitting there and shaking like a leaf. He shakes his head as he feigns innocence. He just hopes the lady takes the hint. Otherwise, he's in for a nighttime police chase. Not that he hasn't been in one before, he always escaped those obviously, but it would be harder to get away at this time, what with the lack of traffic and citizenry milling about. The woman, much to 7-15's surprise, doesn't even hesitate. Yeah, she agrees, nodding her head. These men were calm coming on to me when a strange man in a dark hoodie and pants came through and did all this. She gestures vaguely behind her, not turning to look back at the bodies. And then he showed up, she tilts her head towards 715, and stayed with me until you arrived. The officer that's boring and without a cat head nods while jotting down their words on a small notepad. He looks up, scrutinizing 7-1, he glances over to his motorcycle, more specifically his front wheel. And what happened there? He points with his pencil. Right, he totally burned rubber on the first guy's face earlier and bits of his facial remains are still lodged in between the ridges. Oh yeah, 715 says. He hunches his shoulders and tries sounding somber and guilty. I accidentally ran over a possum while driving around. It was a big and ugly one too. Made quite the mess. The woman's slight smile shows that she didn't miss the double meaning in his words. The cop squints suspiciously but nods his head nonetheless, though slowly. Okay, he puts the notepad and pencil away in his back pocket, seeing that this is clearly something much bigger than a simple SXL assault. We'll have to stay behind and call in the forensics team to see just who our mysterious hooded man is. Well, didn't that just spike 7-15's temper? A simple SXL assault? What about this is simple? Is the police force really so daft that they'd call what this woman went through simple? It's a wonder how they get anything done with this kind of mindset. But Mr. Cathead tenses at his colleague's words, his pupils turn to slits as his ears rear back. 715 really likes this cat-headed man. The doofus, though, continues, I trust that you'll be able to make it home, ma'am? We can't risk leaving the crime scene like this dash. Now, I think we'd be able to dash, Cathead interrupts before he himself is interrupted by 7-1. I can take her, he says, voice deadly calm. He won't trust people who undermine others' pain, and he certainly won't start with this guy. He turns to the woman in question, whose expression is painfully blank, nails digging into the flesh of her palms. As long as you feel comfortable riding with me, that is. She looks up at him, most likely seeing her reflection staring back at her through his helmet's visor, but it still feels like her eyes are boring into his. After a fraction of a second, she nods. He turns to policeman. Well, If that's all, officers, then we'll be going now. They move to his motorcycle, getting on with the woman at 7-15's back, her arms wrapped around his waist. Just as he starts the engine, Mr. Cathead calls out to him. Wait, what's your name? He's gone before the man can get a response. The two ride into the night. The woman points out directions to her home that's not far from where she was attacked. 715 pulls up to a relatively nice apartment complex. It's about 6 stories, and he can't help but think of fire and choking smoke and burning bodies. The woman gets off. She hesitates before going inside, turning to look at him. She has an odd expression on her face. It's not one that 715 has seen before. She takes a deep bow and says, "Thank you so much for what you've done." Oh, the expression was gratitude. She rises but keeps her eyes trained on the ground beneath them. An old friend of mine actually went through the same thing that I just did tonight, but she wasn't as lucky. She whispers that last bit, her voice drips with grief. And to make matters worse, her attackers got off with barely a slap on the wrist. They claimed innocence by intoxication and were only faced with a week's jail time. What a crappy justice system. So I really appreciate you stepping in, she says softly. 715 takes his helmet off and reveals his face completely. The woman looks at him with wide eyes now that she can see him in full view. No, I should be thanking you for going along with my cover-up. I'd probably be speeding down the streets with the feds on my tail if you hadn't. She shakes her head. I'm honestly glad you did what you did. There are a lot of cases where women, and sometimes even men, don't get the justice they deserve. Some people just don't see how horrible the aftermath of such an assault can be. 715 nods in agreement. I actually know someone who was a victim such as yourself and your friend, as well as domestic abuse. It was the one who was supposed to be looking after him that did those things. There were also children younger than him in that home as well. He shifts around a little. They're out of that place now, but there's no doubt that the suffering they went through remains. Her eyes darken with a sympathetic sadness. Tears well up along her eyes' waterline, but they don't fall. She looks down and her voice comes as barely a whisper, but 7-15's trained ears still catch on her words. The friend I mentioned, she wound up killing herself a month after the incident. 715 doesn't say anything. He knows that these things follow you everywhere you go. He's heard stories of people spending hours scrubbing themselves clean, not being able to get that dirty feeling off of them. Or of people being found dead after such an incident, their attackers having killed them once done. The woman takes a shuddering breath and carries on. It may be messed up of me to think like this, but if people wind up dying at their own hands or otherwise, then it's only fair that the culprits do too. I don't think that's messed up at all, 715 says, prompting the woman to look back up at him. After all, I'm the one who f'd those guys up, aren't I? That draws out a laugh from her, however small. She titles her head slightly to the side, a questioning look in her eye. Did you end up doing the same for the guy you mentioned? 715 thinks back to Sunday night, barely even 2 days ago. He grins at the memory. You can say that. The woman shudders but nods nonetheless. She brings her head down in another bow and speaks once more. Once again, thank you for what you've done tonight. I'll never forget your helping me. 715 climbs back on his motorcycle, fastening his helmet over his head once more. Well, to stop such an event from occurring in the future, he reaches his finger into his left armband, extracting one of his throwing needles from its hidden sheath. He holds it out to her. It's thin enough that no one would notice it. It's also lightweight and fairly easy to use. The woman doesn't take it right away, opting to just stare at it for a moment, transfixed. 715 waits patiently, not tiring when she still hasn't accepted it a minute later. Finally, she reaches her hand out, fingers lightly brushing the thin metal. She picks it up with her thumb and index and studies it in the moonlight before clutching it close to her chest. Thank you. 715 nods and she goes up to her apartment. He doesn't leave until she's safe within its walls. 715 leaves that night feeling accomplished in a way that he's never felt while at the facility. Like he's actually doing good rather than the false, self-proclaimed greatness that the professor preached. 715, for once, feels satisfied with himself. That self-satisfaction is gone. Completely non-existent now. What the actual F is going on right now? It's 7-15's fourth DoorDash of the day, and he is severely rethinking his life choices. You see, the job seemed fairly simple. Get the food. Deliver it. Get paid. It was easy at first. All the orders requested for the food to be left outside the door, so no social interaction needed. Until now. And they totally oversalted my fries. Not to mention the soda is flat and my burger isn't crispy enough. Is the lettuce even fresh? What kind of place serves unfresh lettuce? She's complaining about all of these things while eating her meal. She's finished half the fries, a third of the soda, and has taken at least 5 bites of the burger throughout her complaint. It's kind of impressive, actually. And is unfresh even a word? If she wanted high-quality food, then she shouldn't have ordered from McDonald's. The floors were sticky and the workers looked done with life, and honestly, he doesn't blame them if they deal with this on a daily basis. I'm not paying for this. The woman actually stomps her foot. Like a child. Her nostrils are flaring and he can't take her seriously because there's salt and ketchup at the corners of her mouth. The transaction already went through, ma'am. 715 tries to be polite, however hard it is in this situation. I want a refund then. You've eaten half of it already though. So? You can't take it back. I'm just the DLVY guy. And I have other orders to deliver. She scoffs. What, am I just not important enough then? I've been a constant paying DoorDash customer. Maybe that's why she's like this, because she doesn't get out of the house much. I'm sure the company wouldn't miss one out of the thousands of patrons, ma'am. Her face contorts with surprise and affront. How rude. Her face lights up with indignation. I'm giving you a bad Yelp review. She says with a finality. What the F is a Yelp? Footsteps and a tired groan can be heard coming to the door. Auntie, a whining voice sounds out as a boy his age comes to stand next to the complaining woman. Just come back inside and leave the poor guy alone. The kid sounds like he's had to do this before. 715 feels for him. The boy in question is looking up at Aunt forlornly. He glances to 715 briefly before doing a double take and turning his head to properly look at him before snapping it back towards his aunt. Is he okay? His face just got red. No, I will not leave him alone. He is rude and he delivered my food horrible. Stop that. Don't push me. Denki dash. The boy Denki, it seems, has successfully shoved his aunt inside and slammed the door. He's now leaning on it heavily and rolling his eyes. He's wearing a simple white t-shirt and black sweatpants. He has blonde hair with an interesting lightning bolt imprinted on one side of his bangs. Sorry about that, he says nervously. My aunt can be very, entitled. 715 nods his head somberly. I, too, was raised by someone who wanted everything done perfectly. Tell me about it, he says in annoyance. I'd rather not. My upbringing isn't for the faint-hearted. 715 deadpants. The Denki kid looks awkward now. I didn't mean literally. It's just what people say to each other when going through a similar experience, you know. He says it slowly and hesitatingly, likely weirded out now by 7-15's lack of knowledge when it comes to people his age. Sorry. I wasn't raised around other people. I only re-entered society a few days ago, so I am not familiar with common social cues and such. Understanding strikes the boy's features. Oh, no worries, man, it's cool. Then, a sudden realization overtakes the boy and now his voice has risen exponentially. Wait, so if you were completely isolated from society, then do you not know about anything? Like, no video games or hangouts with friends? What about junk food and movies and arcades and dash? He snaps his mouth shut, eyes going wide as he apologizes profusely for his rambling. No worries, man, it's cool. He tries imitating the boy's words from earlier, but it just comes out choppy and robotic. This prompts a smile from the other teen, though. He's interrupted by a banging on the door. Right, the aunt. Denki lets out a very long sigh before giving 715 a tired smile. Well, I better get going then. Sorry for all the trouble. It's all right. And with that, the boy finally goes back inside. There is an immediate, Denki Kaminari, you do not dash. The yells are cut off by the shut door. 715 walks back to his motorcycle, mentally saluting Denki Kaminari. Good luck, soldier. His interaction from earlier makes 715 seriously consider his own mannerisms and vocal behaviors. So far, every conversation he's had with someone of his own age has resulted in either them being terrified for their life, or them seeing him as odd. And this doesn't bode well for him at all. The whole point of leaving the facility was to lead a normal life, or as normal as you can get when you fight crime at night, and finally be rid of his past. But how can he do that when the professor's teachings still linger within him? More specifically, the way he talks. His speech is heavily influenced by the scientists that aided with the experiments done on Subject 7-1, so he inherently speaks as if he was raised in a lab, which he was. He also gained his colorful vocabulary of curse words and insults from the guards that stayed posted wherever he went. They'd usually joke around with each other or degrade 715 every chance they got. They'd get creative with their words, especially if they were torn over getting their buttes handed to them during 7-15's combat lessons. Fun times. So, he wants to improve. He wants to fit in with the youth and no longer talk the way he does. He wants to be hip, as the scientists would say when referring to teenagers. Which is why he's lurking in an alleyway. More specifically, he is stalking the messy, purple hair that's bobbing just above the crowd of pedestrians. He waits until his target gets to the mouth of the alley before lashing out with lightning speed. He yanks Shinso off of the street, one arm wrapped around his middle while his other hand muffles his cries. Shinso is kicking his feet out and thrashing around, doing anything and everything to get out of 7-15's hold. He eventually reaches behind him to fist his hands in short curls, trying to get 715 to release him through pain. Your escape tactics are sloppy. Shinso tenses before sagging and finally letting go of green strands. 715 lets him go. Shinso turns to him with an angry expression. Grim, what the F dash? I thought I was being kidnapped or something. Maybe he should work on how he gets people's attention. It seems a decade of kidnappings and assassinations doesn't disappear overnight. Apologies, he says genuinely, voice still as monotonous as ever. Shinso merely rolls his eyes, understanding that 715 is not normal and easily letting it go. You can just text or call me if you want to. Meet up, you know? He says, voice flat. 715 perks up at that, like a hangout with friends? Shinso splutters, looking surprised. You know what that is? Not really, it was mentioned to me by a boy around our age when I was working. He sounded very incredulous when he learned how separated from modernity I was. Yeah, no sheet. You were definitely some kind of hermit. Wait, you have a job? Since when? 715 nods. Since this morning. What do you do? DoorDash. His tone is grim. It shows but a mere fraction of the horrors that is customer service. Shinso, however, does not realize how dire the situation truly is, because he is laughing. He is laughing a little too much, and 715 cannot compute just what about his pain is amusing. Oh my god. The way you said it dash, he devolves into laughs akin to the sound of a Windex spray bottle before speaking coherently again, door. He imitates 715 in a mockingly deep voice before succumbing to his laughter once more. He's wheezing now and 715 debates if he's on the verge of passing out with how he's now doubled over and clutching at his stomach. I'm leaving. 715 turns heel to leave, but Shinso says something between giggles. No. Tivo, don't go. He stands up straight now, making an effort not to laugh anymore. I'm done. Swear. 715 scrutinizes him, not entirely believing his words. But he walks forward nonetheless, beckoning for Shinso to follow him out into the bustling crowd of foot traffic. So, Shinso starts, why'd you want to meet up? You see, 715 gets back on course. I was making my 4th DLVY today when a troublesome customer was being, well, troublesome. But her nephew ushered her back inside the house and started conversing with me. It was extremely apparent how out of tune I am with modern terms and sayings. He's also the one who told me about these hangouts with friends amongst other things. Wait, rewind. Shinso says, smirk adorning his face once more. How exactly was the lady troublesome? 715 then goes on to repeat the encounter word for word, not skipping out on any details. He even goes as far as expressing what he was thinking in the moment too. But that was a mistake, because now Shinsu's laughing again. After a few moments of this, 715 is fed up. He turns to glare at the one beside him before spitting out, "Are you done with your tomfoolery?" His laughs turn to cackles. It startles 7-1, is he okay? Shinsu's now shaking with barely subdued laughter. Did you just say tomfoolery? 715 scrunches his eyebrows. Yes, why? Shinso stops laughing now, completely serious. You're such a grandpa and you don't even know it. 715 huffs. Exactly. That's why I require your assistance in making me act more like my age. Shinso sighs. Well, I can't exactly help you in terms of social cues because I myself am lacking in that aspect. But I can help you with things like slang and such. 715 nods. Please do. Well, to start with, you have to talk to teenagers more. There's no better way to learn than hands-on or words-on. Hands-on? Whatever, you get the point. You also gotta start texting more, for one thing, because people talk and text differently. Unless they don't. I find those people kind of weird. 715 takes all that in. I see. So you're suggesting I text you more often, then? We should also go on phone calls so we can speak verbally too. Shinso hums in confirmation. They've arrived at the same park where they were just the other day, now taking a seat at the same bench they had sat on. Okay. 715 says, so all we need to do is have a conversation. He turns his body to face Shinso and looks him dead in the eye. What is your life's ambition? A beat of silence. What the hell kind of conversation starter is that? 715 blinks. Is that not a topic the youth speaks of? Shinso shakes his head slowly. Nope. Not at all, dude. Oh. But, he says, I'll answer anyway for your efforts. The air around them suddenly thickens. There's a kind of tension that wasn't there before. I want people to stop treating me the way they do. I'm spat at and degraded for something I was born with. People expect me to turn into some kind of mind-controlling supervillain as soon as I'm old enough, and I'm effing over it. Shinsu's eyes brighten with a kind of defiance that 715 feels a connection to. Like in that moment on the night that he escaped, when he turned and ran from the professor rather than taking his hand. I'm going to be a hero. There's that word again, hero. To 715 it's a long-lost dream. But to Shinso, it's rebellion, it's fighting the confines of expectations shackled onto him by others. I won't let anyone see me the way they currently do, I'll prove them wrong. Finally snapping out of his obstinate tirade, Shinso looks a little sheepish. Sorry, it's just that I've been dealing with this crap for so long that I'm more than a little passionate about it. 715 shakes his head. No, you need that kind of drive when going into such a thing as heroics. If you're passionate about something, then it'll be much harder to diverge from your original goal. Shinso nods, taking his words to heart. 715 thinks for a second. If he wants to learn how to be a teenager, and Shinso wants to learn how to be a hero, then maybe. If you teach me the ways of the teenage mind, then I'll help teach you the skills a hero needs. Shinsu's eyes widen. Really? You do that? 715 nods. Of course, it is a fair trade. And besides, his tone turns matter-of-factly, I've grown to think quite fondly of you. Shinso just flashes him a sly smile. Come on. Just say we're friends, you socially stunted hermit. 715 decides that he'll just look up the definition of friends later. He doesn't want Shinso, his friend, to stop looking so happy. 10:23 p.m. Hello, this is 715, or Grim, as Shinso calls me. Made this group chat as a way to improve my teenage vocabulary. Hope you two can aid me in this endeavor, since you are the only two teenagers I know. Mayhatsum. Grim. I like it. By the way, just checking, but is this the guy who robbed us? Just want to make sure. Yes, it is. Hitoshi Shinso. Excuse me? Robbed? Shinso, this is Mei Hatsum. She's the one supplying me with my weaponry. Hatsum, this is Hitoshi Shinso. I rescued him a few days back. We are friends now. Mei Hatsum. Ah, how sweet. Hitoshi Shinso. It's whatever. Mei Hatsum. Well, I'm loving this group chat thing. I just want to know how the hell you got my number? I never gave it to you. That's classified. Mei Hatsum. Hitoshi Shinso. I mean LMAOIG, but also W. Mei Hatsum named the conversation. Help, I'm scared. Well, here I die. For what seems like the millionth time might as well be. At this point, Shinso stands in a new school uniform, in a new area, in a crowd of unfamiliar faces, and with a building of torture education looming over him. This is going to be so fun. Someone end me. He takes a deep breath in and walks through the school gates. He keeps his eyes straight ahead. No eye contact is good, a lot less noticeable that way. If you ignore the fact that he's 5'9" with a purple bush on his head, he can always tell when people are looking at him, and he can feel it now. Small pinpricks stabbing at his turned back. He knows most of them are just cursory glances, just people being curious as to who this new guy transferring a month into the school year is. But he's been under the weight of too many judgmental gazes, fearful ones, hateful ones. So that itch of someone watching you will always remain as a discomfort, no matter where he goes. He keeps his expression neutral, he is anything but, as he walks up the stairs to his homeroom class. He waits for the final bell to ring before sliding open the door and stepping through. All chatter stops as everyone turns to look at him. There seems to be a few interesting-looking people here. There's a guy with an oar head and another with elongated fingers and an equally long neck. Then there's that spiky-haired blonde kid who's casually exuding major beach vibes. He's eyeing Shinso up and down, sizing him up, if you will. The teacher clears his throat. Class, starting today we will be having a new student join us. He gestures to Shinso. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Shinso swallows, hoping that his voice doesn't crack. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Phew, nice to meet you all. Having delivered his introduction with no embarrassment, Shinso starts to make his way to the only empty seat in the back of the class, right behind the bitchy blonde. But the teacher keeps talking. Oh, you have quite the interesting quirk, don't you? And holy hell, doesn't that just stop his heart? He didn't expect to be exposed so soon. I mean, wow. Brainwashing? The teacher looks up at Shinso from the papers that must have his information on it, and he swears he sees a hint of malice in those eyes. Don't you go turning all evil on us. He's wagging his finger at Shinso, thinking that he's being friendly and funny. But little does he know he just F-ed him over. It's gonna be the same cycle all over again. I don't even want to look at anyone. I bet they're all staring. Oh, there are whispers now. Here goes another miserable school year. Not wanting to stay standing any longer, Shinso rushes over to his seat and unceremoniously collapses into it. He still keeps that aloof exterior, seeming nonchalant with the way he's slouched against the back of his chair. But internally he's screaming. All he can think about is how he's going to have to face 9 whole months of discrimination and disgust. All over again. He thought he'd have a fresh start. He thought he'd be able to make friends and laugh with people during break. Maybe he'd even find someone who didn't care about his quirk. Someone who'd stand by his side when others wouldn't. But he already knows that's a lost cause now. He feels those eyes stabbing at him like needles, all of them wary, all of them judgmental, all of them unkind. A curt buzz in his pocket snaps him from his spiraling thoughts. He pulls his phone out once the teacher's back is turned and unlocks it to see a message from Grim. I'll pick you up at the front of your school for your training. Once you get out, so wait for me there. There is someone who doesn't care about his quirk. Someone he can trust to take his side. Someone he already calls a friend. A weight is taken off his shoulders, albeit not completely. He still has to suffer through being the odd one out at school, but at least he knows that he'll have someone waiting for him at the end of the day. Even more, he's got 2 more people who'll be expecting him, with food and warmth and understanding. Even if it's still a little awkward at the moment, Shinso will take any amount of that discomfort over the other homes he's been subjected to. So, with all his worrying pushed to the side though still not completely swept away, he tunes back into the lesson, jotting down notes where needed. Maybe it won't be too bad this time around. Shinso hates being wrong. Like, he really hates being wrong. Especially when being wrong means his new classmates fear and hate him. When it means that he has no chance of having the normal school life he's always wanted but never got. When it means that he's dragged to the rooftop during lunch, too scared to use his quirk to stop them, too scared to use his quirk and prove them right. There's 3 of them. The guy with the oar head, the one with long fingers, and someone who looks so ordinary that he's boring. They shut the door and throw him to the ground. He scrapes his palms and gains a hole in the knee of his new uniform pants. Already he's falling into that same routine. That same state of mind of just tune it out, who cares, no one's gonna help, just stay quiet, stay down, don't look, don't feel. A kick in the gut sends him sprawling. He's on his back now, just staring at the fluffy clouds above while the hard rooftop bites into his back. Though his view is obscured when his first tormentors of his new school peer down at him, all smug faces and snide smiles. See guys? You gotta beat him down before they get cocky. Ordinary guy is pointing his thumb down at Shinso, talking to the others like he's not even there. Hell, aren't we pretty much heroes now? We're already taking down our first villain. They all laugh, like this is something Shinso hasn't heard before. As if their words are as humorous as they sound stupid. This reminds him of those kids' movies where there are bullies and popular kids and all that crap, where all the lines give you secondhand embarrassment and the actions make you cringe. Shinso wants to laugh at them. He really does. But there's that overwhelming feeling inside him, one that's putting pressure on his lungs and filling his throat. He knows he'd have some witty retort, he knows he can knock these guys all the way down just as they did with him. But it's that fear that's run through him since childhood that's reeling him in, keeping him from speaking out when all he wants to do is scream. So Shinso just lies there and takes it. Like he's done for as long as he can remember. He barely flinches when they start stomping on his sides. The only noises he makes are low grunts of pain as foot meets flesh. All he can do is curl in on himself, knees tucked into his chest and hands covering his head. It's his defense mechanism. It's practiced and well in use. It's familiar. He doesn't know how long passes until it finally stops. A few seconds. Minutes. Hours. Who knows? He just lays there, in this little curled-up ball of lanky limbs and shaking fingers until the bell rings. And then he stays there a bit more, until the second bell signals the start of class. Only then does he get up. He doesn't need Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada getting calls from the school saying he was tardy on his first day. So he gets up. He ignores the creaking of his joints and the bruises that have formed on his back, stomach, and sides. He ignores their thudding aches and forces them down. He can feel its pain later, when he's alone and everyone's asleep. When he won't be a bother or a burden or someone else's worry. The rest of his day passes in a blur. He barely registers his teacher's admonishment at his being late. He doesn't comprehend the snickers at his getting in trouble. He realizes somewhere in the far back of his mind that there are things in his hair. Pieces of paper that are being thrown at him. He doesn't react when he's tripped on his way out of the classroom after classes are over. Nor does he notice that he's being shoved around by passers-by. It's all this cloudy haze. Like there's cotton in his ears and warped lenses in his eyes. He's already 5 steps out of the front gates when he feels a tap on his shoulder. His vision is cleared at the sight of green locks and sharp eyes, and all of a sudden he can hear again. He's confused. How did the day go by so fast? And he feels tired. Like he just wants to lay in bed, sleep, stare at the ceiling, think, tell his brain to shut up. He wants to do nothing and just waste away. Shinso. Grim taps his shoulder again to grab his attention. He was looking but not seeing, hearing but not listening. Are you ready to train? Shinso is at last pulled from the last dregs of that fog, albeit much less energized than he was when he first woke up this morning. Yeah, he nods. Let's go. Grim just gives a curt nod before walking off with Shinso close on his heels. 715 noticed something was amiss immediately. He had seen Shinso walk out of the front doors to his new school looking not there. His eyes were clouded over and he paid no mind to those who were purposely bumping into him. 715 also caught on to the telltale signs of hidden injury as soon as he saw him. The slight limp that shows something wrong with the hip or leg. The stiff torso of not wanting to jostle bruises or sore muscles. The rip in his pants. The scuff marks on his blazer. At first, 715 was enraged. Who would dare to hurt his friend? His first thought was to find the ones who did it and hurt them like they've hurt Shinso. His second thought was that he still can't completely control his strength yet, nor how far he goes in a fight. So beating up a bunch of middle schoolers might just turn into a murder case on the news. Not to mention that he hasn't gotten Shinsu's consent yet. If he is to take action, then he wants to do so at the words of the tormented. And who knows? Maybe Shinso wants to take care of this himself. After all, it's with people his own age, not adults, that make you freeze up in fear. So 715 doesn't say anything. He just leads them to the warehouse he's claimed as his own. The crumbling bricks, overgrown shrubbery, and colorful graffiti, all a familiar sight. The view seems to pull Shinso from his stupor. He can already see a comment of some kind bubbling behind those purple eyes. "How'd you find this dump?" he says, drilly, voice still not back to its usual mirth. "Kinda looks like a place where hobos live." "I live here," 715 says. "Ah, what a lovely home." The response is immediate and serious. 715 can't help but find it amusing how quickly he switched up his answer. "Well, let's go then." The two go around the building to the crumbling parking lot out back. There are cracks in the asphalt through which weeds grow and small, yellow flowers spring out of. The parking blocks are grimy and chipped, fissures run through them like spiderwebs. The white lines separating each parking lane are faded to almost nothing, barely visible against the sun-bleached floor. First things first, 715 turns to face Shinso, who was taking in the rundown lot. "What kind of hero are you aspiring to be?" "I understand that there are several categories." "Yeah, there are," Shinso says. "I'm aiming for underground work, since that's where my quirk would probably be the most useful." 715 nods. "Yes, I assumed so. That's also the type of hero Eraserhead is, no?" Shinso tenses for a moment before nodding his head. "Yeah, that also plays a part in my decision." His cheeks flush at the quiet admission. "Well, that works out extremely well for the both of us, since I specialize in stealth and working in the dark." Shinso looks back up at him and scrunches his nose a bit. Don't get me wrong here, I mean, it's cool that you're teaching me and all, but..." He trails off, and it's not difficult for 715 to fill in the blanks. "You're wondering as to how I know all of this stuff, correct?" He nods. "Well, this is quite the dilemma." Sure, 715 knew Shinso would ask about this kind of thing eventually, but he hadn't hashed out exactly what he'd tell him. He doesn't know whether it would be wise to tell his story to another person of his age, if not because of the potential compromise of his own safety and theirs, then it would be because his past isn't exactly something stomachable, especially not for someone so young. But Shinsu's also had to face his own horrors. Then, maybe he'll settle for half the story. He takes a deep breath before explaining, "I won't give you everything about my past, at least not all at once. It is not something for the weak-hearted nor something that is easy to take in. It consists of things that you'd only expect to happen in stories or the machinations of your own mind. I don't want to tell you unless you understand the possible repercussions, understand?" Shinso swallows, purple eyes boring into green. They're hesitant but not wary. Determined. He nods his assent. "Very well." 715 sits and gestures for Shinso to do the same. "Well, to start with, I'm quirkless." That gets a reaction out of Shinso, though it's more of a surprise than anything else. He doesn't speak, letting 715 continue. "This factor of my life led to my parents deciding they no longer wanted their child and handing me off to someone else. I won't go into any more description beyond the fact that he took me to a closed-off space only accessible to his employees, for your own safety and mine. In this place, I was subjected to numerous experiments that led to me gaining my ability of rapid regeneration. From then on, I was trained to carry out specific missions entailing information gathering, reconnaissance, and oftentimes murder. I wasn't allowed modern-day items that people my own age played with or used, which explains my lack of understanding in the social world. The finer details of my history are rather graphic and extensively gory, so I won't be explaining any further than that. But long story short, I wound up escaping just the day before you and I met and came to Mizudafu in hopes of leading a new life, free from the bloodshed of my past. This should be enough to vaguely explain my behavior and my skill set, though. Shinsu's eyes are wide and his lips are slightly parted in shock. He opens his mouth further to ask questions, but 715 just shakes his head. No questions. At least not right now. It might be too much to handle and I don't want to give too much away in case I'm not completely in the clear yet. Shinso clamps his mouth shut and nods. With that, 715 moves to stand up, ready to start with the lesson. I've already devised a training regimen that should prepare you for the UA entrance exam, as I assume that's where you plan on heading in the 9 months that remain until then. With the seriousness of the previous conversation done with, Shinso has gotten over his initial surprise and is paying close attention, not wanting to miss a single detail in this golden opportunity. Mondays will consist of lessons in maneuverability, or as you probably know it, parkour. It will be of use to know how to utilize your surroundings to your advantage, and it'll help keep yourself from injury should anything occur. Tuesdays will be dedicated to hand-to-hand combat. I will teach you to use every aspect of your body to apprehend your opponent. You will be able to use the enemy's moves against them, and you will not shy away from playing dirty. There are no such things as rules in a street fight, after all. On Wednesdays we will practice the use of weapons. I doubt that you'd be allowed to use firearms in any scenario, considering your age, so I will give you until the designated training day to decide on the weapon of your choice. There is no need to worry whether or not I will know how to teach you to use it. I can guarantee that I am well versed in just about everything. We will do weightlifting on Thursdays. Though, it will not be at your standard gym since I doubt either of us have the money for a membership. Shinso shakes his head in affirmation. As a replacement, you will be cleaning Dagoba Beach. There are mounds and mounds of trash varying from light to heavy that I'm sure will work muscles you weren't even aware of having. Do not fret, I will also help you with the task, since I too need to stay in shape. You can take Fridays and Saturdays as your rest days, and I do expect you to rest. If you try working your body when it should be recuperating, then it will do more harm than good. Then, on Sunday we will spar. You will attempt to utilize all of what you have learned to evade and attempt to defeat me. Your goal by the time your entrance exams roll around should be to land at least one hit on me whilst I'm at full power. I know, 715 placates at the now gaping Shinso. I believe that you will manage to do that with my training. I do not plan on going easy on you after all. Shinso picks his jaw up from the floor, the hesitance in his eyes being replaced by a fire that awakens something within 715. Perhaps this will be, what's the word? Fun. But, before we begin, 715 steps forward and pokes a finger against Shinsu's shoulder. We need to gauge your flexibility. He can see the fire behind those purple eyes sputter a bit in confusion. Flexibility? What does that have to do with fighting? 715 sighs. A lot, actually. You can't be stiff in a fight, nor can you expect to be able to move around with the use of parkour if you can barely touch your toes. Shinso looks affronted. I can touch my toes. 715 raises his eyebrows and gestures with his hand to go ahead. Shinso grumbles as he bends forward, elbows locked and fingers stretched as far as they can go. He does end up touching the toes of his shoes, but 715 pushes at Shinsu's joints and straightens them out, without bending your knees. With his legs now standing straight, Shinsu's hands barely reach within 5 inches of his feet. 715 sighs. I'd like to see you do it then if it's so easy. Shinso cries as he stands, face now red with embarrassment. 715 simply raises an eyebrow before lowering himself into a backbend, but he doesn't stop there. He uses his hands to crawl his way in between his own legs, letting his chest rest on the ground while he wraps his arms around his ankles. A perfect triple fold. Shinso just stares at him, his face a mixture of awe and horror as he watches his friend twist his body an ungodly amount. What the F dash dot? I can go further and makes my knees touch the ground in this position too dash. No. He immediately interrupts. Holy sheet, just get up you effing contortionist. 715 does, and he doesn't miss the disturbed look on Shinso's face as he does so. He also doesn't miss the comment of, "You should join the DMN circus or something." I don't know what a circus is, but I do know that we should get on with your training before nightfall. Shinso looks pained, likely torn between wanting to explain a circus to 715 and his training, but 715 doesn't give him the chance to decide because he's already walking towards the warehouse building. Shinso jogs to catch up and asks, "So, what are we doing?" "Well, we're going to go through some basic stretches first to warm you up. After that, you're going to run around the block twice. I've discerned that it is the equivalent of 2. This is what we'll be doing before every practice, and I'll increase the intensity each week as we go on. So, by the time your entrance exam comes, you should be able to run roughly around 37 miles in one go." He sputters, "Huh? That's literally more than a marathon." 715 glances back at him confusedly, "Yes, and I can run that and more, so it really shouldn't be all that bad for the average person." Shinso just looks at him incredulously, "Dude, even what you consider normal. Normal. You seriously can't expect me to turn into a FING Olympic athlete in less than a year." "Shinso, I am more than aware of the comparison between my abilities and those of others. It takes marathon runners 3 to 5 months to train, while it can take people with little to no experience 6 to 7 or 8 months. All of that is less than the 9 you have for training. If you run during every of the 4 days of training per week while increasing your mileage by 1 every week, then by the time we hit 9 months, you should be running what I stated before." Shinso doesn't say anything, still looking devastated. "If anything, I want you running at least the amount of a marathon by the time our time is up. Of course, I don't expect you to run that whole thing without stopping. You're not me, after all, but I do want you to take as little breaks as possible." Shinso looks a little relieved at that, though he still looks like the world is going to end. "So, for today's run, I'll give you a total of 4 walking breaks. Each will be 2 minutes long and you're not allowed to stop." "Cool. Cool, hey." He drags the word out, a sly smile overtaking his previous depression. "You said, cool, without sounding weird." 715 puffs his chest out proudly. "I've been practicing." "Okay, don't tell people that part, you'll sound totally lame." He huffs, annoyed now. "Just stretch and start running. Don't think I won't be following you the whole time," he says with a glare. Shinso gulps and does just that. A dash. "Ow. Again." Yeah, I know." Shinso gets up again. He moves to climb the tree in the grassy knoll that was behind the warehouse once more. He looks down at the green grass below, taking in a breath before jumping. His feet strike the floor and he can feel its force vibrate through his bones. But he lets his momentum take him forward as he bends his knees with the fall and tucks into a forwards roll. He stands and stumbles a few steps. He did it. Whole shit, I actually did it. He whips around to face Grim. He's absolutely beaming at his own success and does so even more when the guy gives a satisfied nod. "Good job. Now you just need to learn to go with the momentum rather than just stopping. You're making good progress for your first day." Shinso just smiles even harder at that. It's out of character for him, he knows. It's just that he's never gotten this kind of validation from anyone before. And he's never really accomplished anything either. So learning how to take a fall is pretty DMN good. Have a few more goes, then we'll move on to a backwards roll. Shinso nods and climbs the tree. After another few hours or so, Shinso has successfully learned how to fall safely in all directions and on the concrete. But now it's dark and it's time to head home. He rises out of his final stretch and looks at his friend. "Hey." Grim looks up at him from his own stretches. "Thanks a lot for this. Honestly, I don't think I'd have any kind of chance without you." Of course, that's what friends are for. Shinso goes home that night feeling warm despite the bite of the cold air. "Don't tuck in your thumb, you'll break it otherwise," Grim says while demonstrating with his own fist. "You also want to strike with your index and middle knuckles. Do it with the other two and you'll wind up breaking your ulna bone." It's Tuesday and Shinso is currently being taught how to throw a punch. He's abandoned his school blazer and is already sweating from their warm-up run. Sure, he felt like passing out by the end of it, but it wasn't as bad as yesterday. Make a quick jab before returning your fist to protect your face. That's it. Grim is using his hands as substitute sandbags and is letting Shinso practice as such. He stays straight-faced and unmoving, not even a single budge from where his arms are placed. Doesn't this hurt? Shinso asks, breaths coming out in huffs. Not at all, barely even an itch. You calling me weak? No, Grim says, teasing tone rivaling his deadpan expression. I'm just strong. Shinso rolls his eyes before punching even harder. Whatever, man. After another minute or so, Grim speaks again. After a couple of these sessions, maybe you'll be able to use what you've learned against those kids at your school. Shinsu's punches stutter to a stop. Oh shit, he knows. You know then? He nods. Of course I do. My eyes have been trained to pick up even the slightest detail. So it wasn't hard to miss the careful way you carry yourself, as if you're nursing injuries. Not to mention the state of your uniform. Shinso glances away bitterly. Of course he'd notice. It's not like it's not obvious, what with the way he sometimes winces when he moves, or how his pants miraculously keep gaining more holes. Like, it's only his second day at that place and he's already had to stitch his sheet back up 4 times. And what's even worse is that Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada seem to have noticed too. They are heroes, after all, so they kind of have to notice the little things. But Shinso thinks they don't want to bring it up unless he does. He appreciates it, he really does, but it's still embarrassing when Mr. Yamada goes on about how Shinso can trust them should something ever happen. I guess I'm not that good at hiding it then. Grim studies him for a bit, very much in thought before saying, if you'd like, I can take care of it for you. Shinso looks up at that, very much surprised at those words. I can probably scare them shitless, maybe rough them up a bit. Make sure they don't bother you again. And there he goes again. Always so quick to help him out. First, it was with his old foster dad. Then with those guys who jumped him. Now, he wants to help with a couple of school bullies. How much more help will he have to get before he can finally do something for himself? No, Shinso shakes his head. I want to be able to do this on my own. I can't always hide behind someone and cower while I wait for the bad stuff to pass. He takes in a deep breath and feels that same spark of determination from yesterday kindle within him again. I want those guys to fear me, not my friend or anyone else who's tied to me. And besides, a smirk much more befitting of him than that defeated look takes over. It'll feel a hell of a lot better if I'm the one beating their buttes. Grim nods. Good. He shifts and puts his arms back down. Let's move on to kicks, then. His fists, legs, and feet all ache when they're done, but Shinso doesn't feel weaker for it, not like he would if these bruises were done by those at his school. If anything, he feels stronger. Stronger than he's felt before. He's gonna make those guys at school eat their own sheet. Just watch. Chained blades. That's quite the choice, though not a bad one at all. Can I ask why you've decided on this weapon? Today is Wednesday, which means Shinso gets to choose the weapon he specializes in. He's put some serious thought into it, and if he was inspired by a certain kid's movie about a dragon warrior panda that he had seen for the very first time just the other night with his new foster parents, then no one has to know. Well, for one thing, it can double as a close-range and long-range weapon. Not to mention I'll be able to capture someone with it as well, if I don't want to go with the maiming route, that is. Shinso counts off on his fingers. I can also use them to climb terrain if I wanted to. Grim nods all the while. What type of blade are you going for? If you'd like to use them to climb, then I assume you're going for a curved blade. Shinso nods. Yeah, and since you use a scythe, I thought I'd be able to have more extensive training if I chose a similar weapon. He hums. Yes, that's perfectly viable. Perhaps we can have the blade be double-ended, so you're not limited to using just one side. Grim gets up from their post-run stretching and Shinso follows suit. I'll tell Hatsum and see how long it'll be until she has it ready, but until then, he moves over to a large duffel bag filled with junk and spills its contents on the floor. You need to learn to utilize what you have at a moment's notice. If you somehow lose your weapons and have no way to defend yourself, you can always use whatever you find as a replacement. Whether it be a fallen tree branch, a rock, a glass shard, or a scrap of metal, anything can be used in a fight as long as you're creative. He kicks the junk pile and sends its contents skidding across the floor. Now Shinso can see most of what it is. It's really just scraps. There's a piece of rotting wood, a rusted baking sheet, a steering wheel, a jump rope, and a yellow rubber chicken. Take your pick and I'll take mine, then we'll see how our weapons fare against each other's. Shinso nods and scrutinizes the pile. His topmost contender would be the wooden plank. Even if it's rotting, he can use it as defense and offense. But the same can be said about the baking sheet, though it'll be harder to swing around. The jump rope could be pretty useful. He can tie someone up with it, and he's seen movies where people fight with rope, but he's definitely not as skilled as that. He doubts getting throat punched by a steering wheel would be fun, and it can also defend to some degree. And he's not even going to try to justify the rubber chicken. In the end, he goes with the wooden plank. Grim simply says, "I expected as much," before reaching down and grabbing the rubber chicken. Huh. Shinso starts laughing. It starts as snickers and giggles before he pictures Grim in his vigilante getup, wielding a bright yellow chicken squeaky toy as his weapon. Now he's laughing with his head thrown back and his hands clutching at his stomach. "What are you gonna do?" he asks between laughs. "Squeak me to death?" Haha. Squeak, ow. Squeak, ugh dash. Squeak, ack dash. F dash dude. Shinso really needs to stop laughing at his friend. He hadn't even been able to stop his laughing fit before the attack came. It was quick as lightning. The only thing he saw before being struck was a flash of yellow and red and then bang, or squeak, really, but that's beside the point. He couldn't even land a hit on the guy, either. He swung as hard and as fast as he could, but it was no use. Grim just dodged and weaved between his swings, like a leaf dancing through the wind. He even blocked, he blocked. His wooden plank merely bounced off of the rubber held between Grim's two hands. It left Shinso wide open with his arms above his head, and that's when the massacre began. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Oh my god dash. Shinso resorts to crouching down and throwing his hands over his head protectively, wooden plank now abandoned at Grim's feet. "I yield to you, oh great one," he says wearily. The chicken attack stops, thank God, and he can hear as Grim crouches down in front of him. He looks up and finds those familiar sharp, green eyes, though now they're laced with amusement, despite the lack of a smile. That should teach you not to underestimate the power a piece of junk could hold, and to not laugh at me anymore. He flicks his forehead at that last part, and it stings more than it should. "I'm pretty sure you're the only one who could beat someone's but with a squeaky toy," Shinso grumbles while rubbing the surely red spot on his forehead. "Perhaps," Grim says as he stands up, "but maybe one day you will wield the power to do so as well." Shinso huffs out a laugh and stands up too. "Whatever man, just don't go saying, 'I knight thee,' or some sheet if it does happen." And his eyes must be deceiving him, because was that a smile? Well, not entirely a smile, but there was a twitch at the corner of Grim's mouth, and he'll definitely take it as such. "Alright, enough dilly-dallying, choose your next weapon." "Okay, Grandpa." And never say, dilly-dallying again. Oof. "It's uses." Shinso says as scratches his head. "Could be dropped on someone's head. The corners are pretty sharp, so definitely can be used for some form of stabbing. And maybe if you open the door, you can swing it around." Grim nods. Acceptable, though you might also find the inner workings just as useful if you have the time to tear it apart. Next, Shinso throws the microwave into the wheelbarrow with a heavy grunt. It clatters against the other pieces of trash he's picked up today. His arms and back are aching and he's sweating like a pig. But he still goes to fish out the next hunk of junk. This time, he drags out a bicycle tire that's missing its middle. It's much lighter than all the others, and he doesn't miss the look Grim gives him. "It's uses." They've had this back and forth going on since they arrived at the beach after running there. Shinsu's supposed to pick up a piece of garbage, call out how it could be used in a fight, and if it's approved by Grim, he can toss it while he suggests another way to use it. If it's not approved, he has to drop down and give him 20 of whatever exercise Grim chooses. So far he's had to do 40 push-ups, 60 squats, and 20 crunches. He's definitely feeling that in the morning. Shinso scrutinizes the tire in his gloved hands. "You can probably jab someone in the neck with it. Or maybe throw it at someone like a frisbee. If it was big enough, then you could trap someone in the middle too." That's okay, Grim says from his perch atop the refrigerator, though he makes it look like some kind of throne and not a sun-bleached and rusted hunk of metal. But minus points for assuming I know what a frisbee is. Oh, come on. Shinso whines, how am I supposed to know something like that? 20 crunches. Grim waves his hand dismissively and takes a sip of the lemonade he bought himself earlier. He's holding Shinsu's captive until they're finished. But Grim lowers his sunglasses and stares at him dead on. Wanna make it 40? He says calmly. Shinso immediately drops down with a monotone, no, sir. When he's done, he fishes around and grabs onto a wooden baseball bat that's broken and splintered at one end. Its uses? Swinging and bludgeoning is obvious, but it can also be used to jab and stab depending on the damage you want to do. And, Shinso thinks for a bit, if someone tries to get away you can throw it at them javelin style and bonk them on the head. Shinso looks up at Grim expectantly, interesting choice of words, but good nonetheless. Approved. They carry on like that for another hour or so, with Shinso making several trips back and forth with his wheelbarrow and Grim sitting on that grimy fridge like some goddamned king. Eventually though, he hops down and hands Shinso his bottle of lemonade, kept cold by the now melted ice bucket they had brought with them. Good work today, we'll do our stretches over at the sidewalk and then you can head on home. Okay, but first. Shinso grabs the melted ice bucket and completely dumps it over his head. He sighs happily, head rolled back and eyes shut against the sun. Oh my god, that feels great. He collapses into bed that night feeling stiff and sore, though completely full on the warm meal that Mr. Yamada had cooked for them, which he scarfed down like some bear who just woke up from hibernation. The two adults had glanced at each other with questioning eyes. They weren't sure what had caused their foster kid to go from pushing his food around his plate to acting like a starved man, but they weren't complaining. Not when they'd never seen him looking so happy. Shinso wakes to sunlight filtering through his curtain and the sound of someone moving around in the kitchen downstairs. He shifts around with a groan. Oh, he hurts. Muscles he didn't even know he had are aching and screaming at him to stop moving. But he does, nonetheless, and starts up the morning stretches that Grim assigned to him to do in his free time. It burns in a good way and he definitely feels better by the end of it. He's still sore of course, but it's bearable now. He trudges his way down the stairs, limbs still not up to their full capacity. He looks left to find Mr. Yamada making pancakes while Mr. Aizawa sits at the kitchen island, reading documents of some kind. Shinso sits down on one of the stools a seat over from Mr. Aizawa with a wince. Who knew your butt had muscles too? The scruffy man in question glances over at the teen before focusing back on his documents. Sore? Yes. Shinso startles, not expecting the question. Yeah. Mr. Aizawa hums, you should try icing your muscles then. Helps me after a rough night of work. He blinks, yeah maybe I will. Thanks. The man only grunts in return, but Shinso knows better than to take it as rude. You could also try massaging the sore spots too. Mr. Yamada pitches in, speaking over his shoulder as he pours batter onto the pan. I think I might have some muscle relief oil somewhere upstairs. But that's a lot of caring from adults and Shinso doesn't know how to take it all. He's used to just dealing with things on his own, so the fact that these two are trying to help him out is just, wow. Don't stress too much and just take it easy today, alright kid? Mr. Aizawa says, seeming to sense his growing uncomfortability, we can watch a movie while you take care of yourself. Which one did you want to show him next, Zashi? Oh, well I think he'd like Mulan since Shinso lets the conversation fall into the background of his head because, wow again. Mr. Aizawa said the perfect thing when Shinso was falling into a fit of unease. While you take care of yourself. He was letting Shinso still have his bit of familiarity while also showing him that he's no longer alone, that there's a helping hand within arm's reach. Not to mention the fact that these two seem to actually care for him. Like, they feed him, ask him about his day, offer up little things like help with his hair or stitching up his uniform. They ask him what foods he prefers and what his hobbies are and they go out of their way to make sure he's okay. Shinso really likes it here. And not to mention she's totally badass. Mr. Yamada finishes his explanation that Shinso heard nothing of, so how about it, kiddo? He simply nods, not really caring what they do as long as it's together. Yeah, Mulan sounds great. The ugh dash. A laugh and a snarky voice. If you can't even take a little push like that, then might as well give up on going to the mindfuck. Bakugo leans forward, looking Shinso dead in the eyes as he says, I'm the only one from this shitty school who's gonna make it anyway, so don't even dare trying. He lets off tiny explosions in the palms of his hands to emphasize his point. They sound like little firecrackers that he probably thinks is intimidating, but Shinso can't help but think of them as totally FING weak when he's friends with a literal immortal, ex-assassin teenager. Ichigo would get his butt handed to him in 2 seconds flat. It's been 2 weeks since he started at Aldra, and it's also been 2 weeks since he started his training with Grim. During that time, Orehead, Extendo Fingers, and Basic Beach have continued to give Shinso a hard time. And by a hard time, he means they've continued to drag him off into secluded corners of the school to give him what they call a villain beatdown. Of course, with Grim's training, he's been able to minimize how much he's getting hurt when they wind up taking him somewhere. Now, he's only semi-acting like he's hurt. He'd totally fight back, he'd love to, in fact, but he wants to wait until he's gained a good amount of combat prowess. If he's going to beat someone shitless, he wants to do it right. Though, recently, Bakugo or Ichigo, as Shinsu's come to call him, has also joined in on the tormenting. It all started when his homeroom teacher called Shinso out on wanting to go to UA, saying how it was ironic what with his quirk. That made Ichigo completely turn around in his seat to give Shinso the stink eye, which is totally weird because everyone else in their class is applying to UA too, so why does he have to get pushed around? Since then, Ichigo has made snide comments about Shinso not being good enough and how he can't expect to be a hero with a villain's quirk. Sometimes, he'll take to setting off explosions close enough to singe his clothes. That was tough to explain when he got home. He just pleaded a mishap in homicide. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada still looked skeptical, but they let it go nonetheless. He can't be too upset though, not today, because Grim sent him a message the other night saying that Hatsum has his weapon ready. So, after school today, they're going to walk to Hatsum Industries and try it out in their testing facilities below the building. Keyword walk. So tell him why he sees familiar green eyes staring at him from atop a FNG motorcycle with 2 helmets hanging off of the handles. Grim is facing the school, sitting sideways on his seat and leaning with his forearm on the gas tank. As soon as he spots Shinso, he gets up and walks a few paces forward to stand right outside the school gate. That's also when Shinso realizes that holy shit, he's FING ripped. And not like the, I play sports so I'm pretty muscular, ripped, but the, I climb mountains as a warm-up, ripped. The only reason why Shinso hadn't noticed this before was because Grim always wore predominantly loose clothing, but today he seems to be sporting some kind of compression shirt. Sure, his costume's tight, but he can't exactly see his figure when it's pitch black outside and 95% of his getup is black. He finally reaches the guy in question and immediately asks, "Don't you have to be 18 to drive? And why the fashion change?" Grim nods, "Yes. And I still bought the wrong size." "Oh, okay, but isn't it illegal to be riding a motorcycle at your age?" Grim nods again, also yes, but it's bold of you to assume that something like the law can stop me. Shinso can only quirk a smile at that. Yeah, figured. He furrows his brow though, now a little confused. But where'd you even get a bike from? I doubt they'd let you buy one at 15. You stole it, didn't you? Yeah, I stole it. Shinso just blinks at him before deadpanning. I'm not even surprised at this point. Murmuring voices and that pinprick feeling of being watched reminds him of where they are. Shinso doesn't turn around, but he does tune into what's being said, and it's unexpected. Oh my gosh, who is that? He looks so cool. Oh no, he's hot. Does Shinso know him? Do you think he'll introduce us? Does he ride a motorcycle too then? Shinso can do nothing but drag a hand down his face and groan. It seems that we have garnered quite a lot of attention. Grim says, "Yeah, no shit dash. The F is this?" Shinso turns to face blonde spikes and red eyes that are eyeballing him and Grim. Bakugo looks just as constipated as ever with his grinding teeth that he wrongly, very wrongly assumes looks scary. How the hell does a stupid loser like you know someone with a bike? Mind dash? Oh my god Bichigo, do you ever shut up? Shinso interrupts, absolutely and irrevocably fed up. But his burst of confidence is short-lived, because now Bakugo is walking faster, hand poised to use his quirk and eyes trained on Shinso with enraged malice. The F, did you say to me, Bisu? Bakugo swipes his hand at Shinso's face, palm crackling. Then there's a blur to Shinso's right and all he can see is Bakugo's shocked expression and his strained arm as he struggles to land the blow. Grim is there, hand FSTNG Bakugo's arm in a bruising grip. The look he's giving him is nothing like Shinso's ever seen before. Like he's lower than scum on the bottom of your shoe. Don't touch him. His voice is dead calm. Shinso remembers hearing it being used on his old foster dad when they first met. Oh yeah. Bakugo seethes. Well, you can just die. He goes to strike Grim with his other hand, only for it to be smacked away like some buzzing fly. Grim lets go of his arm and shoves him with enough force to send Bakugo stumbling back a few steps. Bakugo looks absolutely livid. He couches down in some sort of fighting position, palms up and quirk sparking. Grim only stares down his chin at him. I won't deign to fight some middle schooler. He turns and grabs the helmets where they hang on the handles. He hands one to Shinso and they both start putting them on, ready to go and start with the day's training. But Bakugo won't stand for it. Don't ignore me, Thebisudi. He runs at Grim again, leading with a right hook. But Grim just grabs the fist thrown at him. His arm doesn't budge an inch as Bakugo struggles to punch through his grip. Grim just pulls him towards him and down. He brings his knee up and lands a hit on Bakugo's stomach. The angry blonde drops to his knees and Shinso can hear him wheezing. Grim knocked the wind out of him. Now done dealing with that issue, Grim turns and hops on the motorcycle, starting the engine as Shinso backpacks behind him. They don't even look back as they leave Bichigo in the dust. Shinso can only stare up at the 5-story building that's completely decked out in security cameras, marbled floors, and crystal chandeliers that make him feel underdressed when he's just going to a supply warehouse for heroes. He also cannot understand why Grim is just waltzing in without even sparing the whole thing a single glance. The guy doesn't even care to take his helmet off, even when he gets dirty looks from the snobby-looking employees. Shinso sticks close to his friend, walking right behind him as he stares at the back of the black. Epis. He feels those pin-pricking stares pick up again as the patrons and workers take him in. He just knows they're staring at his scuffed-up uniform, with its new holes from earlier today, the old ones that have been stitched up, and the smudge of dirt that he couldn't rub off of his collar. In short, he's hella self-conscious. And the trailing whispers are not helping. Akdash, you're finally here. There's a loud, high-pitched voice that rings from the left side of the pair. It sounds excited, and when Shinso turns, all of a sudden every single thought about his appearance just flies out the window. It's a girl. A girl with pink hair that's currently sticking up at odd angles. He sees bits of scrap metal stuck in her dreads, glinting with the light emanating from the chandelier overhead. Her overalls have grease stains. Everything has grease stains. Shinso finds smudges of dirt on her face, under her nails, and all over the glass of the goggles she has pushed up on her head. She's grimy and totally shameless as she leaves muggy footprints on the white tile, speed walking towards them and smelling of smoke. Ah, handsome, Grim says, flipping up the visor on his helmet to properly look at her. Oh, so this is handsome? She replies at a speed that Shinso can barely keep up with. Hey Grim. How are you doing today? Gee, are you Shinso? I've been waiting for forever to meet you and I'm so excited that you're both here today. The weapon is all ready to go and I've made something for you Grim that I want you to try out, but first we should head downstairs to the testing facilities, so come on. And just like that, she's bounding away, already halfway to the door. Shinso doesn't have much time to get his bearings after the odd introduction as Grim starts following after the girl, who is now waving them over as she holds the elevator door open. Instead of going up, the trio dips down underneath the building where the testing facilities, as Hatsum put it, are. They walk out to find white halls with long panels of glass lining the walls. Nobody notices how Grim's steps stutter, however slightly. Inside each room is a different piece of tech or heroware that is being tested. Shinso sees mini explosions going off and covering the glass in soot, though no sound comes out. He sees flamethrowers being used on a hero suit. It comes out perfectly fine, not a single scorch mark in sight. They continue down this hall of testing rooms until they reach the very end. The door that they stop at is battered and doesn't match the rest of the hallway at all. The paint is chipping at the corners and the knob looks well worn. There are scuffs marks and what can only be burnt wood littering the white surface and just adding to the oddity as a whole. The most eye-catching thing, however, is the chunky nameplate that stands in the upper center of the door. It's been meticulously made with pieces of scrap metal, old gears, screws, nails, and a bunch of other things that Shinso doesn't know the names of, and it reads, May's Workshop, using the most perfect welding ever. Not that he knows anything about welding to form the words. Hatsum walks right up to it and puts her eye up to the Hatsum. She turns the door knob to find it locked. That's when a beam of light shoots out of the letter and shines right in her eye. After a few seconds of scanning, there's a long beep and the sound of a lock clicking open, allowing them entry. The door opens up to a personal workshop. Metal shelves line one of the walls, filled to the brim with disorganized inventions and random parts half spilling over and on the verge of crashing to the floor. In one corner is a giant pile of parts, scrap metal, screws, bolts, gears, and just about everything else an engineer could use. In the middle of the room is a giant table with stray pieces of sketch paper. Some are blank while the others have unfinished blueprints. Pencils and rulers are scattered over them, clearly left there without another thought. There's an incomplete invention sitting in the center of it all, with pieces yet to be added put off to the side. Hatsum bounds into the room and throws her arms out in a grand gesture. She turns around with a beaming, proud smile and shouts, "Welcome to my workshop. This is where the magic happens." She turns away and flings open a door to a storage closet which she rummages through as Shinso and Grim stand there, one looking around the room with wide, wonder-filled eyes while the other stares at nothing at all. "Found it!" comes a muffled shout from the closet. Hatsum straightens up and turns toward the pair. She brandishes a black case at Shinso, encouraging him to take it with a shake of her hand. The boy in question takes the case into his hands and balances it on one arm. He undoes the two clasps, keeping it closed, and slowly opens it. Hatsum is practically vibrating with excitement while Grim just stares in vague interest. The inside holds two blades, double-edged sides that have a split color of black and purple. They're connected by a chain that also carries a purple sheen atop its black color. Shinso runs his fingers alongside its edge, entranced by the handiwork and the fact that it's his. It's easily the single most valuable thing he's ever owned. "Well?" Hatsum asks after a while, leaning over to look Shinso in the eye, "What do you think?" He swallows before answering, having to take a second to get his throat working again. "I think it's great," he croaks, like, super great. At first, Hatsum doesn't say anything. But then she barks out a laugh, slapping Shinso on the back as she does so. "Well, if you think it's so great now, then just wait till you use it." And with that, she's off. She doesn't even glance back to make sure the other two are following as she makes her way back out the door and through the white halls. She makes a bunch of turns that Shinso can't keep track of, partially because everything looks the same and partially because he's too excited about his new weapon to care. When they finally stop after a good 2 minutes of walking, it's in front of a white door like all the others. It has a number pad over the handle and a long window pane stretching out to its right. Hatsum punches in the code and opens the door to the empty testing room. The walls are padded and the floor is a white tile that matches the hallway. It has a drain that sits in the middle, a stark gray against all the white. There are 4 cameras in each corner of the room, and a single sprinkler in the center of the ceiling, surrounded by the light panels. "Okay, this room is soundproof and very sturdy, so go ham, ma dude." With permission, Shinso immediately removes his chained blades from their case. He holds the metal up to the light, watching as it glints off the edge. Hatsum comes up behind him and points to the short handles. "See these buttons on each of the handles? The top ones are to retract the chains while the bottom ones are to extend them. I've implemented quirk-based technology that allows the chain to fit inside the handles, despite it being 10 feet. The words, quirk technology, give Shinso pause. Ah, that sounds expensive. Oh, don't worry. This is my own personal project, not something we're putting up for sale, so no payment needed. She beams up at the nervous-looking teen and pats him on the back a little harder than necessary, jostling him, and besides, it's for a new friend, so of course it's free. She says it so casually that it catches Shinso off guard. He's only met this girl like 30 minutes ago and already she thinks of him as a friend. Okay, enough waiting around. Why don't you give this baby a whirl? She steps back and Grim goes along with her. Shinso sees that he's stiffer than usual. He doesn't have time to pinpoint why before Hatsum is waving her hand impatiently, ready for him to start using his new weapon. So he does. He extends the chains using the bottom buttons until it reaches to about 5 feet. Then he starts spinning them around, careful not to let the blades come too close. After a while, Grim speaks up, though it's not to talk to Shinso, so he just keeps practicing. Do you think you can make a practice version of this? I don't want him accidentally hurting himself. Oh yeah, of course. I already have, actually. The two keep on talking to one another as Shinso becomes more and more confident with the blades. He's extended the chains to 7 feet and is now swinging them away from his body, hitting imaginary enemies. It's a simple, wooden model that has interchangeable wooden chains that'll do good to imitate the different lengths that he can use. That is quite useful. Shinso vaguely registers the ongoing conversation happening behind him, still going with his swings with the chains at 8 feet now. And I made sure that it has the same weight and balance, so it's like he's using the real thing the whole time. With the chain at 10 feet now, Shinso tries transferring his grip from one hand to the other. It works for a bit, but then, why didn't you just have him start off with the wooden one then? What if he hurts Dash? Oh, sheet Dash. CK. Splat. Someone. Oh, God. Everyone stares at the severed hand on the floor. Blood splattered from the impact in all directions. The white floors make the red look impossibly bright. Grim looks up from his stubbed wrist to the sound of the outburst. It came from Hatsum, of course, since she doesn't know about Grim's regenerative abilities yet. Her surprise is only magnified as she watches his hand grow back. Oh, God! Shinso is knocked out of his stupor at the shrill words, now scrambling to apologize and explain, "Holy shit, Grim, I am so sorry. Hatsum. This guy. You know what, I don't even know where to start. You see, he was bitten by a radioactive spider and Dash. I'm not stupid, Shinso. I've seen Spider-Man before." She grumbles with an eye roll. Grim only sighs and bends down. He scoops up his lost limb and puts it in his pocket. He just put his cut-off, limp, floppy hand in his pocket. Shinso and Hatsum says, "Oh my God," for the 3rd time in under 5 minutes. Grim only looks bored as he moves his new fingers around, rolling his wrist to check his maneuverability. He takes out his phone from his other pocket and starts to type rapidly, ignoring the several stages of sickness and disbelief going on around him. Finally, he puts his phone away and looks up at the two teens, turning to Hatsum first. "I've deleted the footage of what just happened. Do the cameras pick up sound?" At the slow shake of her head, he turns to Shinso. "Next time, don't get too cocky with a weapon you've never used. That could have easily been Hatsum's hand, or any other part of her body that would have killed her if impaled." Shinso nods his head ashamedly. He should have been paying more attention, or at least he could have asked Grim on how to use it. The boy in question only sighs. "Okay, why don't we all make our way back to your workshop, Hatsum? I'll set the sprinkler off so that it washes away my blood. I doubt the employees would take to seeing that when coming in for cleanup." And so, the trio all walk out of the testing room, one still in shock, the other staring at the floor somberly, and the last looking completely unbothered. The sprinklers go off immediately after the door shuts behind them, the number pad beeping as it locks. They look through the window pane at the blood being washed away. They can't hear the water, but they can see as it makes the red run pinker and pinker, until it all washes down the drain, not a single trace left behind. The sprinkler stops and Grim begins to walk in the direction they originally came from. This seems to knock Hatsum out of her own head because she snaps it to look wide-eyed at Grimm's retreating figure. Wait, what the hell? How did you do that? She and Shinso both jog to catch up as he replies, I'll explain once we're back in your workshop. After more twists and turns that Shinso can't keep track of for different reasons than before, they finally make it back to the familiar, out-of-place door that is the entrance to Hatsum's workshop. Once inside, Hatsum procures 3 foldable chairs for them to sit in some kind of triangle that makes it look like they're gonna talk about their feelings in one of those coming-of-age movies. But instead, a silence befalls the room as Shinso twiddles his thumbs and Hatsum shoots glances between him and Grimm. The latter takes a breath before speaking. To make a long story short, I'm a quirkless lab experiment with bio-created regenerative abilities who was trained to be the best assassin/information gatherer. That's why my hand grew back, and that's also why I was able to hack your security cameras and the sprinkler in that room. Not to mention why I was able to rob you. I can't give you all the details because I am currently an escapee and I don't know if I'm perfectly in the clear yet. The beat of silence. When she doesn't answer, he just carries on. I understand that who and what I am can very well put you in danger if the wrong people find out that you know of my true identity, so I would give no protest if you were to decide that you no longer want to supply me with weaponry or associate yourself with me in any way. Another beat of silence. But after this one, she answers. So, you're a bioweapon? In shorter terms, yes. And you've got people after you? They have yet to find me, but most likely yes. And I have the potential to be involved in something way bigger than just providing you with my babies that can potentially cause me to lose my life. Yup. Then, for the 4th time today, oh, God. She says, face blank before a smile overtakes her features. That is so cool. At that, Grimm is taken aback. Huh. Equally confused, Shinso also says, huh. Hatsum, not really caring for the obvious confusion on the others' faces, just starts flapping her hands around, already rambling about who knows what. I mean, like, this is exactly like those movies where the teenage main character who lives a normal life is totally thrown into this situation where the government is after them because they're harboring an alien that appeared on their doorstep. Not that you're an alien or anything unless you are. Did the experimenting change your genetic makeup, or did it just add on to your DNA strands? And can you die, like, can you regenerate but just up to a certain point before the destruction of your body becomes too much for the regeneration to keep up, or is it like infinite? And does it affect internal problems like viruses or poisons, because it would make sense that your regenerative ability would also apply to your immune system because there are many things that destroy you from the inside out, and I realize that I'm talking too much, so I'm just going to shut up now. The girl clamps her mouth shut, pressing her lips into an awkward, thin line as she rocks on the hind legs of her chair. Grimm takes a deep breath. I don't know what a movie is. This isn't governmental. No, I'm not an alien. My genetic makeup is the same, just with added factors. As far as I'm aware, I can't die, at least not by any external means. My regeneration is infinite, but I do get tired depending on how much I've regenerated. Yes, it works on illnesses and poisons, and yes, you should stop talking before you find out more than you're meant to. And once again, I understand if you'd be unwilling to continue working with me. This does have the potential to put you at risk should you stay as my weapons provider. At that, Hatsum stops her fidgeting. But I'm not just your weapons provider, I'm your friend. Grimm opens his mouth in surprise. It takes him a second to speak, but all he can say is, oh, I wasn't aware of that. There's a small beat of silence, then, the girl just cracks a grin and a laugh bubbles out of her throat. Well, since you know that now, you should also know that there's no way I'm giving up my only client. She puts her fisted hand on her hips and loudly declares, besides, I'm a total loner and you two are my only friends as of right now, ha. Shinso doesn't think that's something she should be laughing about. But he's also in the same boat, so who is he to judge? The rest of the visit went along smoothly, as in, there were no more severed limbs or talk of being hunted and killed just for being associated with 7-1. The 3 each waved their goodbyes. Hatsum went back inside the building while the other 2 went their own way. Do you mind if we stop by the shopping district? Hitoshi asks, I want to buy some clothes for training. It's getting kind of annoying having to stitch up my uniform all the time. 715 nods. Yes, that's perfectly fine, I know of a shortcut that we can take from here. And so he leads the way, listening to Hitoshi talk about his day at school and all that happened. And he was all mad for some reason. It's not like he's the only one who's allowed to apply for UA. Anyway, so he was trying to intimidate me? But the whole time all I could think about was how we were gonna go and get my weapon from Hatsum, so I was pretty distracted. The sun is blocked out as they go through an underpass. Ugh, but don't even get me started and those other three who dash. The hairs on the back of 7-15's neck rise as he senses a murderous intent. He stops dead in his tracks. Hitoshi, not noticing anything is wrong, continues to walk, still talking about earlier today. The boy only realizes that his friend is no longer following when he reaches the end of the underpass, just a step away from the sunlight pouring in from above the tunnel. There's a rattling sound that causes 7-15's eyes to snap down to the sewer grate. It's trembling with a force of some kind, on the verge of bursting. Hey, what's dash? The metal slab explodes outward. It bangs off of the concrete roof before clattering to the ground somewhere. 715 keeps his eyes trained on the sewer, poised and ready for an attack. A low, hissing laugh echoes from the manhole. A greenish-brown sludge creeps out from the edges, slithering further onto the concrete as whatever is in there comes out. Giant blobs of goo pulse in waves as the entity slowly squeezes through the hole before finally getting every piece of its slime out of the sewer. It has cruel, yellow eyes and a wide grin. It observes the two boys with glee. Well, would you look at that? Its voice is deep and warbled, 2 skin suits to use at my disposal. It giggles as it maneuvers forward. 715 readies himself further, regretting not bringing one of his knives with him. The villain takes him into consideration before looking at Hitoshi. The green one seems like quite the fighter, it muses, but the purple one looks scared shitless. Its grin spreads into a toothy smile. Its rows of fangs look misplaced and disfigured in the way they're all spread out throughout the slime. Try not to put up a fight, kid. It'll hurt less that way. The mass of sludge shrinks in on itself just as 715 realizes what it's about to do. It springs forward quickly for its size and zeroes in on Hitoshi, whose eyes widen as he's not fast enough to move out of the way. But 715 is. He pushes Hitoshi out of the way as the slime slams into him full force. He doesn't waver, he just pushes the goo further into the tunnel and away from his friend. Stupid kid, it growls in annoyance. If you're so willing to die, then I guess I'll grant you your wish. Sludge rushes into him like a torrent. 715 can feel as the villain shoves itself down his throat, into his ears, up his nose. Every sense is focused on the slime that is slowly making its way to every crevice of his body. He claws at the goo, trying to drag it out from his throat, but to no avail. Try all you want, but you can't get a hold on fluid, it taunts. Once I've taken over your body, I'll be able to do all that I want. It says that as if it's already won. 715 locks eyes with Hitoshi, who is on the floor just outside of the underpass. His eyes scream with fear, not for himself, but for his friend. 715 bites down on the sludge to stop its path, if only for a second. He opens his mouth again and the fluid immediately starts pouring in, but he still manages to choke something out. And then he tears himself apart. Shinso knows he was supposed to close his eyes. He knows this. And yet, his eyes do nothing but remain frozen in place as he watches the scene that rapidly unfolds before him as if it's played in slow motion. Grim reaches up and sticks his fingers in his mouth as he clutches his jaw. He pulls downward and keeps going. There's a loud pop as his jaw is unhinged. It looks like the gaping maw of a snake as he keeps on pulling. More of the villain's sludge rushes in, but he doesn't stop. Shinso wishes he'd stop. The corners of his mouth stretch and slowly rip apart. Shinso watches as the skin pulls like the seam on a piece of clothing. He watches as every layer becomes undone to reveal the flesh underneath. He watches as Grim's jaw is ripped from its place by his own hands, along with some of his throat. Torn flesh is revealed in its wake and blood rushes down what's left of his neck in rivulets and splashes on the ground in abundance. Just as he thinks it couldn't get any worse, Grim digs his entire arm down his throat. It goes elbow deep and Shinso can vaguely see his hand moving around through his clothes. It stops for a second, just a small bulge on the inside of his flesh. Then he yanks out his entire intestinal tract. Grimm's insides come out like a string of sausages. One end is clutched in his bloodied fist as he drags his guts out through his torn throat. They're mushy and a deep red. Bits of sludge and yellow fat cling to them. The blood gives it all a red sheen as it drips from its entirety. He drops them to the ground with a wet splat and some of it splashes in Shinsu's direction. Bile crawls up his throat as he struggles to keep his insides from spilling out. Grimm's stomach looks oddly sunken in and hollow with the absence of his organs. Even more so now that the sludge villain is relinquishing him. What the F dash? It garbles in surprise, and honestly, Shinso feels the same. The creature backs up and away from Grimm and his gory, bloody state. But he just walks along with the villain. He starts to regenerate and it looks equally as horrifying. The bones in his jaw reconstruct, teeth growing in slowly. The first layer of flesh starts coming in. It grows from the torn mess of his throat. Veins snake along the new, exposed meat and muscle fibers intertwine and connect themselves. Each layer of his skin stretches over the exposed flesh, one by one. You can see his stomach slowly fill out again as his internal organs are regrown. They look like worms squirming around as the tract grows from one end to the other. Now stands a boy, covered in his own blood and completely fine. Gee, get away from me. The sludge villain continues to back away, sounding desperate to get as far away from Grimm as possible. Grimm crouches down and picks up a stray water jug. He considers the large container before turning his gaze back to the gooey one before him. Stuff yourself into this jug and I won't lay a finger on you. He unscrews the cap and holds out the rim to the villain. It flinches back in return, yellow eyes wide and still full of terror. What are you? It shudders at the memory of Grimm mutilating himself. The sludge ripples at the movement. You're some kind of demon. Grimm just grins. Yeah, now get in the jug. His expression turns cold, eyes so piercing they can run you straight through, unless you want to see everything I can do to fluid. The villain shrieks curtly and dives into the water jug, not a single drop of sludge left out. Grimm screws the top back on. He sets it down and turns to look at Shinso, who is still sitting on the floor. You okay? Concern laces his voice as Grimm walks forward, though he doesn't get very far as there's a squelch and the pair looks down. He had walked right into his spilled intestines, smushing a part of them under his foot. Shinso turns his head and retches where he sits. His stomach is completely emptied out, but he still heaves over the puddle of vomit he just spewed from his mouth. A hand comes to rest on his shoulder and a sorry voice rings through the air. I told you to close your eyes. Shinso stands on shaky legs and wipes his mouth on his sleeve as he looks at his friend. Yeah, I guess that's my fault, he squints his eyes, but why the f did you do all of that? He gestures in the general direction of the gore and looks at his friend incredulously. I figured that if his skin suit was ruined, then he wouldn't want to use it anymore. He shrugs, like he didn't just demolish his own body 5 seconds ago, and since I can regenerate, I didn't have to worry about actually dying. And look, it all worked out in the end. I'm healed, you're safe, albeit nauseous, and the villain has been caught. Grimm says it so casually and all Shinso can do is stare. He drags a hand down his tired face and says, well, now we've got your guts on the floor and a slime monster that needs to be turned in. What are you gonna do about that, huh? Grimm looks around at the mess for a bit before moving again. He walks over to an empty soda liter. He then proceeds to scoop up his intestines and squeeze them into the bottle. He screws the lid on much like he did with the sludge villain and wipes his hands off on his shirt. Then he takes a torn-up blanket that was scattered with a whole bunch of other trash with the tip of his shoe and lays it over the spilled blood. Oh, so he'll mutilate himself and grab fistfuls of his internal organs, but he won't touch a dirty blanket. Shinso expresses his thoughts, to which Grimm just replies, I don't know where that's been. And is that a hint of attitude? It's safe to say some time has been thoroughly taken off of his lifespan. Even more is shaved. Off when there's a loud thud and a famous, booming voice shouts out, I am here. Shinsu's eyes widen as he looks behind Grimm at the commotion to find All Might. Fing. All Might. I heard a bit of a scuffle, so I came to check it out, says the hero as he bounds forward with heavy steps. His very presence is enough to make your knees shake, whether you're a fan or not. What seems to be the problem, boys? All Might looks down at the two, and even more shocking than the number one hero standing right in front of them is the total 180 that Grim does. Oh my gosh, it's All Might. Shinso gets whiplash just looking at the extremely bright and extremely fake smile that Grim has plastered on his face as he turns to Shinso and starts shaking him by the shoulders. Shinso, it's All Might. He's too shocked to even answer, which is fine, because Grim is already going on a tangent and explaining what happened, but he's lying through his teeth as he does so. Well, you see, All Might, sir, my friend and I were just going to the shopping district when that slime guy just came out of nowhere. Grim's eyes are wide and his eyebrows are upturned, and then he started attacking us, talking about a skin suit? But then my friend, Shinso, used his quirk and got him to seal himself in that water jug over there. He peers around the tall man to point where the sludge villain is still pooled in the container. Its wide eyes are darting back and forth between Grim and All Might, whether it's because of all the blatant lies being spilled right now or the fact that Japan's number one is standing right there. Shinso doesn't know, but he wouldn't be surprised if it was both. All Might puffs out his chest and barks out a laugh. I see. Well, aren't you a brave one, my boy? He ruffles Shinso's hair, making it even wilder than before. Tell me, what quirk do you have that you were able to best a villain at such a young age? That's where Shinso hesitates. Will All Might like his quirk? Or will he be just like everyone else and, dislike his quirk? That would be pretty disappointing. It's brainwashing. Then he adds, sir, playing along with Grim's charade. All Might seems undeterred though. If anything, he smiles even wider, which shouldn't be possible, that thing's wide enough. Oh my. Well, isn't that a useful thing to have? He lays a heavy hand on Shinso's shoulder. You have a very valuable quirk that can be used in many ways. I see a bright future ahead of you, my boy. And wow, Shinso just might cry in front of the number one hero because no one's ever said that before, besides Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada, but they didn't say it in such words. Now then, I should go and take this guy in. He turns to scoop up the jug and attaches it to his pants, but Grim doesn't let him get far. Still playing the part of a hopeless fanboy, he starts flailing around. Wait, can I get your autograph before you go, All Might, sir? Shinso thinks Grim must have pulled that paper and pen out of his diamond, but because he did not see him carrying those around earlier. Of course, my boy. He signs the paper quickly before crouching down, likely getting ready to blast off. Remember to stay out of trouble and to go beyond. He launches himself in the air as his voice echoes out above them, plus ultra. And just like that, the man is gone. Immediately, Grim reverts back to his usual, expressionless self, and Shinso is still reeling at the fact that all of that happened. His companion, however, remains undeterred and just asks, shall we continue our trek to the shopping district, then? He starts walking and Shinso can do nothing but look after him in utter disbelief. Since when the F, did you become an actor? He jogs after Grim as the boy replies, I had to be able to put on an act in order to complete daylight missions. It isn't hard for me to put on a nice face for the number one hero. Yeah, whatever, but you did an entire personality flip. I swear I got chills from your smile. He says as he fakes a shiver. Grim rolls his eyes. I'd like to see your reaction to the act I performed in order to get into your hospital room, then. That makes him stumble a bit. Wait, you just walked in. It sounds more like a statement than a question. Yes, the desk lady was too trusting for her own good, or your own good, since it was you I was trying to see. What the hell? Shinso says incredulously, I thought you, ninja'd your way through the window or something. Grim just shrugs. Eventually, they make it to the shopping district, but something's not right. That something being that there's a huge crowd and multiple fires spreading across some of the shops. Oh, and the sludge villain is back. He seems to have captured another poor guy, and it looks like the other heroes on duty aren't doing much to help. There are loud noises coming from inside the goo, and when Shinso steps up on his toes he sees the source. Oh my god, it's Bichigo Dash. Now, 715 doesn't exactly know who this Bichigo person is, but he does know that he's totally said that the stupid villain is out and about. Especially after he quite literally tore himself up trying to restrain him. There must have been a crack in the jug. He's not so much upset about the tearing himself apart situation, he's dealt with that an insurmountable number of times. It's little to nothing for him now but the fact that Shinso had to watch, which is not very cash money of the guy at all. Did I use cash money right? I'll have to ask Shinso later. For now, he will be perfectly content with taking care of the villain properly now. He's already come up with something to apprehend him, after all. 715 pushes through to the front of the crowd and darts past the heroes. They shout after him, telling him to come back, that it's too dangerous. He rushes forward anyway. When he finally reaches the hostage and their captor, two sets of eyes meet his. Both spark with recognition, but one is filled with fear and contempt while the other is filled with a flurry of fear, desperation, and perhaps a little bit of hope. 715 knows who Ichigo is now. He's the one who made a scene when he went to pick up Shinso earlier. He almost feels disinclined to help him, since he's obviously the one who's been giving Shinso the most grief lately, but his desire to beat this sludge villain down overrules that. That familiar, warbled voice sounds out again. Yes, me. The villain flinches back a bit, but his hesitance is quickly overtaken by smugness. You can't pull what you did earlier right now in front of all these people. He laughs, like he really just did something. Just wait till I take over this new skin suit. Then you'll have no chance of beating him. 715 doesn't even let him finish. He just shoots a hand into the slime. His strength breaks through the thick goo, and he's able to find and latch onto one of the boy's limbs. He simultaneously pulls the blonde out while pushing himself in, switching their places. Once he hears the telltale thud of a body hitting the floor, he begins. 715 knows full well that this sludge villain is entirely made of slime, though not as much as one is inclined to think. He had noticed before that the guy's teeth and eyes were still present, which means that he must have some other normal bodily factors. Since he seems to enjoy taking people to use as skin suits, he must not have any bones or other things that would take too much space inside his hostages' bodies. But he has eyes. And eyes connect to the brain. Even if you were made of another substance that wasn't human flesh, human beings cannot function without a brain. You can get a transplant for almost everything in your body, but your brain is yours and yours alone. Not to mention the fact that your eyes are quite literally connected to your brain by the optic nerve. And the brain is very sensitive. All it takes is a single touch of the organ to your skull and you'll gain a concussion. Even more, and you might even pass out. So, 715 reaches his arm up and up and up. He feels around the goo, ignoring the suffocating feeling of it inhabiting his body. Eventually, though, his fingers brush up against something soft and malleable. The sludge shudders violently. There's a loud preening noise that's muffled through the slime. 715 goes further, lightly pressing a finger into the squishy surface of the villain's brain. There's a loud scream, its throat rattling and filled with pain. It stops suddenly, and the slime goes falling away in waves, leaving 715 to stand in the center of the gooey puddle with an arm pointing to the sky, fingers still extended where it was before. He ignores the sludge clinging to his body to focus on the boy who's still hacking and coughing on the floor where he left him. 715 hauls him up by the collar to stand on shaky legs. The spiky-haired blonde looks at him and glares, as if he didn't just save his life. But he doesn't so much as blink, instead just bringing his fisted hand back. He punches the kid in an uppercut that sends him doubled over and on the floor again. This time, however, instead of coughing up his lungs, he vomits all over the asphalt. Chunks of his lunch mix with the villain's slime and 715 hears several sympathetic groans from the crowd. Speaking of, everyone has gone silent as they bear witness to the outcome of the attack. The only sounds being heard are the roaring fires and the water-based heroes putting them out. He glances down at the kid who's still crouching on the floor, but now he's glaring daggers at 7-1. The boy opens his mouth to speak, but 715 just puts a lazy hand up and starts walking away. Save it, I'm not feeling inclined to listen to your nonsensical yapping. He hears the pop of the kid's quirk and an angry noise that comes from him, but the heroes get there before he can make any kind of rebuttal. They try getting to 7152, but he's already lost in the crowd and grabbing Shinso by the arm. We can go shopping some other day, you can go home if you'd like. He grumbles a bit before saying, all I want is a shower and a thingy nap.